Alright. Should be working. Cool. Unfortunately, I am about 10 minutes late to start this, but gotta get everything updated, gotta get the thumbnails ready. You know how it is. Post this link here. And Discord, as usual. YouTube stuff. Live streaming. Gearing. Process for a fresh level 60 blood decay. You stream. Find it here. Alright. Everything should be good to go. I think all the links that I usually post are up. And people are slowly trickling in. And I can just go ahead and hop into the game. I did make myself some coffee before I started. That was very important. Would not have wanted to start a stream without coffee, so I had to delay the beginning of the stream by, 10 minutes or so. What item level am I aiming for? Hard to say. I mean, I'm not entirely sure exactly what I'd like to get. I would say I'd be happy if I could get, like, 210 at the end of the stream. That might be pushing it a little bit, because I don't plan to stream for, like, a super duper long time today. I mean, my past two streams were, like, 10 hours and then 8 hours. So, I think this one's going to be a bit shorter. I'm aiming for, like, the 5 to 6 hour mark on this stream. And within that time, probably about that level, like 210, I would say within like 5 to 6 hours would be pretty solid, considering I have done nothing on this character yet. So, at the end of the last stream, I said, oh yeah, I'm going to do some things off stream, I'm going to get my character some more gear, and, well, I didn't do that, because, although I was planning on it, I kind of just passed out immediately after the stream, and then woke up at like 8 this morning, and scrambled to edit together the video for today and get all the thumbnails and stuff. So, can I skip this? There we go, okay. So you can skip the Torghast intro and all that stuff. Then I believe that I can just skip straight to Korthia as well. So many different skips that you have to do. But, alright. Just like that, we can head to Korthia. Easy peasy. Should probably grab those two quests. I'm not actually going to do PvP, but it's like, yeah, why not? And there are a few different callings that I need to do. I kind of want to turn off war mode before going into Korthia, though. Like, in my limited experience, every time I set foot in Korthia with war mode on, I just get camped by Alliance players. Hello, Lycan. Good to have you here. Yeah. I mean, there's technically a quest, right? But all this gives is a 220 trinket, which, I mean, I'd imagine this is good in PvP, but I don't plan on PvPing as a Death Knight, so. If it's not useful in raids, then I'm not too concerned about it. What else can I do? I guess I should pick these things up, right? Or at least this one. Hello, Simply. Good to have you here. I'm trying to think about, like, where I should even start. I think before I do anything, honestly, my best bet, after going to Korthia at least, would be to just mail over items to this character, like the Korthian armaments. So I did that for my Hunter. Unfortunately, because I just did that on my Hunter, like, a week or two ago, I have no more of those. Maybe, like, 3. But, definitely not enough to do what I did on my Hunter and get myself fully geared. Gonna have to wait a bit longer to be able to do that for a character again. I want to get all these BOEs out of my bags. Yeah, sure, I'll hold on to all these things. I'm probably never going to actually sell those BOEs. They're probably just going to rot in my bags for years and years, but... why not? Oh yeah, I can't even use swiftness potions at this level. Oh well. Sure, I'll hold on to that. Have I checked out Trackmania Task? Man, I have been just up to my neck in work for the past 3 days, right? So, I haven't had time to check out anything. That's something that I will check out eventually, but, like, after stream, I said this, like, a few minutes ago, but I know people are still joining, but I, like, immediately passed out. I did not have, like, any time to do stuff in this character. I think all I did was I went and did, like, the first 2 quests to skip the Covenant intro, and then I just passed out. Just haven't had any time to watch anything. And then ever since the time I woke up a few hours ago, I've just been doing video editing and thumbnail editing and all that fun stuff. So, I would love to watch, like, different videos. Would be, interesting. I mean, I have, like I said, watched a few Trackmania Task videos in the past. Just not in the time between today's stream and the last stream. As long as I check it out sometime, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, I have seen some of them in the past. Definitely interesting, and I'll check more out in the future. Hello, Bretman Bruh. Good to have you. I might do Tazavesh on this stream. Kind of the reason why I'm just going around unlocking all this stuff. I mean, it's a relatively good source of gear, right? Like, gives 226, and if you know what you're doing, it's not too hard, and I would say, like, tanking is probably the... I wouldn't say the hardest thing to do in a dungeon, but it's generally the thing that people manage to fuck up the most, so if I'm tanking, then it shouldn't be too hard to pug a group. But okay, before I, like, fight the quest mob over there, I'm gonna mail myself over a few 200 pieces. I'm not really sure how many I have. I know my hunter might have a few, and my warrior probably has, like, 1 or 2. What's up, Harlden? Hey, Brois. I'm doing good. Today's stream's gonna be a lot more chill than the speed leveling ones, just, you know, working on gearing up a character. What's my favorite mount? My newest favorite mount would be this one, Cartel Master's Gear Glider, but, like, historical favorite mounts like Korkron Warwolf, Lifebinder's Handmaiden, those are the ones that I use the most. If I'm on my Demon Hunter, I love using the Demon Hunter class mount. That's probably one of my favorites. Okay, so I don't have any of that, any of those, like, Korthian armaments on this character. And yeah, I don't have enough Stygia, so I can pop a Caddy's Stamp Whistle, send mail to Rosliana. At the very least, I'll send over this 32-slot bag. Can't hurt. And now I can check my warrior. See if I have anything left over on that character. Not sure, though. How did I get up on that mountain? Used a flying mount? If you're wondering why I'm up on a random mountain in Kunlai on that character, well, just look at the thumbnail for my most recent video. I went up on that mountain and I took a screenshot there. So that's why I'm there. As for how I got there, I just flew. I mean, Pandaria flying is like baseline now, right? So. Okay, I don't have any in my bags, but I might have mailed it over. And I can mail over some golds. I got a BOE in my guild's last raid, and I mean, I traded it to them because they, like, sell it and, you know, give, or use some of it to buy consumables and stuff, but they gave me, like, a cut of it, so now I have a decent bit of extra gold, which is nice. I actually didn't expect them to give me a cut, so That was pretty cool of them. It was 40k too, so yeah, I figure I'll just send the 40k that I made from the BOE today over to my alt. And how much Stygia do I have? Okay, I have 4k Stygia on this character, so I can go ahead and buy, I believe, 4 of the Korthian armaments. You forgot that you could fly there? Yeah. Pandaria flying is now, it used to have to get like, it was like something of the 4 winds in order to do it. Now it's, I believe everybody has it. I'm pretty sure. Might be wrong in that, but not entirely sure. Alright, so with the Stygia I have... Okay. Weird. Game just lagged out a bit. So, this is... Oh god, no. Okay, so Korthia has ridiculous world lag right now. What else is new? I can't even interact with the Waystone. Small indie company, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go ahead and just turn on war mode, because I feel like in the time it takes me to teleport to Oribos, teleport to Orgrimmar, enable war mode, and then run all the way back, it'll be faster than if I sat there with ridiculous world lag trying to buy those items. Check Revendreth boots in the AH, the ones you get by finding a left foot. Huh. Which ones are you talking about? I don't know about that one. If you tell me the name of the item, Chori, I'll check it. But I don't know what you're referring to. Cosmo, you just hit level 50? Nice. Congrats, man. I mean, that's a huge step now. Just 10 levels left to go. Unfortunately, those 10 levels are, in my opinion, the most boring levels left to go, but at least you're halfway there. Okay. Just gonna turn on war mode because fuck Korthia. And hopefully war mode Korthia is nowhere near as laggy. I really don't get how this hasn't been fixed, though. Like, how long has it been since 9.1 came out? And yet, if you set foot in Korthia during a busy part of the day, like right after reset, and there's a lot of people there, the game is just unplayable. Like, this has been a problem since the patch came out, and there is no fix. I mean, hell, the Maw even had that problem ever since Shadowlands came out. I have a really hard time believing that Blizzard can't afford better servers to improve Korthia. It's gonna be boring, but it's worth it? Yeah. Absolutely. Alright. Fingers crossed. War mode Korthia. Hope it's better. Is there a reason why I chose a Panda Warrior? I mean, the simple reason is that I just like having a Panda Warrior. I don't know why so many people hate pandas. Like, Panda isn't, I would say, my favorite race. Like, my favorite race would probably be Blood Elf, right? Just like pretty much everybody else. But I think having a panda character is cool. They're a good race for Warrior. That wasn't why I created my Warrior as a panda, but it turns out that having the double food buff is actually pretty solid for actually almost every class in the game. It's not the best race, but it is a good race. Honestly, the main reason that I picked a Panda Warrior, like, way back when I first created this character, is because I was looking through on... I think the site no longer works, but there used to be the site called WoW Population, and you could, like, sort by characters of a specific, like, race-class combo, and I found out that female Pandaren Warrior was, like, one of the least played race-class combos, or race-class gender combos in the entire game. So I was just like, huh, I kind of want to make a female Panda Warrior now. That was, like, years ago, though. I created this character back in, like, middle of WoD or something. So, for all I know, it's a popular race-class gender combo now, but at the time, it was, like, bottom 5 for, like, least played. Because, like, I think at the time, like, 50% of all Pandaren characters were monks, if not more. And Plate was, the only Plate class on a Panda back then was a Warrior. Now, obviously, they have Death Knight. But, as a result, there were very few actual, like, Plate Pandaren. And within that, almost all of them were male. So I was like, ah, it'll be cool. I'll be unique. I'll be the one of the only female panda warriors in the game. So that was the initial reason I created the character, but obviously I've stuck with it as a panda for years and years just because I like the character. And, I mean, I've never felt like the racial has held me back. Honestly, one of the nicest things about playing a Pandaren is the reduced fall damage. Like, the double food buff is cool, and obviously I love to joke that, like, you know, my panda loves food and it makes me powerful. Like, I always meme on that. Like, my guild sometimes calls me a fat ass because they're like, this fat ass panda really needs their food buff and stuff. Because if we don't drop a Feast of Gluttonous Hedonism, or however you say that, I always bitch and moan because I don't get my panda racial. But, I mean, that's obviously a good part of panda, and even their Quaking Palm racial, which, I don't know why I have Dragon Roar in place of Quaking Palm, but this is a pretty good racial. It's like a mini in-cap. But the reduced fall damage is probably the one that I notice the most, where I'm like, oh, well, fuck, I'm dead. And then suddenly I'm alive, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a panda. Hell yeah. I get to survive those falls. And it just feels awesome. Alright, let me mail this over, and now I can check my Monk and my Demon Hunter. You know what's better? Goblin Rocket Boots? Yeah, no, I do really like goblins. Unfortunately, so, like, if I look at goblins... where are they? No, those are orcs. So, the only thing that goblins can really be for tanks is Warrior and Death Knight. That's it! So, as a tank main, I really have little reason to actually play a goblin, because my warrior, I've always had a warrior for years, as a panda, and I really like my warrior. So, I don't really feel like recreating a warrior. And, I mean, I don't know, Death Knight, obviously I did just create a new Death Knight, and the class that I was, or the race I was more interested in was Nightborn, so... As a result, my options if I ever want to tank as a goblin are very limited. But actually, Goblin Blood DK is pretty solid. It's definitely not a bad race class combo. Because obviously Goblin Rocket Boots are really fucking good, and DKs have low mobility, so it's a very powerful option. And I would say on top of that, the haste racial is obviously good. Like, Blood DK really likes haste. I believe they're like crit haste verse is their stat prio right now. So, I mean, having just a flat 1% haste is really good. Cosmo said, I went to Spire because Gorgrond was laggy as fuck. Yeah, I feel that. Gorgrond has been laggy pretty much 90% of the time I try it. Definitely know your pain there. Okay, don't have any of those items on this character. I'll check my Demon Hunter, but I'm pretty sure they don't have anything. And the Korthian stuff is account-wide, right? Maybe I have stuff on my mage. Haven't checked it. Cool, I didn't know if there was a race reason pandas are cool. Yeah, awesome. I was so done with Shadowlands and haven't played it in months. I saw a Project Ascension video, and now playing Classless WoW feels so good and refreshing. Yeah, a lot of people in the stream have told me that Project Ascension is really fun. Honestly, it might be something I'll check out one day. Kind of interesting that, like, you're like the, I don't even know, like, the 10th person that has told me about Project Ascension and said it's really interesting. Am I on Mal'Ganis still? Yes, most of my main characters are on Mal'Ganis. That's where, that's generally where I play. I have some characters in different servers. Lycan said, I don't know how people can play male Pandaren. Yes, I agree with that. I have some male characters, but I would say a lot of the male races in this game, I'm just not a huge fan of. Why is my Demon Hunter here? Oh, I remember why my Demon Hunter was here. I was reshooting a thumbnail a while back. Wow, it's been that long since I touched this character. Okay, what do I have on this? No Korthian armaments, and no Stygia. Alright, next up is my mage. Stone Legion Sabatons, it's a BoE that you create in Revendreth. Okay, I'll check that out next time I'm at an auction house. The racial ones, yeah. Volpera Camp is really cool for fast travel to old raids. Yeah, Volpera Camp's a really neat racial. I honestly haven't utilized it a lot, except, I mean, if you watched my first ever world record speedrun, of course, I used the Volpera Camp extensively during that. But at least, like, when I'm just, you know, messing around, playing casually, I haven't used the Volpera Camp a ton. It's just something I always forget that I have whenever I'm playing a Volpera. Illidan, yeah, right, that's where my character is. If it loads. There we go. I'd love to have a Nightborn monk, but the requirements to unlocking them is putting me off. I have a feeling that they're reducing the requirements. Is that just for BFA races? I saw in the 9.1.5 PTR that they're reducing the requirements for some allied races. I don't know if Nightborn is one of them. Because obviously, at this point, I have, I think, every allied race except Mechanome, because fuck Mechanome. But, I mean, it's good to know that some of them are going to be a bit easier to acquire. I don't know if Nightborn falls in that category. I do have at least enough Stygia to buy one, but do I have the reputation required? I'm not even friendly with Death's Advance in this character. It goes to show how much I hated playing this character. Oh well. It would be faster if I just went and farmed the shit on my own. Otherwise, you could gear up on AH, but that's gold heavy. I will buy some stuff on Auction House. Like, I'm going to use whatever I get from the Korthian armaments, and whatever I don't get from that, I will buy off the Auction House. It's honestly not that cheap. Like, if you go for all the really expensive BOE items, it's really expensive. But you can get, like, a full 168 set for pretty low amounts of gold. And that's at least better than Shadowlands questing gear, so I'll take it. Quacking said, same, I have everything but Mechanome. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is the character I use as a bank ult. I might have sent some over to him. Volpera, make a camp is my favorite racial. You can drop it outside of dungeons like Vortex Pinnacle that are a pain to get to. Yeah. You can combine camp with the Necro Kidney Hearthstone to have 2 teleports to any outside spot. Interesting. I've never played Necrolord, so I've never messed around with Kidney Hearthstone. I've heard good things about it. I heard that, what was it? Oh yeah, on Artificer Zymox, back in Nathria, people who played Necrolord with the Emity Soulbinds were getting mind-controlled with the ghosts on Zymox, and there was a chance that when they got mind-controlled, their character would cast Kidney Hearthstone and just teleport them out of the raid. So that I did hear about, and that's fucking hilarious. Okay, so I have 1 Korthian armament on this character. Actually, I might have some in my bank. Let me check.
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh god, this is a mess. Oh no. I do! Okay, good thing I checked. I have 2 in here. Yeah, so if you're ever wondering what I do with all my speedrun consumables that I don't actually use during a run, they end up on this character. I also have a guild bank full of speed leveling consumables. I just dump them in here, no organization, it's just a fucking mess. And eventually, when I need to do another speedrun, I'm like, alright, time to hop on that character and dig through the bank to find what I need. You can buy cloth pieces to get into heroics, but as a tank, maybe it's not a good idea. Nah. I mean, plate isn't that much more expensive. It's still pretty cheap. Alright, that should give me a decent boost. At least it's a few pieces. It's not too bad. You forgot how bad the default bank UI is? Yeah. I will say, default bank UI isn't amazing. I will give you that. I'm just not, like, super picky about it, because I'm not a big, like, golds maker and stuff. Like, I don't have any auction house add-ons, but I will acknowledge that if you're really big into doing flipping on the auction house, the default auction house stuff is awful. Default bank, auction house, all that stuff is really bad. It's just never been something that I've been super interested in, so it doesn't really affect me, I guess, but I do sometimes, if I need to list auctions, I'm like, oh god, this is such a pain. Okay, I got 7, so that's better than nothing. Now, let's see what we get. Bracers. As long as I don't get, like, a duplicate, then I'll be fine. Gloves. Cool. Nice. Shoulders. Okay, no duplicates so far. Fingers crossed. Fuck. Oh well. Alright, 1 duplicate. Just At least not a second duplicate. Okay, sure, boots. Cool. Oh well.
I have many lucky doos. You like? Good for
Now...
our friends. Come, shop, browse. Smell.
Heritage. Just so it, like, automatically does that.
Friend of the Grummels.
Yeah, you just had to say it. Of course, I jinxed it, right? Fuck. I just should have said nothing. Would be dope if you could speedrun classless WoW on the Season 7 realm. I don't know if I would do a speedrun for something that I'm not super familiar with. Like, I don't like to speedrun things before I've actually played it casually, because then it's just going to be a mess. But, I mean, if I ever tried that, I'd be willing to, like, give it a shot, and if I really enjoyed it and played it a lot, then, yeah, I mean, speedruns are a possibility. But I would do, like, multiple casual leveling things before I ever did, like, a speedrun on it. Like, a lot of people have asked me, am I going to do a speedrun for Classic or BC Classic? And the answer to that is absolutely not, but I am going to level on BC Classic. So I'm going to eventually stream that. But, like, I don't have enough experience on, like, Classic WoW to do a speedrun for that. I don't have enough experience on Ascension to do a speedrun for that. So you said it was, like, Stone Legion? Whew. I mean... 216 item level is good, but that's really expensive, so... I mean, is there an easy way to get this? I'll check it on Wowhead. Stone Legion Sabatons. It is obtained from a reunited pair. So yeah, you mentioned that. And then you have to get 2 boots? Where do you get these boots? Let me make sure I don't miss messages. They removed the dungeon requirement from the newer allied races. Ah, gotcha. I send all my bind and account stuff to a single character. That's what I usually do. I just sometimes forget. I didn't know about the camp for Volpera until I watched your leveling video. Yeah, it's pretty good for that. Same, I have everything but a Mechanome. Oh yeah, I read that one. Bought a full set of 200 gear for 20k. Yeah, it's pretty cheap. I'm gonna buy some BOEs, the cheap ones, right? But if there's something really good that Chori was talking about, then I might go look for that. Full crafted 200 sets, like 15k gold. Yeah, that's not too much for me. I have more than enough. That's an amazing mind control, yeah. I'm gonna start a character on US now. You're bored? I mean, yeah, it'll be fun. Starting on a new, new region is always like a fun experience. I've thought about doing a character on Europe servers at some point. I think it could be fun. Not soon, but like, if I have free time, like in the future, that could be like an interesting experience. Like, speed leveling a character on European servers where I have literally nothing. I kind of did that with the mage, but like not really, because I did have flying and other stuff like that. Default AH isn't that bad, other than if you want to mass cancel. Yeah, that's the biggest issue that I've had with it. What Shadowlands zone do you think has the best story? Ardenweald's, by far, in my opinion. How do you get Korthian armaments? So, you either buy them with 1,000 Stygia, like I did on my warrior, or they're a random drop from, like, rare mobs, or even I think they can drop from regular mobs out in Korthia, or even the Maw. So, I've gotten a bunch just as random world drops. That's where I get a lot of them. I'm gonna go walking with your dad. See you in an hour. Okay, have fun, Cosmo. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry, I just saw that now. Glad I'm on a dead server. Nobody sells anything in trade chat. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of spam on this server, unfortunately. Sorry, I just joined. What is your item level? My item level currently is only 152, but I'm gonna try to get it up to 200 at the very least before I do anything else. Buy a boost, KEKW. Yeah. People who say WoW doesn't have a community need to play on a dead server. It's like I'm playing TBC again. Yeah, very true. Ooh, Slamfunk Tortoise donated $2 Canadian. Good morning. Thank you, Slamfunk Tortoise. I appreciate the donation. Good morning to you as well. And I appreciate you being here. That's expensive, and no, it's a random drop? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, it's just a 0.1% drop chance off mobs in Revendreth. Oof. Yeah. For a 215 piece, I'm not willing to invest, or 216 piece, I'm not going to invest 20k, but I will check out some of the other stuff. So, Let's see. For weapons, two-handed, usable only. So there's not many good weapons, unfortunately. I guess I could get this thing. I mean, it's 163 item level, which is better than what I have, so could be worse, I suppose. But then, really what I want to look into is plate armor. Okay. So the 230 gear is unique equipped, right? I'm pretty sure I could only have one of these on at a time. So I'm probably going to use a jewelry piece for that. But okay, so this is the 200 item level. That's not bad, 20k. Looted the relic of the first ones a few days ago, and that trinket's hell expensive. Yes, relic of the first ones is interesting. I actually got one as a world drop a while back, and I sold it. And, yeah, it's really expensive. But I don't know why, because it's not very good. Like, it has a unique effect, but I don't know why people would really want it. Like, is it good for PvP or something? But no, I can't imagine it would be, because for PvP, you have, your trinket set bonus, so maybe people just like messing around with it for fun. But yeah, it is strange that it sells for that much. Just get a full 200 set, 1 230, and do Korthia/LFR. Yeah, that's generally the plan. Have I had any more communication with the speedrun mods from the last time you talked about it? It feels like they kind of don't care. Oh, so I talked about this I mentioned this in the comments. So basically, right after I posted the video where I talked about my communication with the speedrun.com mods, they did get back to me, and I put an update in the comment section, and I pinned the comment, but I know that some people probably didn't notice that. So they didn't really address a lot of the complaints that I had, but what they did do is they made another category for both 1 to 60 and 10 to 60 for no grouping. So at the bare minimum, they gave us the no grouping category as something that we can play around with. So yeah, I would say having that, it's better than nothing. I wish it was built into the base rules, but as long as it's a category, then everybody can just go on that category and, it'll just be better, right? But they didn't address any of the other stuff. I think holiday items, even though most people don't abuse holiday items, just allowing that will cause problems in the future. So the fact that they banned them on one category and then still haven't updated the rules to go over every category is just kind of bad. But they did do more than I implied. Or, well, not more than I implied. They did more after when I talked about it. So I'll give them slight credit on that, but I will say the speedrun.com mods are still not perfect in that regard. You farm for the right Sabaton and you buy the left Sabaton for rubies. Interesting. When is the new expansion? God even knows, man. It's gonna be a while. With the shit going on at Blizzard, we're not gonna see a new expansion for a long fucking time. I mean, if you want a new MMO expansion to play, Endwalker's coming out in a few months. That should be fun. But for WoW, no time soon. If your trade chat isn't cancer/spam, is it truly trade chat? You could do time walking and get the 184, whatever gear it is. Yeah, I might do time walking. I think 184 gear probably isn't worth it. But I might do time walking Ulduar. That's something I might do. And yeah, it basically at this point, if you look at trade chat in Mal'Ganis, it's just all boosting. Just non-stop boosting. I'm kind of used to it at this point. This is just what every major server is. It's constantly people just advertising their boosting community. So yeah, I got to catch up on renown on my main. What do you have to do for flying? It's pretty simple. You just do Korthia. You do a few quests in Korthia. I think it's chapter 3 or 4 of the campaign that unlocks it. It's not hard at all. You'll get it within a few hours of playing the new patch. It's definitely not too bad. Is it worth upgrading pieces from Korthia dailies with Archivist's Codex stuff to catch up, or better off hitting 200 item level and then jumping into raiding Mythic Plus on a fresh 60 alt? That, I would say, very much, it depends on the item. So, there actually are a few Korthia items that are very good and are worth upgrading. There's a trinket that's called, Harmonic Crowdbreaker or something like that. And that trinket is, at full upgrade, comparable to, a lot of Mythic raid trinkets on AoE, and for some classes, even on single target. So, I mean, check sims, right? Before you upgrade anything, look at what's good for your class. But I have noticed that, some Korthia trinkets, if fully upgraded, can be pretty strong. They're not going to be your BIS overall, but if you can get like a 220 trinket that's comparable to a mythic raid trinket, then yeah, I'd say that's worth upgrading. Same thing, like if you get an item that has really good stats for you, like if you get a high haste ring and your class loves haste, then yeah, I would upgrade that. But if you upgrade items from Korthia, I would basically pump all of your upgrades into one item to get it like up to a really high item level, and then just farm replacements for the rest of your gear. That's pretty much what I plan on doing. You can equip as much crafted 200 as you want. Yeah, I was specifically wondering about the 230. People probably think it reduces your ability and not the stuff like Soul Shape, and the price is people scamming those people that think it will. That's a good point. I never thought about it like that. Like, I always read it and was like, oh yeah, signature ability, that's like your Soul Shape and stuff. But I guess maybe people who don't know that that's what they refer to it as would think it's like just your Covenant ability. I never considered that. Probably for old content movement from Venthyr Fae. That's a possibility as well. Gotta make your own leaderboard. You do comp sci, call it college project for extra credit. Yeah. Mods are horrible for a lot of things. I've dealt with a few of the internet janitors in the past when I used to do runs of other games. It's really hit or miss. Some games have amazing speedrun.com moderators. Other games have really poor speedrun.com moderators. At the end of the day, it is a volunteer position, so you have to give them some slack. Like, it's not like they're being paid to moderate the game. But I will say, if you volunteer to moderate like a speedrun.com leaderboard, there's like a bare minimum that most people would expect you to do in terms of like maintaining it and keeping it like competitive and stuff. Hello, March. Good to have you here. 2029. Sorry, I don't know what that was in reference for. Time walking for the 226 gear, the time walking quest. Yeah, that's true. I might do that, but I feel like the time it would take me to do 5 time walking dungeons just for a single normal piece maybe wouldn't be worth it, but I'll consider it. If I have free time, I'll do that. Sam and Kazak, EU Draenor is unreadable spam. Yeah. Boosting spammers get paid so much to ruin trade chat. It sucks, but not really much else you can do to sell anymore. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That trinket's really nuts. It's 5 time walking. Yep. Is this like a guide on how to gear as fast as possible, or are you just casually gearing? I mean, I'd like to think that I'm pretty good at like efficiently gearing a character. Obviously, it's not going to be like a super intense like speed running gearing your character guide, because it is inherently casual, because I do want to interact with chat, right? I don't want to ignore chat just for the sake of, you know, gearing my character ASAP. But I do know, like, generally speaking, what the best ways to get a new character geared are. I've done it multiple times just recently. I did it on my hunter, so. Okay, so I need a chess piece, crit haste. That one's good. Let's see. I already have boots. Alright, pants. Okay, need those. Crit haste. There we go. I don't know if anybody in the chat mains a Blood DK, but I'm fairly certain that the stat prio is crit is your best, and then you want a mix of haste and verse, right? Could be wrong in that, but I'm fairly confident based on what I remember reading that that's what the stat prio is. But if you know, let me know. I definitely don't claim to be an expert. I'm just doing whatever research I can and then making my decisions based on what I've looked up. So, I guess this is pretty cheap, so I'll go ahead and grab, for necklace, I'll grab a 230. If you get into a good group, a Convoke Feral Druid can wreck bosses in about 30 to 40 seconds. That's true, yeah. I mean, it's very RNG. I know time walking is either really slow if you get a bad group, or really fast if you get a good group. But there's a lot of variance there. I'd like to get one that has haste minor. Blood DK, yeah, item level. I would definitely, obviously, for every tank, item level matters more than anything. I'll go for crit verse in this neck. Pretty sure haste is best. I know on AoE haste is best, but on single target, I remember reading that haste is much weaker. So, I did read, yeah, okay, so people are saying mastery is the worst. That is one thing that I do remember reading universally. Obviously, so, if you know how I like to build tanks, I prioritize damage, like, a bit more than most other people do. So, I did read that crit is, like, your best for damage, so, verse is, like, solid for both defensive and damage stuff. And then haste, I remember reading, is really good on AoE and not as good on single target. So generally speaking, the consensus that I read was crit just a little bit above haste and then a little bit above verse for that. And then master you just don't want it all. What legendary should you aim for on Prot Warrior? That is a tricky question. 1 second, I'm just going to buy this, and then Prot Warrior legendaries are kind of confusing. So, Prot Warrior, you have a few options. Now, I'll tell you what I run, and then I'll tell you what the other viable options are, because there's definitely people running a few different things. Now, if you are Night Fae, by far your best legendary as a Night Fae, in my opinion, is Nature's Fury. Nature's Fury is ridiculously good. It just does a shit ton of damage. It's absurdly powerful. That said, you might notice that Nature's Fury doesn't really offer you much in the terms of survivability. So, if you want to go for a legendary that's very, very close for damage, but also pretty good for survivability, I would go with Reprisal up here. Now, disclaimer on Reprisal, Reprisal can be very, very hard to use. In order to make the most of Reprisal, you need to be, like, intervening to people in the middle of a fight. So, like, when I used this legendary back in Nathria, I would basically set, like, a focus target on one of our ranged DPS, and I would I would intervene out to the ranged DPS and then charge back into the boss to trigger Reprisal 2 times. And, I mean, once you get the hang of it, it's actually, in my opinion, kind of a fun playstyle. I think it's really good. But it can be pretty hard to learn. So I don't know if I would necessarily recommend Reprisal for everybody. And right now, in terms of pure damage, Nature's Fury is the best for Night Fae. So if you're not Night Fae, then I would definitely say Reprisal is your best damage legendary and probably your best legendary overall. If you are Night Fae, I would say go Nature's Fury. There are other ones to consider, though. So another really good legendary for Prot Warrior is Seismic Reverberation. This legendary is only good on large, like, multi-target AoE. So obviously, if, this says if Whirlwind hits 3 or more enemies, when you're on Prot Warrior, instead of Whirlwind, it's if Revenge hits 3 or more enemies. So this thing does literally nothing if you don't hit 3 targets with Revenge. And it's obviously, once again, a pure damage legendary. So on fights like Stone Legion Generals, for instance, which obviously isn't current content, but on that fight, this was a very powerful legendary as a result, because you were constantly hitting 3 targets, and your Revenge was hitting for a lot of damage. And even though Warcraft logs would filter out the bonus damage done to the other bosses, getting that second hit on, like, all of the adds and, like, the main boss that you were fighting still resulted in an overall damage increase at the time. And on Mythic Plus, if you're consistently doing, like, large AoE pulls in M+, this could be a good option. Now, personally, I still prefer Nature's Fury for Mythic Plus, because one of the benefits of this is it increases the duration of Ancient Aftershock, which means if you do a big pull and you slap down Ancient Aftershock, the CC on that is very powerful for M+. So this is, like, really comparable to Seismic Reverberations for just raw damage on multiple targets, but Nature's Fury still provides you with more CC in a Mythic Plus environment. So this is just kind of my go-to legendary overall, but if you're going for, like, pure damage parses on a multi-target fight, which in this raid is probably going to be Soulrender Dormazane. I haven't actually seen Prot Warriors running this for Soulrender Dormazane parses, but I would imagine that in theory it would be the best. And then I guess, like, maybe on Fate Scribe you could run it for, like, really high parse shit. Kel'Thuzad maybe, but we're talking, like, really meme parse shit right here. Like, you don't need to use this legendary. And then lastly, the other one that's worth noting is the Wall. The Wall really doesn't offer you anything in terms of damage. It's a pure defensive legendary, but if you want to go with a pure defensive option, the Wall will be your best choice. So there's a lot of options for Prot Warrior, like pure defensive, the Wall, mix of both Reprisal, pure AoE pad, Seismic Reverberation, and then a balance of all of them in between with a good damage output on Night Fae, specifically Nature's Fury. So Night Fae mains, Nature's Fury is my recommendation. Everybody else, my go-to would be Reprisal over here. But these are 2 to consider, the Wall and Seismic. Alright, I missed a lot of messages while going on that, but I think it's important. I like talking about Prot Warrior legendaries. Let's see. Hello, question. What makes you continue to play WoW, and any tips on getting back into WoW? I quit about 3 months ago, and I still have the itch to play, but I'm probably so far behind in my chores. The easy answer to that is I enjoy raiding. Like, once... Oh, someone's calling me on Discord. For some reason, my Do Not Disturb is not enabled on Discord. Sorry about that. Okay. Let me just make sure everything's okay with my friend. Yeah, sorry. Streaming at the moment. Can talk later. Okay. Let's see. So, pretty much, yeah. The main reason that I still enjoy playing WoW is Mythic raiding. Like, I don't care how bad the game is, as long as Mythic raiding is still fun, as long as I still enjoy playing my class, then if I show up to raid on, like, whatever days my guild's raiding, and I go in there and I have fun, to me, playing WoW is worth it. That's, like, the really simple answer. But in terms of enjoying playing WoW, like, for times when I'm not raiding, I do stuff like this. I level new characters, I try to keep all my tanks up to a level that's, like, viable and stuff. So that's how I kind of enjoy playing WoW. I just kind of make my own fun and stuff. So, you thought you were getting called too? Yeah. Sorry about that. My Discord is usually muted. I guess I forgot to mute it this time. Or actually, I think like OBS normally just like mutes Discord, but I guess it didn't do that this time. So, whoops. Apologies. Pretty sure haste is best. Oh yeah. Any good ways to gear up without armaments? This is definitely the best way, buying stuff off the auction house. So I've talked for so long, I forgot what I've bought, so I'm going to go ahead and check that, just to be safe. It's okay, Paul. Don't worry. You're good, man. Yes, I was talking to Paul just before streaming, so I forgot about it. And hey, Paul, you know, now's your chance to set the record straight. So if you guys were here for last stream, at the very beginning, my friend Max basically came on stream, well, not on stream, but he was, like, in the chat, and he was shit-talking my friend Paul here, and bragging about apparently he has, like, a higher Call of Duty zombie score, and unfortunately Paul wasn't around to defend himself, so after the stream, Paul found out that Max was on here besmirching his good name, and he was not too happy about it. Paul is the tank knight. Yes, Paul is every tank's nightmare. He is the one that I talked about who, when my dad was trying to learn tanking, just went around and pulled a bunch of extra shit. That is Paul. Good shit. Yes, Paul, you are famous here. Yeah, I'll go crit verse in this ring, and then I'll probably go, like... I'll go, like, haste crit on my second ring. Wait, oh, no, that's 230, okay. 200... Where's the ring? Quick Oxine ring. Haste crit. Alright, there we go. Ah. And then what else am I missing? I guess trinkets, but there's no real good trinkets that you can buy off the auction house. Oh, I'm missing a cape as well. Cloak. Are there any good capes that you could buy? Okay, yeah, Shadowlands cape. Thanks, this is expensive, but oh well. And then trinkets, if there's something decent. Yikes, no, everything's expensive. Pro tip, if you're a tank, never buy this trinket. This is one of the worst tanking trinkets in the entire game. Like, it is not worth it. I would rather have a 98 item level misfiring Centurion controller than get Darkmoon Deck Indomitable. Like, fuck this thing, it's so bad. Absolutely don't use it. Darkmoon Deck Veracity is, like, decent, but I'm not going to spend that much gold on it. Alright, let me catch up on messages. I missed a bit. Balance crit and haste mastery last. I'm enjoying leveling my warrior tank right now. I made a second one. Yeah, warrior's really fun. World boss, yes, I will be doing the world bosses. Zooming all over the place. Woo, yeah. Am I going to build the trapping apparatus for survival? So, real quick for Survival Hunter. I want to, like, get started doing stuff. But right now for Survival Hunter, your best in slot legendary, if you are Venthyr, is Pouch of Razor Fragments, which is what I'm using. And if you are Venthyr, this is what you're going to use in every single scenario. AoE, single target, you name it. That said, if you are not Venthyr on Survival Hunter, Then you use, what is it? Oh, I don't have the legendary yet, so it's somewhere down here. Wildfire Cluster, this is your go-to legendary for AoE. And on single target, you use this thing, Nesingmori's Trapping Apparatus, but only if you are not Venthyr. So Venthyr Survival Hunters just use Pouchy Razor Fragments. Kyrian Survival Hunters will use Trapping Apparatus for single target, but seeing as how I am Venthyr, no, I will not be using the Trapping Apparatus on my Survival Hunter. Paul says, absolutely goated. I'm better than Max at zombies by approximately 37.93 miles. Paul is the Druid legend, the man, the myth, the legend. They call him Michael Jordan, but for Resto Druid. Pro tip, if you're a tank, buy everything. If you aren't broke like this boy. 31k. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, not all of us have, like, 100 million gold, or however much it is that you have.
Many wares.
Paul sold like 1 million challenge mode carries back in the day. You know, I was just there like whenever he needed someone to like tank because his regular tank didn't show up. I still made a decent amount of gold, but I didn't make nearly as much as he did. Okay. I would say this is a good base item level. Ah, crap. Why is this cape always selected? No. This is not the transmog that I like. I don't like that one either, but... yeah, if memory serves, I don't have much in the way of options. Sure. I'll go with that. Paul seems like a cool dude. Yes, Paul is a cool dude. I've been friends with Paul for God even knows how long. When did I meet you, Paul? Like, didn't I meet you back in, like, a transmog run? Or, it wasn't, like, a transmog run. Yes. I have it added to my set. Yeah, I forgot. I saved it incorrectly. J3TY, I don't know how to pronounce that, but $10 donation, thank you very much. I appreciate it. But yeah. A run of Zul'Aman. Yeah, back in... was that Wrath of the Lich King? It was a long time ago. Would that just be... I think Jetty... I'm guessing it's Jetty, right? Like, the 3 is supposed to be an E, so Jetty. But either way, yes, thank you for the donation. Oh god, with this story again. Yes. So, when I was younger, I liked collecting all the different, like... so, at the end of each of, like, the classic raids, you would get, like, the Eye of Cthulhu or, like, the Head of Zul'Jin or stuff like that. So, I like to collect all those and, like, keep them on my bank as, like, a trophy when I was much younger. So, I was running Zul'Aman for the Zul'Jin head. And Paul was in my group, and he ninja looted the head. That was the first experience I ever had with Paul. And somehow, after that, we became friends. And that was a fucking long time ago. What's a good solo PvP class? Unfortunately, Ethan, I do not PvP, so I am, like, the last person you would want to ask for that. I do not know. I wish I could help you. If I knew, I would. But I am absolutely god-awful at anything PvP related. Yes, did you mention how humble you are, Paul? Oh, I'm sure you did. Yes, Paul here is very humble. Early Wrath, then we linked up around Forge of Souls. Somehow, after I'm about to break it down for y'all real quick. Oh yeah, you met Brian before me, didn't you? I forgot about that. Yes. Alright, finally in Korthia.
I remember you. What news?
Okay, so you met me in Zul'Aman, and then you met Brian. I see. Now, quick question, Paul. How drunk are you right now on a scale of 1 to 10? I kind of feel like doing other stuff before Korthia right now. I don't feel like I'm going to get a lot of gear from this. I need a better weapon, though. I don't think... Can Korthia drop weapons? I don't think it... So on a scale from 1 to 10, you're a 24, maybe a 25. Alright. Good to know. You were farming Quel'Serrar? Ah. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I forget the exact timeline. Also, fuck these little Korthia puzzles where you have to, like, climb the trees. It's awful. Korthia can drop weapons. Okay, in that case, I'll do my Korthia dailies. Maybe I'll get lucky. What is the heritage armor? So whenever you level a allied race all the way from 10 to... I think it's 50, yeah. So when you get to 50 with an allied race, you get a set of heritage armor, which is the armor that I'm wearing right now. Well, at least this is the heritage armor for a Nightborn. But each allied race has its own unique set of heritage armor. Okay, so I can get weapons from Korthia, as people have informed me. I was going to put Archivist's Codex on my reputation tracking bar, but I guess I haven't met them yet, so I can't do that.
I require a target.
Let's see. I wait for somebody else to do those puzzles half the time and then wild charge to them? Ooh, that's clever. Now, when I work on my druid a bit more, I'll start doing that. I like that idea.
I am out of range.
You can get a weapon from the Shaping Fate quest. Did I pick that one up? Oh, I haven't gotten access to Shaping Fate yet. Oh, no, I do. I'm blind. Okay, I have Shaping Fate. I was like, wait, I don't see it down here, and it's up on the campaign thing. Okay. So, I mean, if I'm lucky, maybe I'll get it from that. Do I always use the default UI? Yes. I've never had any problems with the default UI. It's always worked for me. It never seemed to stop me from, you know, performing well, so I stick with it. You can also get a free Korthian armament at 3842-ish on each character. Interesting. Okay, so Paul said that while he was farming Quel'Serrar, I was level 65, and you ran me through Ring of Blood and Nagrans. Man, I completely forgot about all that. That doesn't ring a bell. Like, I remember Zulaman, just because I remember you trolling me with that, but after that, I don't really remember much until, like, when we were doing Siege of Orgrimmar, back in MoP. But I do remember all the shit in SOO. And then, of course, WAD. He always does default UI. I've known him for years. I remember approximately 37 milliseconds where he thought about switching to a different UI. I have screenshots of the Ring of Blood. Yes. At various points in the past, I have tried different UI add-ons, because that's the thing. Every time people see that I use the default UI, they're like, you use the default UI? And they're always like, oh, you should check out this other UI add-on. So over the years, I've tried out various different UI add-ons, and they never really worked for me. I never really felt like it was helping me at all, like it was really impacting my ability to, like, view my spells or anything. It's like, I've never had any issues with this, so I feel like a lot of people who change the default UI, like, it doesn't work for them for some reason. Like, there's something about it that hinders their ability to, like, you know, keep track of their stuff and whatnot. And that's fine, right? Like, if it doesn't work for you, absolutely go ahead and change it. But, I mean, if it works for me, then I don't see a problem with keeping it. I use default UI with Leotrix Plus. Yeah, so do I, actually. I have Leotrix Plus. So, if you notice, I don't have the griffins on the side. Leotrix Plus removes that, so. There are things that about the default UI, like the griffins, that are a bit excessive, so I do cut that, but otherwise I keep it. I've talked to him about LVUI, he just does better with default UI, and I mean rank 1 parses, if it wasn't working it'd be obvious, yeah. Very fair, Paul. Like, if I ever felt like my UI was holding me back, I'd change it in a heartbeat, but, I mean, I don't think it is. Griffin Gang, add them back or we disown you. I don't know about that. It's so distracting having those gigantic griffins covering up like half my screen. Bagnon is a staple of my UI, especially if you add the item level and BOE tracker on top of it. So, about Bagnon, I actually do like Bagnon. And at various points in the past... Wait, how did my dad lose mod? I think my dad's on his alt account or something, because he doesn't have mod. Oh yeah, because you're on your Fernando account, not your Fern Beast account. And your Fern Beast account's the one that has mod. Is that Scada? No, this is Details. For damage meter, I use Details instead of Scada or Recount or anything like that. Yes, Paul, that is my dad. I recognize that account, but he has like 2 different YouTube accounts. No, actually, my dad has 3 different YouTube accounts, and he's on the wrong one. I think that YouTube account that you're on is the one with all like your videos on how to build like a external cat fixture or something like that. So. But okay, yeah, so Bagnon, I started talking about that. I've used Bagnon at a lot of points in the past, and I like Bagnon. But the problem that I have with it is every single time a new patch comes out, obviously you have to update your add-ons. And I got to a point where every single time that a new patch would hit and Bagnon would break, it would be so hard for me to like readjust to the default bags. And then just as I had readjusted to the default bags, Bagnon would get updated. And then I would have to readjust to Bagnon. So finally, after all that, I'm like, fuck it, this is like hurting my brain too much.
Too far away.
Wow, there was a Paul sighting today, yes. Can you explain why Prot Pally is hard to get into? It feels like one of the more intuitive ones to me, especially compared to Prot Warrior, as they have way more abilities. So, I agree with you that Prot Pally, like, for me, feels very intuitive. I love the Prot Pally playstyle. Like, when I say that Prot Pally is hard to get into, I'm absolutely not saying that as a bad thing. I think Prot Pally is a fantastic tank, and it's fun as hell. And for some people, yeah, you're going to play it, you're going to be like, this clicks with me perfectly. But I would say for the average player learning a new tank, the tricky part about Prot Pally is you have a lot of different abilities that you need to juggle. So Prot Warrior, like on a basic level, is just Shield Slam, Reset Shield Slam, Shield Slam. There's obviously more complexity to it, but that is simplified what Prot Warrior is. And then its mitigation is literally just put up shield block, and then hit Ignore Pain if you're taking a lot of damage. It's pretty straightforward. Now, like I said, I main Prot Warrior. There is absolutely a massive skill cap to playing Prot Warrior correctly. But at a basic level, it's not too hard. Same thing with Blood DK, right? Blood DK has a really high skill cap, but at a basic level, it's maintain Bone Shield, use these abilities kind of whenever, just kind of generate runic power, and then if you take a lot of damage, Death Strike. That's it. So, for a new player, that's really easy to understand, but basically, all that to say, on a Prot Pally, even though I agree that the rotation feels amazing and it feels really fluid, you have to basically do all these different things. You have to maintain Shield of the Righteous. If you're playing Seraphim, you have to be wary of not over-consuming Shield of the Righteous charges to basically not leave yourself vulnerable when you need one, if you're min-maxing your damage. Then you basically need to keep generating Holy Power to get your Word of Light, or Word of Glory off, I think it's called. And there's just like a lot of different spells and procs and stuff that happen, so there's just a lot of moving parts for Prot Pally. So even though when it all comes together, I think it's an amazing playstyle and it's one of my favorite tanks, it's way more complicated for a new player to learn than like Blood DK, where Blood DK is literally maintain Bone Shield, hit Death Strike. At least in my opinion. So I would say, generally speaking, the skill floor on a Prot Pally is a bit higher than most other tanks. Where the fuck am I going? Okay, this place. I need to go over there. Let's see. Prot Pally isn't that hard to get into. It's way easier than Prot Warrior. I guess, yeah. I mean, I definitely think Prot Warrior is also one of the harder tanks to learn. But I wouldn't say that Prot Pally is necessarily easier to learn than, like, Blood DK or Brewmaster Monk. Like, Brewmaster Monk, all of your mitigation is passive. So, Brewmaster Monk, once again, really high skill cap. But for a new player, it's really hard to fuck up Brewmaster Monk. Because the game literally does all of the mitigation for you. Now, a new player will struggle to, obviously, optimize their purification. But they're going to have a way easier time tanking on a Brewmaster Monk than, like, on a Prot Pally, for instance. And I'm pretty confident about that, because I have very rarely ever seen a Brewmaster tank just, like, eat shit and die. Like, it happens, but it's rare. Most of the time, even if they're playing poorly, they can survive stuff. But the amount of times I've seen even a slightly experienced Prot Paladin make a mistake and get fucking one-shot by a boss auto, it's really high. I've seen that happen a lot. Hell, I'm not even saying that my co-tank right now is bad, but my co-tank in Raid plays a Prot Paladin, and I've seen him just randomly die to just auto-attacks and stuff. It's very easy to just make one small mistake on a Prot Paladin, and then you're dead. Like, you fucked up, goodbye. Like, boss autos you, you don't have Shield of the Righteous, you're fucking gone. So, the wiggle room for, like, playing it well is less. That's why I think that it's a harder tank to get into. It's much more punishing if you fuck up. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Details is great with its tiny footprint. Check my Discord, it's important. No, Paul... Okay, I appreciate you messaging me that on Discord instead of in Battle.net, because I would really not appreciate it if you messaged me on that on Battle.net. So at least you had the presence of mind to send that message on Discord, but I'm not reading that on stream. God damn it. But yes, very funny. Fernando, let me buy you some pizza. I love you. I find Prot Pally much more of an easier time than Prot Warrior. The Fern Beast is back. Prot Pally just needs to be there, kind of boring. I don't think Prot Pally's boring at all. I find Prot Pally to be very fun to play. Fernando welcomed me into his home at a moment's notice when I visited Harlden, and he bought me pizza. Yes. Basically, when Paul visited one time, my dad bought him pizza and gave him sunglasses, and Paul has loved the man ever since. As I've said before, my dad always prides himself on being the cool dad and stuff. So, there you go. Currently playing your Prot Pally, enjoy it? Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You missed the original shield wall? Yeah. Prot Warrior has changed a bit over the years. I mean, I played Prot Warrior in vanilla, and I liked it a lot. But I can still appreciate current Prot Warrior. Running dungeons for gear? Yeah, I'm going to be running dungeons, like, after I do Porthia and stuff. Prot Pally has so much utility and self-sustain? Yeah. Prot Pally's ability to solo stuff is kind of nuts. It does really good damage, it has insane utility, and its self-healing is really powerful. Seeing a Fury single-target Blade Storm hurts my soul. Yeah. Do you need to do Korthia at Renown 40 to get flying? I believe so. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that you need to do Korthia at Renown 40. Fernando, I love you, man. Really, I have a family who wasn't as nice as you were, sadly. Aw, man, Paul. I'm sorry to hear that, man. No. First of all, Paul, this isn't Twitch. We don't have PogChamp. And no, don't encourage Paul's drinking. God damn it. Brett, you get flying automatically on ults if you've done the Korthia thing on one character. I think he's talking about how to unlock it for the first time. YouTube champs? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think... Does YouTube have, like, default emotes? I don't think it does. Maybe it does. If they have default emotes, like, aside from, like, the basic smiley faces and stuff that, like, every platform has. The other side trash in Fortified Weeks can ravage my pooper as a Prot Paladin? Yeah. It's rough, for sure. Noel says, I like Prop Pally. Also, hello again. Still going strong in the DK. Yeah. Level 60 now, just working on gearing it. Put some respect on your name. Paul, I've already talked in length about how good you are at, like, Druid and shit. Okay, so YouTube apparently does have a few emotes. They're not very amazing, but they exist, apparently. I do know that that's kind of like one of YouTube's weakest things. You know, the emotes. I've also thought, like, I think I can add custom emotes and stuff, but I'm not entirely sure how to do that. I think I would need to, like, enable some settings, like, on my YouTube channel. I'll have to figure that out at some point. Obviously, like, you know, I've been streaming 3 days in a row, so I haven't had much free time, but, you know, during the week when I'm not streaming, I'll probably look into that, see if I can make some custom emotes or whatnot. No idea how to do that, but I'll try. I don't even know what I would do for emotes. Maybe I'd, like, add my cats as emotes or something. Who knows? Pizza party at Harleton's place, I'm in. Rex Troy's Prop Paladin is the big funny. Yeah, Rex Troy does some bonkers shit with Prop Paladin. That's for sure. Alright, I'm gonna go do the world boss in the Maw. Maybe I'll get lucky and get a piece of gear from that. What's the quickest race for leveling? Because the race I want to play is locked. I would say currently, the only race that has a significant time save for leveling is Dark Iron Dwarf. Only for Alliance, right? And that saves 5 minutes. So, if you care about saving 5 minutes overall on your speedrun, go Dark Iron Dwarf. But if you're just speed leveling, there's no race at this point that's like that much faster. If you follow my guide, literally any race can do it on Horde. Any race can do it on Alliance. You're just going to be 5 minutes slower than Dark Iron Dwarf. That's it. Every other race is like basically exactly the same. Some might be very, very, very slightly faster, but not by any significant margin. Burn Beast is actually a legend. I was detoxing from alcohol and shit when I visited, and sunglasses and pizza, and it seems minor, but that shit made a difference to me, yeah. No, for sure. Harlden, I can't stand tank in the last 2 X-Packs, not the spec or class, it's just the people. I feel that, man. I quit playing tank for quite a while during BFA. So, I know what you mean, where it can be kind of frustrating to main a tank when, like, people are constantly giving you shit and stuff. And I would say tanks as a whole just don't feel the same as they did in Legion or previous expansions. I still enjoy doing it. I obviously just enjoy playing tanks just for the responsibility and stuff, but I definitely understand what you mean when you say that it just doesn't feel the same. Flying is renowned 44 for whoever wanted to know that. Interesting. Hope I can get out of combat here. Oh, barely? Yes. Nice, and then I can find a group. I'll just join one of the random ones. Oh, this one's starting to fill up. Okay. Last Sigil campaign quest. Ah, good to know. I'm returning to Shadowlands, so I need to unlock it. Yeah, I kind of figured that when you were asking, it was like on a new character. I just, unfortunately, didn't remember exactly. But glad to know that other people in chat were able to help you out. Noel says he likes Paul's energy. Yeah. Paul says he loves you all. Aw, that's very nice, Paul. It is I, Paul, in the flesh. Stay strong, Paul. Sadly, I'm working today, so not following the chat much, but you'll pop in from time to time, yeah. You need the paid YouTube sub thing to add emotes? Yeah, I need to look into that more. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's like, it's basically like YouTube's version of like Twitch subs or something like that, but I know that it's like a bit more complicated to enable it on YouTube than it is for like Twitch or something. But I'll look into it. I think that could be cool. It's just because it's not like as simple as just like checking a box, I haven't done it yet. I would need to like go through like a process of setting all that up. Volpera is pretty significant. Volpera saves a decent amount of time, but not nearly as much as it does with like with the new strats. So I would say if you're not playing like Druid or something, which Volpera can't pick, then on most classes, yeah, Volpera will probably save you a decent bit of time. Volpera are cute. I think so, but not everybody would agree with that. You were able to solo the dungeon to unlock Dark Iron? Nice. Oh no. Paul says, you're welcome to join me, but I'll do shots for everybody. Oh boy. But with your fever, you'll probably end up in the ER. Am I Horde? Yes. Most of my characters are Horde, as Paul said. I do have some characters on Alliance, but like all of the characters that I currently main are on Horde. The reality is, like, everybody that I know plays on Horde, so even though there are actually a lot of Alliance races that I really like, and I enjoy playing, like Lightforged Draenei Prot Paladin, I just kind of have to play in Horde because I don't really know anybody on Alliance. That's just kind of the reality. It's a true shame how easy normal and heroic dungeons are now, even without the new gear. Yeah. At this point, normal and heroic are just, like, not even a thing. Basically, it's just, like, free gear. Even Mythic Zeros, like, if you have a decent amount of gear, are pretty easy. Blizzard pretty much only designs dungeons around the Mythic Plus level at this point. I don't think I'm Twitch subbed to anybody here on YouTube, but if you do, I'll add you. I will do it for you. Thank you, Noel. I appreciate that. I'll definitely look into it, because I think that some people would probably enjoy that. But I wouldn't want to half-ass it. Ooh, nice. Okay, well that's good, I guess. 1 shard down. 8 more to go. Do I have to loot his body? I always forget. I think it would just, like, pop into my bags, but... Fuck yeah. I mean, that shard isn't, like, good, but obviously it's a blood shard, and I need the blood set bonus, so that's good. And it just means that I won't get that as, like, a dud off Sylvanas, so... Cool. I wish Volperas could be druids. They should be able to be druids. That would be cool. Panda druids? Yeah. Why is Horde so popular? Oh man, if you want to dive into why Horde's popular, it's... Oh, Paul already explained it. Popular largely for PvE and PvP, now the racials are more OP. It's not even just the racials, like... The racials right now are actually pretty balanced. I would say in many cases, Alliance have stronger racials, even for raiding. The issue is that for a very, very, very long period of time, Horde had the most powerful racials. And because for years and years and years, Horde was just ridiculously broken, every single guild started slowly migrating over to Horde. To the point where now, Horde just has the lion's share of, like, high-end raiding guilds. So, even though Blizzard has since balanced the racials, everybody now, if they want to get into a Mythic Raid team, is going to have a much easier time playing on Horde than playing on Alliance. So, why would a new player go and make a character on Alliance and struggle to find a raid spot when they would have a far easier time playing on Horde? So, it's caused a massive shift in the balance over the years. Since then, Blizzard has tried to correct it, but the damage is done. The faction imbalance already started, and they can't really change it. Troll Berserking is 10%? Yeah. Troll Berserking is still very strong, but at this point it's nowhere near as broken as it used to be. Paul, I'm not going to do Discord on the stream. It also... I closed Discord, or I at least put it on Do Not Disturb and minimized it in the background. Just because having that open, I found lags my stream a bit. Way back when I was doing Shadowlands launch stuff, I tried to have Discord, like, in a call open while I was streaming, and it lagged the stream a lot. I would love to be able to keep Discord open and also stream, but it's just, like, my computer is garbage, right? So... Until I get a better computer, I can't really do that. Wow, thank you. Insane Gaming, I don't know what currency that is, but SEK40? I appreciate it. Either way, thank you for the donation. I appreciate you, man.
I have utmost faith in you. You deserve to ascend more than anybody.
Let me catch up on chat real quick. You don't loot the body. Okay, good to know. It's people look at population, they see it's mostly horde. Volpera could be a little desert kitten. Gnome Pallies could be technomancers. That would be neat. Panda Druid shapeshifts into, wait for it, a panda. Yes. Haste is OP. Was 15% before. Yeah, it used to be 15%. They've nerfed it since then. I was working on concepts like Tech Druids, Transformer styles. That would be neat. It used to be 20% attack cast speed. Yeah. Troll racial has changed, like, many times over the years. Oh, Paul saying it is Swedish krona? Cool. So thank you, Insane Gaming, for the 40 Swedish krona. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Oh wait, did I not pick up the calling? How did I not pick this up? Okay, there we go. Weird. So last time I tried to do the Flappy Bird World Quest, it was bugged, and it didn't work. I'm gonna give it a shot. Hopefully it doesn't, like, bug out again. Because this one's really easy, and, I mean, it's kind of fun. There's also, I can just do, like, the Troubles at Home stuff. Hidden Horde. It'll be down here somewhere. Swedish krona equals to $4. Hey, man, I still appreciate it either way. That, very generous. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was going for the drink. Paul drink. Oh god, no. Don't encourage him. Don't encourage Paul. We gotta get him to stop drinking. Goodness gracious. Swedish crowns? Ah, I see. So Swedish crowns or Swedish krona? I guess, does krona mean crowns?
I need to target something first.
No, Paul. Ah, god damn it. Carlton, I've been following your progress on Death Knight. Did you level 50 to 60 via campaign or Threads of Fate? So, I started campaign. I basically did up to level 54, leveling through Bastion in the campaign. And then after I hit 54, I swapped to Threads of Fate. Now, I can't say whether it was faster or not, because I had Darkmoon Fair buff, and that honestly helped a lot. Darkmoon Fair buff was insane. That said, it did actually feel decently fast, so it's hard to say whether Threads is actually like a more viable option now, but it definitely is faster than I remember it being. Really what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like do a lot of experimentation, because obviously 9.1.5 is going to like change things a lot, so I'm basically testing out to see how Threads of Fate is now, so that once we get the changes in 9.1.5, you know, we'll be able to very accurately say, okay, this is probably going to be the fastest route. And then I can go ahead and test all that stuff and find what actually is the fastest route. Carlton, how worth are the Darkmoon tokens? What do you mean? Like, the Darkmoon buff? Because that's absolutely worth getting. If you mean, like, how worth it is it to get, like, Darkmoon, like, the tickets, like, the currency, then I guess that depends on how valuable you see the, consumables as, or, like, transmog gear and stuff. You had Darkmoon Fair and Time Walking for Threads of Fate, so the results from the leveling experience would be pretty skewed. Yeah, exactly. So what Nakasadu said, my leveling experience on my Blood Decay was honestly not bad. It was, like, pretty fast, comparable to a lot of my other times, but yeah, it was relatively skewed because of all that. That said, if Threads of Fate was, like, as bad as I expected it to be, it would have been a lot slower. So, despite it being kind of skewed, I would still say it ended up being faster than I expected it to take. So, I would say that's a good sign. Is this the one where I... Oh, no, that's not the one where you pick a robot or whatever. Fuck that. And... yeah, I'm gonna go do these, like, chests in the pet battle and stuff. That should just be much faster. Sorry, I'm gonna be muting my mic, like, intermittently. I made food before starting the stream, but I still haven't finished eating it, so every now and then, when chat slows down a bit, I just mute my mic real quick, take a few bites, and unmute, answer the questions and stuff. So, the quest turn-ins. Yeah, oh yeah, if you mean the auction house quest items, they're absolutely worth it. So if you're talking about, like, mysterious egg, or monstrous egg, like mysterious grimoire, all that stuff, I do that in every single speedrun, would absolutely recommend it. It's just free experience. You know, can't go wrong with that. Welcome back, Cosmo. Good to have you back. What else? If I go get, like, 100 pesos, does that mean, like, 1,000 shots? Oh, dear God. You guys are trying to get Paul completely wasted by the end of the stream. I've never cared for racial bonuses. I just play whatever race I want, hence why I have a Panda Monk and a Dwarf Priest/Mage. Yeah. I mean, Pandaren is not bad for Monk, right? It's perfectly fine. What was I... Oh, yeah, I was going for the pet battle, right? Did they change Threads of Fate experience? So, in 9.1.5, they're buffing Threads of Fate slightly. Right now, they have not touched the World Quest experience for Threads at all. So, all that experience is completely garbage still. It's not worth doing. But, a lot of the bonus objectives that you encounter in Threads are massively buffed. Not necessarily in their experience, but they take, like, 5 times less amount of time to actually complete. So you can do it in like 45 seconds. And at 45 seconds, the bonus objectives are actually really efficient and give really good experience. So they're buffing Threads in that way. In 9.1, they slightly buffed Threads. It was enough to make it clear that it's slightly better than it used to be, but it's still not amazing. Alright, let's, go ahead with that. You get renowned by doing bonus objectives now. Yeah, true. That doesn't necessarily speed up the process, but it makes the catch-up, once you hit max level, a lot better. So, yeah, the changes to Threads in 9.1.5 are good, but my take is, like, they're good, but they need to be better. We still need more changes to make Threads, like, a truly viable option on its own. Hello, Panda Z. Or, I guess just pandas in that case. Good to have you here. If you want tickets, look at what each one gives. Some are worth 5 tickets, others 10. And yeah, like Cosmo said, one gives 15. That said, a lot of the ones that give more tickets also cost more gold. So if gold is a concern, then, you know, maybe just only buy the cheap ones. Because I'm pretty sure they each give the exact same amount of experience. I could be wrong in that. But I think it's only the ticket amount that increases. At least, whenever I turn in all the items, it never feels like I get more or less experience from different ones. It feels like each one gives the same amount. But I guess I've never actually sat down and done the math on it because it doesn't really matter. Like, I always just use every single item. But if you're trying to, like, save money, then I'd say buy only the cheap ones. So a treatise on strategy is the one that gives 15. That's good to know. If I'm not wrong, bonus objectives contribute more percent to aid whatever zone. Interesting. I don't think I ever paid attention to that. I believe you. Right? Like, if you saw that and you noticed that it was contributing more, then I'll take your word for it, but I guess I never bothered to check whether they increased the amount of, like, progress towards that it gave. I do agree, though, that it feels like you gain progress towards the aid X zone thing much faster than you used to, so that is definitely pretty nice.
The Forsworn aim to prevent our ascension. We must find the others. The Forsworn are foolish.
Fuck the campaign. I'll do that later. I don't care about doing that right now. And I'm just gonna fly back because my Hearthstone's still on cooldown. You saw it on Kraken Latte's video? Interesting. Well, that's good to know. I don't see any reason why alts shouldn't just be at 40 renown once they hit max level. It should automatically catch you up to max for 9.0. Absolutely agree. Yeah, they should do that. Gold ain't a concern anymore. You have Master Riding. Oh, that's good to hear, Cosmo. Yeah, Master Riding is a huge help. For this tier, would you take a Frost DK over an Unholy? Because I main Unholy and just wanted an outside opinion on whether it's worth changing. I mean, right now, honestly, Frost and Unholy are both pretty good. Like, I would take either a Frost or an Unholy. Like, I don't think one is that much stronger than another. I do think, if I recall, that Frost is, like, slightly ahead, but not by any significant amount where I'd be like, oh, I specifically want a Frost DK, not an Unholy DK. Like, both of them are good. So, I would say, like, at the end of the day, just play whichever one you enjoy more. Like, if you are better at Unholy, and you think that you can put out better numbers at Unholy, just play Unholy, right?
You seek me.
If both of them are that close, you're just going to get better numbers on whichever one you're more comfortable playing. Why did this didn't auto-turn in? There we go. You often send gold in hundreds of thousands on retail. Yeah, I used to have a good amount of money, and then I started doing these speedruns. So, for those who don't know, world record speedruns can get a little bit expensive. I had to spend every single one of those runs that you see up on my channel, where I was like actually going for a world record, that was like 150,000 gold for just one run, sometimes more. So, I had a decent amount of gold in Shadowlands pre-patch. I don't anymore, thanks to speedrunning. It definitely does chew away your wallet quite a bit. Oh yeah, I should do the Necrolord Assault. That's probably a good idea. I'm gonna do the Maldraxxus Callings first, though. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll get, like, a weapon or something from them. Treatise of Strategy is cheaper than the 5-ticket ones? Interesting. 7% or more per bonus objective? Huh. I think it gives 7% right now, so if it's giving 7% on PTR, then I don't think that's an increase. Because if I recall from yesterday's stream, I was getting 7% for every bonus objective. Obviously, it's better now because it's faster, but I would still say that if it's 7%, it's the same number. If I'm not wrong, I believe Unholy is the better spec for Raid, considering Frost really only excels at AoE. They have buffed Frost's single target, though. Frost is not bad. Frost is absolutely very strong right now. I do agree that Unholy, I believe, generally does a little bit better at pure single target, but I mean, I don't think Frost is bad for it anymore, so yeah. I'm not an expert at DK DPS, though. Undead, Mech, and Magic. Okay. And then Mechanical. By using the okay, there we go.
You look oddly hale today.
I won't be playing for another 1 or 2 because I'm at my Nana and Papa's house. I'm trying to stay for lunch to try your Papa's potato soup. Nice. Yeah, I mean, no worries. That sounds like more fun, honestly, than playing WoW. I mean, you can play WoW anytime you want, but, you know, you only get to spend time with your family ever so often. Hope my dad doesn't hear me say that, though, or he's going to give me shit about it. Ah, shit. Okay, I messed that up. Hold on. Just going to restart the pet battle just to make it a bit easier. Played Frost to 9.0. Single target damage was bad, so you switched to Fury Warrior for 9.1, so you're a little bit out of practice. Gotcha. Yeah, I do know that Frost got buffed quite a bit, going from Nathriata Sanctum. Holy shit! That's a crit. God damn! What the fuck? Okay. This doesn't increase my crit chance, right? Increases damage done. Wait, so crit is a 10% chance, right? So that is, that's a 1 in 100 chance for that shit to happen. Jesus Christ. I think my stream RNG is just really fucking good. Holy fuck. That's kind of nuts. Then I can do lock on. The reason I'm not using Iron Starlet for this is I believe this pet has a chance to stun. Yeah, so Headbutt has a small chance to stun the target. And if that happens while I was like using the Iron Starlet's like big burst window, that would really fuck me over. So as a result, I'm not taking that risk. He is going to use Devour on me though, and that's going to heal him. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But I should be able to finish off his pet before I die. We'll see, though. This is actually getting a bit close. I know this pet's really bad, though, but it's going to use Lift Off and kind of screw me. Because this is Lift Off, right? Yeah. So, unfortunately, I got really lucky in the first one. I might just need to YOLO Iron Starlet to get that other one down. But I forgot to mail pet battle bandages over to this character, so I'm just not going to reattempt that. That is one of the trickier pet battles because you need like a very specific comp for it. You can't just beat it with like anything. Not a fan of it. When this thing comes off cooldown, I'll go back there and retry it. I'll swap Iron Starlet in. I'll just have to play around the stun. Level 1 pets are cheating! I refuse to use level 1 pets. Okay, I might use level 1 pets. We'll see. If I can't beat it first try on the next attempt, then I'll use level 1 pets. I like using level 25 pets. It's more fun that way. I don't like to exploit everything. Like, I already do enough exploiting in, like, Raid and Mythic Plus and speed leveling and all that stuff. Trying to, like, cheese out, like, the best damage and shit. Pet battling is, like, my one escape from having to, like, exploit the game. And then, even then, there's still fucking exploits. But the group got delisted. Why did... it delisted the group? Ah. Played Frost for extra damage, but it's hard to do what I do with Blood. Yeah. You never got into pet battles because every time you tried one of those, you would go online and see you need to have a specific comp of a bunch of level 5 or level 25 pets that you don't have. Yeah. I mean, if you don't already have every pet leveled, yeah, just use level 1 pets, right? But for me, like, I spent so much time leveling up all these pets and stuff. For some reason, it won't let me click on Find Group. Come on. There we go. Blizzard. These fuckers sometimes. There we go, though. I'd love to see Blizz come up with a new spec for each class. We don't necessarily need new classes, but new specs would make the experience fresh. I would say, maybe not for every class, but I think, like, at least a few new specs would be good. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Druid does not need a new spec. You know. They already have literally one of everything. I don't even think, like, Monk needs a new spec. Like, Druid, Monk, and Paladin already have something for, like, every single role. You don't really need something new, but there are a few classes, especially Demon Hunter, that would really benefit from having a new spec. Yeah, Technomancers would be neat. Give Druid a 5th spec. You can't open it from that button mid-combat? Yeah, I know that. It's just, I don't know why it's bugged like that. It's been like that forever, and it's annoying. Not a 5th spec? What would it be then? I mean, we already have, like, you know, Guardian, Resto, Feral, Boomkin. Unless you're trying to say that Feral isn't a real spec, but that would be a hot take and a half. Imagine a Diablo 3 Demon Hunter in WoW. My man! Play Survival Hunter! So I've heard so many people say they really want a Diablo 3 style like Demon Hunter in WoW, and I'm like, just play Survival Hunter. It like already exists. You literally have like the exact stuff. You have like the hand crossbow and like the bombs and shit. Like that's literally Survival Hunter, and that's why I love Survival Hunter so much. Honestly, I just think that they should add more shit to Survival Hunter. Like if they added more like Diablo 3 type stuff to Survival, like, if they added, like, sentries and whatnot, if they added, just even, like, maybe if, like, I don't know if, like, they should add, like, the ranged builds from Demon Hunter, but maybe they could add something like Strafe, where, like, momentarily you pull out your hand crossbows and you just, like, barrage a bunch of nearby enemies. But that kind of is just barrage, but with a different animation. But I guess, like, if you wanted something like Cluster Arrow, then I think that would be better on, like, Marksman or something. I mean, technically, Cluster Arrow is kind of like Explosive Shot. But I would say a lot of the stuff that, like, Demon Hunter has is built into Hunter. Like, the hand crossbow shit Survival Hunter has. The, like, bomb-throwing shit Survival Hunter has. The multi-shot build is basically Marksmanship Hunter, or, like, BM Hunter. Both of them can do stuff like that. Like, the only thing it's really missing is the sentries. Sentries and stuff like, Strafe. I guess Impale, right? There's technically no, like, Impale Demon Hunter build in WoW. Yeah, some sort of stuff that revolves around, like, throwing knives, I suppose, could be cool. Maybe if they gave Survival Hunter something like that, that would be neat. But, I mean, Impale Demon Hunter is, like, very different, even in Diablo 3. Like, I know a lot of D3 Demon Hunter mains that love Impale, and a lot of people that hate it. I personally love it. Like, my playstyle that I enjoy on D3 Demon Hunter is Shadow Impale DH. That's, like, my shit right there. But a lot of people I know hate that Impale is, like, always the best build, and they're like, nah, multi-shot build, or a lot of them like the Marauder Sentry build, stuff like that. So, stuff like that, I suppose, could be better translated, but no, a lot of the shit that you love about Demon Hunter in Diablo 3 is already present on Survival. That's one of the reasons why I love the spec so much. Because I love D3 Demon Hunter, and I also love Survival Hunter. You like Inna Monk build? Isn't Inna the one with, like, all the spirits and stuff? Impale isn't the best build anymore? Yeah, I figured. Even, like, the last time that I played Diablo 3, Impale wasn't the best. But there was, like, a good few years there where it was the best, and then I remember everybody complaining. Or not everybody complaining, a lot of people complaining. Everybody either loved it or hated it. It was really good for solo rifting, though. Like, I love just rolling through every single enemy, hunting down an elite, and just sniping them with Impale. That was so much fun. Still looking for the mage melee battle spec? Yeah, that would be neat. Pistol specs, something like Thieves in Guild Wars 2? Yeah. So, my one of my friends in Guild Wars 2, even though, like, technically speaking, like, Pistol Thief in Guild Wars 2 isn't, like, a very viable build. Like, it's not bad, but, like, the meta right now, obviously, baseline Thief isn't, like, very strong, so most, like, meta Thieves either go Daredevil or, what's the other one called? Daredevil or like whatever the sniper is. And those are like the two really good like raid specs for Thief and Guild Wars 2. But one of my friends in Guild Wars 2, he's like, fuck that shit, fuck the meta, and he brought double pistol Thief, Deadeye, right, yeah, Deadeye. So my friend, when we did raiding, just said, fuck that, I'm just going base Thief, no like extra spec, and I'm just going double pistol. So, you know, I mean, I do know somebody that absolutely loves double pistol Thief. There still is some love for it out there. But unfortunately, a lot of like the they're called like elite specializations, I think, if memory serves, right? A lot of the non-elite specialization builds are kind of weaker now than they used to be. Yeah, Daredevil I've heard is really good. Right now, I haven't played that many classes. I've played, I've mostly been playing Ranger and Mesmer, but I have heard really good things about Thief, especially Daredevil. Another person on my raid team played Daredevil, and they were really good with it. I was playing Soul Beast for a while, so every single time when we did raid, I was like right up there, neck and neck, like competing for like rank 1 damage with the Daredevil in our raid. Like some fights I would get rank 1, some fights he would get rank 1, but we were always the 1 and 2 DPS. Paul said he's alive, but he's 10 times drunker. Oh dear God. Good to have you back, though. Let me scroll up and see all the messages I missed. I think it's so you don't have your screen covered with the UI if you misclick. Yeah, maybe, but I'd prefer if I could just have more options, if I could open it up. Feral's the best spec in the game. I think Feral's pretty cool. I wish I enjoyed Feral more, because the idea of playing a cat sounds like pretty unique. The theme is not the same. Can you imagine a demon hunter firing fell bolts, fell grenades? That would be sick. I will give you that, yeah. I mean, if they gave, like, actual WoW demon hunter, like, a crossbow spec, that does sound kind of cool. I'd be down for that. GOD-DH is the best build currently. What is GOD? Isn't that, like, Gear? It stands for, like, Gear of the Dreadlands, right? Is that the Hungering Arrow build? It's been a while since I played Diablo 3, seriously, at least. There could be a rogue that uses pistols as a main weapon, and his side weapons are daggers. Yeah, that could be cool. Thief has had the least diversity in terms of builds. Glad the devs at least know about it. That's cool, yeah. I heard Thief is, like, getting something really weird. Like, people have been speculating that Thief is going to get, like, Greatsword or something in the new expansion. Maybe they already announced it, I don't know. But I heard a lot of people saying, like, oh, Greatsword Thief, or, like, Scepter Thief, or something, as, like, the new specialization in End of Dragons. Kind of curious to see what they come up with. I'm good, currently waiting for lunch to eat potato soup. Feral is nice, but Boomkin's where the sauce is at. Yeah, Paul is, like, ride or die Boomkin main. So, he will simp pretty hard for Boomkins in chat. Gear of Dreadlands, yeah, and it's the Hungering Arrow. Gotcha. Well, good to know I still remember some stuff from my time playing Diablo. Holy shit, that absolutely destroyed me. Okay, hopefully I can, like, almost one-shot. Okay, or I could just straight up one-shot it. That's pretty good. And then this guy should one-shot my pet. Oh, wait, he didn't one-shot my pet. Oh, wait, that's actually super good. Oh, so he's going to use Liftoff, and he's going to kill my Iron Starlet with it. Oh, fuck yes. Oh, that should make this really easy. So I don't need to worry about that. Then I can just drop a Soul Rush on him. Stun. Ah. Okay, either way, it's dead. GG. Not sure whether or not to roll Alliance or Horde. I mean, I would say it's going to be much easier to find a group if you play Horde at the end of the day, but, I mean, Alliance is cool. I have characters in both. But, I mean, yeah, you could go with Nakasaru's idea and just flip a coin to pick what you play. That is definitely an option. Wait, I didn't finish this quest. What am I doing? Cosmo got tails. Am I doing pet battling for fun? So I'm doing pet battling because I'm doing the callings. So the calling today is 2 things in Maldraxxus. So I would say out of all the world quests right now, because I know how to do pet battles, that's like the fastest one for me. So I do enjoy pet battles. I think they're a lot of fun. But the reason I was doing it was because of the Maldraxxus calling. Paul got tails too. Is there something wrong with tails? I don't think anybody ever stated what the outcome for flipping heads or tails was. I don't know, Cosmo. You're supposed to pick what heads and tails means before you flip the coin. That's kind of the idea.
I require a target.
You're gonna main horde? Nice. I mean, I'm a little bit biased because I play horde, right? But, you know, good faction. Good choice.
Too far away.
Paul said, ride or die resto main, Moonkin is the side piece. It's the side piece and a biscuit. I see. Yes, that is true, Paul. You have historically mained resto a bit more. I mean, you've gotten, like, rank 1 parses with Moonkin before, though, so... I mean, it's not like you haven't mained that in the past. But I probably played with you as resto more than I played with you as Moonkin. I wonder how different the world would be if flipping a coin wasn't a thing. People would find a way. There'd be some alternative to flipping a coin. Maybe if coin flipping was never invented, maybe like Russian roulette would be a more universal thing for making decisions. Like, you know, do I play Alliance or Horde? Well, you know, if I pull the trigger and nothing happens, I go Horde. If I pull the trigger and then I'm dead, then I guess I would go Alliance, but I can't because I'm dead. Yeah, actually, maybe that wouldn't really work as like a decision-making process. There is something to be said about maybe being dead is better than being Alliance, but, you know, I don't want to piss off, like, all the Alliance people in chat. I'm just kidding, I like Alliance. I just main Horde. Paul said I'm drunk as funk. Drunk as funk. Drunk as fuck, so I made assumptions. What do you play if it landed on tails? If you want to do most competitive content, Horde is where it's at. Yeah, pretty much. Nothing wrong with Alliance, it's just Horde is the lion's share of players right now. Alright, Paul. Being dead is better than being Alliance, Harlden 2021 colorized. Okay. Nakasadu, you should have picked... Yeah. I got rank 1 on so many specs at this point. Alright. You know, I gave you a bit of a pat on the back there, but now you're just hardcore flexing, Paul. Yeah. Anything good from this? I guess I should probably put this conduit in before I open the other stuff. Maybe I'll get something good. Sure. Hey babe, do you want Mexican or Italian tonight? Not sure. Let's Russian roulette. Oh man. Yeah. That would be something, huh? Horde has better races? I don't even know if I would say that. Like, I love Blood Elves, right? But Alliance does have a lot of good races. Okay, reflip heads is Taran, boomy tails. Wait, so... I'm confused. heads is you play a Tauren, but tails is you play a Boomkin. But why can't you just play a Tauren Boomkin? Are you deciding between Tauren Boomkin or Tauren Survival Hunter? Maybe I misread that. Yeah, unfortunately, so... You know, this channel is a safe space for survival hunters, but I'm sad to say that Paul has never been a fan of survival hunters. Paul has been one of my biggest critics over the years whenever I play survival hunter. He's always shit-talked it. Oh, it's for Tauren Boomy or Orc Survival Hunter. I see, okay. I reread it, I see what you mean. Thank you, Nakasadu. I missed that. I'll finish the, Tazavesh intro quests. Survival is better than Boomkin. I will say, in terms of viability right now, as much as I love Survival, it definitely isn't stronger than Boomkin. Now, I can say, personally, I enjoy Survival more than I enjoy Boomkin. But you're going to be hard-pressed to convince Paul that Survival is better than Boomkin. Paul has been, like, playing Boomkin since the dawn of time. I don't even remember.
I am out of range.
Rip that guy. Wait, Paul, did you resub to WoW just so you could... Oh, Jesus Christ. Nah. Look, if that's your opinion, Paul, you're welcome to say it, but you know I disagree with you on that one. I'm not going to let you spread your heresy. Paul resubbed just shit talk Survival Hunter on my stream. I see. Okay. Technically, Alliance has better racials, but Horde has more players overall. Yeah. The racial difference is very minor at this point, but it can be argued that in many cases, Alliance has stronger racials. What? Alliance have the best Mythic Plus races? Yeah, I've heard that pretty much, yeah. Jesus. Tauren, Trolls, Goblin, Orcs. Survival does a lot more damage. Okay, look, Survival does a lot of damage, but does Survival do more damage than Venthyr Boomkin? I don't think so. Look, I love Survival, but Venthyr Boomkin right now fucking pumps. You really cannot compete against that shit. It's kind of nuts. I'm in Ouroboros, Paul. What item level are you? Like, when was the last time you played the game? Paul, you still have Humming Black Dragon scale on? Holy shit! How long ago has it been? God damn, man. No. Oh, Jesus Christ, Paul. Now you're saying it in /yell? People are gonna hate you.
Your wish is my desire. Tazavesh can be an elusive city to reach.
Paul, go get some gear so you can heal dungeons for me. Go. You have like a shit ton of gold. You can buy a full 200 item level set right now. Go do it. Go do it and then we can do Mythic Zeros. Horde has more fun racials like Volpera's Make Camp or Zandalar's Worship one. Yeah, the Zandalar Troll one where you can like worship Alola is pretty cool. Let's do Heroics. Man, Heroics gives shit item level. We could do Mythic Zero easily. Just go buy gear off the AH. 200 item level. It's like super duper easy. I'm gonna go do the Covenant Assault in the Maw. Because that way I can complete this quest. I really want to finish Shaping Fate, like, first, before anything else.
The Necrolords march on the altar of domination. Join us and lead the charge.
Hold on, Paul. I'm gonna do this thing in the Maw real quick. The Necrolord thing. After that, we can do M0s. Buy Corthian armaments with Stygia? Yeah, so... Well, Paul here just resubbed since 9.0, so he doesn't have any of that. Now, personally, I did that at the very start of the stream, but I just spent all of my Stygia on Corthian armaments for my Survival Hunter, so that was like a week ago. Actually, that was 2 weeks ago at this point, so I only had 7 Corthian armaments left over. So I wasn't able to fully get geared from that.
Meet me in Partition Hold when you are done. The Mothworn tremble at our might.
Something
Blood
to
and
report?
thunder!
Well, to be fair, Cosmo, god damn it. Paul actually plays Night Fae Boomkin. So, Night Fae used to be the best pick for Boomkin, so since Paul hasn't played in quite a while, he's still Night Fae. And I'm sure if you asked him, Paul would swear by Night Fae Boomkin and tell you that it's, like, better than Venthyr, but, I mean, he'd be wrong about that. But I know that he does love Convoke the Spirits. If you're on Europe, I'll 1v1 people as Feral. Ooh. I'd imagine Feral's pretty good in pure 1v1 scenarios. Spam Tormentors of Torghast. Each kill gives 5%, and you can search for them on LFG. Yeah. After I do the Assault, I'll do Tormentors. Why did I just... That was dumb. I definitely want to get that done at some point, Chori, so definitely good call on that. But this thing is still useful. It gives Soul Cinders, right? So. And it is a chance to give solid gear from Korthia. So I plan on doing both. Here, if there's a Tormentors group up right now, I'll queue for that. Paul, toss me lead when you get a chance. Not for long, you're going Venthyr. I wouldn't. I'm going Venthyr. I like Convoke for Big Burst. Gotcha. So, hell, even Paul knows what's meta. I see you reach 60. How are you enjoying Kyrian Blood DK? I mean, Blood DK definitely isn't my favorite. Like, I still prefer my Rot Warrior as my main, right? But, I mean, so far, it's been fine. It's hard to really say whether or not I enjoy it, because I haven't played it in any serious content yet. Like, anything feels alright when you're just doing, like, world quests and whatnot, but once I get more gear and once I actually, like, start to do raids and Mythic Plus and stuff, that's when I'll really get a strong feeling for, like, whether or not Blood DK is for me. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Tormentors... Oh, shit, it's already started. Ah. So far, Blood DK feels fine. I know it's good, but I just don't know if I'll enjoy playing it in, like, a raid or Mythic Plus setting yet. Let's see. I guess you can get a 220 item level mastery trinket in the Maw. It's good for a Resto Druid. Which one would that be? I have not heard about that trinket. Oh shit. The final boss just spawned. Ah! Hope I can make it in time. What about Frost? I have nothing against Frost. Frost is good. I main tanks, so I'm not like I'm not playing Death Knight, right? I'm playing specifically Blood Death Knight. Because I main, like, every single tank, so I'm not interested necessarily in just having a DK ult. I'm just having another tank ult, in this case Blood, so. I might try Frost, like, if I get bored, right? But the main reason I'm leveling this is to have a Blood DK. Paul, you don't know anything about class balance right now. You haven't been playing in, like, almost a year, right? So, how would you know whether or not Frost is good? I have it on good authority that Frost DK is pretty strong at the moment. It may not be, like, top tier, but it's good. Oh, are you talking about the trinket that somebody mentioned? Oh, I see. So Paul took offense to somebody saying that a mastery trinket was good for Resto Druid. Ah. Jeweled Heart of Ezekiel? That's not a trinket, that's a necklace. Right? Am I crazy? I could have sworn that was a necklace, not a trinket. That's the one where it's like your heals have a chance to refund, refund mana, right? Let me double check. Jeweled Heart of Ezekiel. Yep, necklace. No problem. I was just confused when you mentioned that. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But then the moment you said the name, I'm like, oh, yeah. I mean, like, so I would say that probably, like, mana efficiency, especially, you have to remember, Resto Druid is not necessarily a super, like, mana-starved healer for the most part. At least, I've never known Paul to be starved for mana in, like, the years that I've played with him, right? So, especially in the Mythic Plus setting, no healer is a mana-starved healer. If you can drink really quickly after every pull, you should never be struggling with mana. So, that necklace, it's not bad, but you're sacrificing secondary stats for a slight increase to your mana return, which I feel like overall is just not a good option. Like I said, it's not bad, but I feel like if you're really trying to min-max, you wouldn't want to run that. That's just my take, at least. Mana starving is a skill? Yes. Yeah. I do know that Paul will vehemently shit-talk anybody who gets mana starved as a Resto Druid. Like, you know, Paul is, as I said, the way that Paul teaches you how to play stuff, the way that Paul taught me how to play tank, is he just ran dungeons with me and just pulled extra mobs and yelled, think fast. That's the way that Paul teaches people how to play shit, so. You know, if you, like, tell Paul, hey, Paul, I'm struggling, like, with my mana conservation as a Resto Druid, what should I do? He would just tell you, you suck, get better. Something like that. That's Paul's method of helping people.
You like? Many farewell.
Ooh, nice. Seems pretty good. To be fair, it's a good way to learn how to tank. Yeah, I mean, it worked for me. I'm definitely not complaining. Paul's method did work for me. So, take from that what you will. Shadowlands seems so changed. Haven't played it since BC launched. I mean, it's a little bit different, but honestly, the unfortunate part about Shadowlands is they haven't changed it enough. They are changing it a lot in 9.1.5. So when that patch comes out, Shadowlands is going to look a lot different. In a good way. They're changing it for the better. But as it stands, 9.1 didn't do enough. So, yeah. He's right, if you can't handle mana, you suck. Get better. Let's see. Resto, you want haste? Is that true, Paul? I don't know the Resto stat priority. Can Blood Decay bring high damage down the line of gearing? No. Blood Decay is currently the absolute worst tank for damage. Which, honestly, is one of the reasons why I don't really like playing it. It's a good tank, But by far, Blood DK's biggest weakness right now is its damage. It's awful for damage. Lower than everybody else. It gets a lot better when you get more gear, but even when you get the most amount of gear that you can possibly get, it's going to be behind every single other tank. That doesn't mean it's bad. It has a lot of really good strengths, but damage is not one of them. Blood DK's strength lies in its survivability and its utility. In its utility, it can be argued that Blood DK is second to none. Like, Mass Grip and like AoE Vampiric Blood, if you run that legendary, which you shouldn't really on most cases be running that legendary, but like for like world first race shit, like that was one of the reasons why Limit and Echo were bringing Blood. If they needed it, they could have swapped to AoE Vamp Blood. But even without that, like, just Mass Grip alone makes Blood DK, like, insanely strong for tanking. Like, Soul Render Dormazane, oh, like, easy fucking peasy. Oh, also AMZ. Almost forgot about AMZ. AMZ is really fucking good. So, yeah, Blood DK is just really fucking strong. How do I, do this quest? I need to get anima motes. Oh, do I just interact with these things? Cool. I think Paul was trying to say yeet with 2 E's, considering that's something he says a lot. But that I'm just guessing there. Do I think 9.1.5 will release close to Endwalker? So, I think the day that 9.1.5 should release is either 19th, 26th, or the 2nd of November. That's when it should release. So, it should release late October, early November. If Blizzard really wants to be massive scumbags, they are going to overlap it with the Endwalker release date. But Endwalker is late November. So, the expected drop for 9.1.5 is either these 2 weeks or this week right here. Endwalker is like around here. I forget exactly which day, but it's like somewhere around here. So Blizzard would have to basically delay their patch weeks past when it should drop, logically speaking, for it to actually overlap with Endwalker. Do I think they'll do it? Probably not, because they would have to really fucking delay it, and their game is already dying. But would I say that it's impossible? No. I could absolutely see them being really petty and trying to drop it on Endwalker, but here's the problem if they do that. It's gonna hit them really hard. If they try to overlap 9.1.5 with Endwalker, it will bite them in the ass. Because I can tell you right now, there is no fucking chance that I am going to play WoW when Endwalker's out. Regardless of what, like, fucking fixes they're adding to this game. Now, if they release 9.1.5 in early November, I'd probably be playing WoW quite a bit during those weeks, right after it launches, because I'd play the shit out of Legion Time Walking. So, they would actually probably get more hours played, they'd get more people to resub if they released it when it should probably release. So, if they try to be greedy and they try to pull that petty move, the vast majority of people that play both Final Fantasy and WoW will choose Final Fantasy over WoW. But I can absolutely see them in their skewed minds thinking, hey, we should try to sabotage Final Fantasy by doing this, and it will just bite them hard. Like, I love Final Fantasy. I love WoW, even though WoW has a lot of fucking problems right now, and I want to see WoW do better, but as it stands, I enjoy Final Fantasy more. As an overall game, as an entire experience, I think Final Fantasy is more fun. I love raiding in WoW, I love Mythic Plus in WoW. There's a reason why I'm currently playing WoW and not currently playing Final Fantasy. I've done everything that I feel like I wanted to do in Final Fantasy, and now I'm just kind of chilling until the expansion drops. But when that expansion drops, that is where I'll be. And nothing Blizzard can do will change that. And I know that applies to tons of other people who play both games. So to answer your question, I fucking hope they don't do that, because it would be really stupid, but I wouldn't put it past them. But no, I would say if I literally had to put down money on when I thought Blizzard would do it, I don't think they're that stupid. I think they're smart enough to realize that that's probably a bad idea, and I expect that they'll probably release it around late October, early November. And I hope so, because if that's the case, then I will play it a lot. I'm so excited for Legion Time Walking. Like, when that comes out, you can expect to see me doing nothing but Legion Time Walking for, like, days in a row. Obviously, I'll have to raid, right? I'm not going to stop raiding for that. But outside of raid, fuck literally whatever else I planned on doing. When that drops, that is the only thing I'm going to be doing. I love fucking Legion. I wish Mob Souls was in it. I really, really wish Mob Souls was an option, but even though Mob Souls isn't there, I still love the Legion dungeons, and I will play the shit out of them. Paul, teach me the way of Boomkin. You should ask Paul Senpai to teach you the ways of Boomkin. Oh god. We're calling him Paul Senpai now, huh? I remember being on your stream at Shadowlands launch when you leveled your Demon Hunter, seems like ages ago. Well, good to have you back. Yeah, that was a while ago. Unfortunately, I'm not playing Demon Hunter so much these days. I'm not a huge fan of the Vengeance changes, but that's not to say Vengeance is bad. It just, although I've mained Vengeance for years, currently it just doesn't click with me. I've explained why millions of times, so I won't go into that tangent again, but that's just the unfortunate reality right now. But I did have fun playing it at launch. That was an enjoyable experience, so I'm glad that you tuned in for that stream. And of course, it's good to have you back. Endwalker is November 23rd, gotcha. And 19th is going to be early access, okay. Yeah, I'll be doing Endwalker early access, of course, so I guess when is that? 19th will be Friday? Hopefully I don't have anything important going on in my Friday classes, because I might just skip Friday classes and stream Endwalker. I don't know, though, but obviously that's 2 months out, so I have no idea. But I really, really, really hope that I can just play Endwalker the day early access goes live. I'm going to do so much Endwalker shit. Okay, what do I need to do? I need to kill Mossworn something. You play DM in Legion? Well, what's DM stand for? I must be misunderstanding it. 90% certain that 9.1.5 will be sometime in October, and it'll definitely be before the anniversary. Yeah, that's the smart move. Yeah, Blizzard can go with the smart route or the petty route. I'm hoping they'll go with the smart route. I'm fairly confident they'll go with the smart route. But you never know. Will I stream Legion Time Walking? Hell yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I love Legion, and I'm gonna be playing that all throughout the time when it's live, right? But I still plan on streaming. I still do plan on doing regular streams on Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday. So for people who missed it, obviously I'm streaming today on Monday. That's because of Labor Day, right? But in future weeks, instead of streaming on Monday, I'll be streaming on Wednesday. So going forward, my streaming schedule will be Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday. And because I plan on making that consistent, anytime outside of Raid, I'll be doing Legion Time Walking, and that includes the time when I'm streaming. So you can expect a lot of Legion Time Walking streams when that comes out. I'm going to have a lot of fun with that. Have I heard of Project Legion that's going on hosting by MRGM? I don't know what a MRGM is, but I've also not heard of Project Legion, no. I'm guessing it's like a private server or something? But I haven't heard of it, so I have no idea. Would I do a challenge leveling through Legion Time Walking? I would consider it. Wait, is Fallen Charger up? Eh. Thank you for calling it out, Lycan, but, I mean, I'm not like a big mount collector. By the time that my slow DK ass actually got there, where is it? Oh, it's over there. I mean, they already pulled it. It's probably dead, right? I'm just justifying reasons why I don't want to have to walk over there and kill it. But I know I probably should. It is a cool mount. It's probably dead, but I'll at least check to see if it's up. You just had a fallen charger despawn because nobody pulled it? Ah, that sucks. Is your realm, like, really dead or something? Or are people just, like, not going for it? Mr. GM, okay. I have heard of Mr. GM. I have not watched any of his content, but I have heard of him. I didn't recognize it when it was in all caps, but yes, Mr. GM I've heard of. Okay, yeah, it's still alive. Why not just solo it? Solo what? Oh, Fallen Charger? Yeah. I mean, it might do decent damage if you're not a tank. I have no idea. It's 3:30 a.m. in Australia? Ah, fair enough, yeah. Everyone's kind of asleep and you don't have your tank spec together yet? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it looks like it's destroying this hunter pet, so I'd imagine it's probably not the easiest thing to solo. It's actually doing a decent bit of damage to me as well. Okay, let me scroll up and catch all the messages I missed. Oh, you played DH. I see, okay, okay. Yeah, I don't know. DH, Havoc DH in Legion was boring. I loved Vengeance DH in Legion. Vengeance DH in Legion was fun as hell if you knew how to play it. It feels so bad trying to get into M+ keys as a warrior. My guild is too afraid to do high keys, cries in Fury Warrior. Well, yeah. I mean, I feel like a lot of people would accept Arms Warriors for keys, but unfortunately with the community bias, it's gonna be hard to get into keys as a Fury Warrior. That is unfortunate. They're doing Legion content in retail? Oh yeah, that's like... I think my cousin told me about, like, Asmongold doing that for, like, Classic way back when. About, like, leveling characters up to 60 and, like, doing the content or something like that. So I guess they're doing, like, the Legion version of that. That's interesting. But yeah, no, I hadn't heard about that. I don't really follow Mr. GM a lot. I know, like, absolutely nothing about his content, so... yeah. Have no real strong opinion one way or another. Project 60? Oh yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah, my cousin loves Asmongold, so I remember he would always send me, like, the videos of Asmongold doing Project 60. He was like, oh, you should try this, and I was like, eh. Wasn't really my thing, but I thought it was neat that people were doing that. Get Fallen Charger, I want one, you would be so lucky. Well, I'll try. Unfortunately, it's taking a while to die. Hey, that kind of rhymed.
I am out of range. I must get closer.
Is Paul still here? No, Paul said that he had to take a break. I think a little while ago he said something like he was way too drunk and he needs to take a break, so... yeah. I guess I'll catch him later. Imagine if I actually get it? Yeah, I guess that would be neat. Ah. I guess it's fitting that I got punished for that. That was a bit too evil. I wonder if the hunter was just like unknowingly walking away. Or if he actually saw what I was trying to do. Fuck. Paul is with me, we're going hunting. Thank you, Dick Cheney. I appreciate it. You're taking good care of Paul. Okay, Paul is still here. Paul, that's Lub. For some reason, Lub changed his name and profile picture to Dick Cheney. And he's been posting as Dick Cheney in the YouTube comments for, like, weeks now. I loved Havoc, but I die so fast in Korthia with my Havoc. Havoc doesn't have the same survivability that it used to. Ah, well. I did get mail from the postmaster, wonder what that's about, but doesn't look like I got the mounts. Oh well. Like your content a lot, good luck in the future. Thank you, Zpont, I appreciate it. Insane Gaming with another, let me get that right. Swedish Kronas? right? Swedish kronas. 40 Swedish kronas. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the donation. But yes, Paul is still here. Paul's around. He's kicking. Soda Poppin' doing Project 60 and Iron Man challenges was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, I remember. It was like Asmongold and Soda Poppin', right? I didn't follow it super closely. Only the stuff that my cousin sent me. You were going to give Paul more shots. That mount's not super hard. You can kill it 10 times at peak server hours just by refreshing LFG and hopping in groups. I see. Paul, what are you doing? Skull? Ah. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I don't know what skull means, but I see people saying skull in chat. I hope Boomkin burns in 9.1.5? Wow. You're gonna get a lot of hate for that comment, Cosmo. Oh, God. Oh, Paul is going wild right now. You hate that it doesn't convert it like Twitch? Yeah, unfortunately. Maw-chained Rampager. Okay, so I need to kill some of these. Skull is... Oh, it's a cheer. Oh, okay. Awesome. It means cheers? Good to know, good to know. Oh, goodness, Paul. See, this is what happens when you encourage Paul to drink more. He just goes on a tear. Alright, Paul, well, if you're still here, I'm almost done with the Necrolord Assault, if you want to do dungeons. Make sure you get your 200 gear off the auction house first, though. The liquor gives him power. Yes, it does. I said it last stream, but Paul is like, you know, Paul's basically an IRL brewmaster. He drinks beer and it empowers him. I guess now people know that I wasn't making that shit up when I said that yesterday on stream. So there you go. Cosmo, you're playing a dangerous game here. Goodness gracious. You should throw it into Sanctum of Domination general chat? Oh no. If you start spewing that shit in Sanctum general chat, you're gonna get a lot of hate. Feral is pretty viable, it just doesn't have much raid utility, yeah. Lycan says, Boomkin's incredibly boring. I've quit maining Druid because Boomki is the only viable DPS. Yeah, so... Yeah, I know, Lycan, you said before that you don't like the current playstyle, but definitely, like, for pure single target fights, which, like, I would say is, like, large part of the raid. Like, even some of the harder bosses, I guess Painsmith isn't necessarily a pure single target fight on Mythic, but Painsmith is still single target heavy because, like, you need people to deal with the ads, but, like, you can still have a Feral doing good boss damage, and that's still, of course, important, right? Remnant is, for all intents and purposes, a single target fight now that the orbs are nerfed. And, like, you look at some of the later bosses, like, Fate Scribe does have some AoE, but single target on it is still obviously incredibly important. But, like, Guardian is a pure single target fight, Sylvanas is effectively a pure single target fight. Obviously, you need people to deal with chains, you need people to deal with the ads in Phase 2, but, like, a lot of the important damage on, like, on Sylvanas is pure single target. So, like, ferals aren't bad for something like that. Too far gone now. I'm set on Arms/Prot Warrior, partly inspired by Haraldin here. I mean, hey, that's definitely a good option. I'm not going to try to sell you on Feral because, I mean, Arms and Prot, really fun to play. But definitely Feral is still viable. But yeah, Blood Talons is not everybody's cup of tea. Not beer, vodka, Jaeger, Everclear, beers for small children. Oh dear God. What have I done? Paul says, stop the cap. Feral is like if you want a 100% carry somebody, but if you want to act like you aren't carrying somebody. Alright. I don't know if Feral's that bad. I think Feral's perfectly fine. Feral Frenzy is also good. Huh. I don't know enough about Feral talents to really comment. Cosmo, oh no. People are inspiring you to make bad decisions. Don't listen to don't listen to YouTube chat. I almost said Twitch chat, but don't listen to YouTube chat, Cosmo. Blood Talents is what you play when you can't play Star-Lord. Is Star-Lord even the meta build these days? It's been a while since I played Boomkin. Didn't they nerf Star-Lord? I think we have a few Boomkin mains in chat, so I guess if you guys could let me know whether Star-Lord's actually still the best, I'm sure Paul here would appreciate it. Because Paul basically spent like an hour before stream ranting to me about how like Star-Lord is like the only good playstyle for Boomkin and stuff. I don't care for Arms as it is. I want to go back to 5.4 Arms Warrior. Yeah, a lot of people really liked Mop and Wad Arms Warrior. I know Dick Cheney in chat, my friend Lub, really liked Wad Arms Warrior with Siegebreaker and stuff. Boomkins are boring and they suck. Wow. Lots of Boomkin hate today. God damn. I mean, lots of Druid hate in general. There's been, like, kind of, like, equal hate in chat for both Boomkin and Feral. We're starting, like, a class war, apparently. And Lub, I can kind of agree with your opinion that you stated earlier about WoW. Oh dear God, I'm struggling to keep up with all these messages. Feral Frenzy is the one that puts bleed and gives you 5 combo points. Ferocious Bite Conduit's pretty good. I played all the boomy builds and I still strongly dislike it. Yeah. I have one-shot vids from that arms combo. Yeah, Lub, I remember you sent me one of your Siegebreaker combo vids. The one with let the bodies hit the floor a while ago. I remember that. That was good. Nakasadu, I'm prepared to 1v1 you? Oh god. 1v1 anyone is Moonkin when he gets sober? Oh, Jesus Christ, Paul. No. 5 million gold if you beat Paul in a duel? Jesus. Paul, let me remind you that you aren't even 200 item level yet. I don't think you should be betting 5 mil gold on duels when you don't even have 200 item level. That sounds like a bad idea. Oh, God. Arms is all about hitting slow trucks. I agree. I really like the Arms playstyle of, like, basically you're not hitting really quickly, but every time you do hit, it's like a really satisfying big hit. That's what I enjoy about Arms. Defend the forward position. Am I getting credit for this? I have no idea. Wow. Okay, Paul. Paul says, I don't think you understand how easy it's going to be for him to beat a Feral Druid. He'll take off all his gear to make it easier versus Feral. Those are fighting words, man. Open challenge for Feral Druids. Whew. Oh, Lub, is that the link to your old Arms Warrior, like, one-shot combo? You uploaded 2 of them? Ah. I'll have to check out the second one after stream. It'll probably be a good bit of nostalgia. It's not fighting words, it won't be much of a fight, it's a Feral Druid. Wow! Alright. Holy shit. Okay, Paul. Just a single ferocious bite would one-shot him there? Yeah, possibly. Well, I don't need that. Already have that at 200 item level. Right, okay, so I already handed in every quest. I think now I can just... Do I have to talk to Draka? Or no, I have to use the horn. Right. And then that starts this. Oh, okay, and then it's across the bridge. Right. I remember this now. Oh dear God. I've missed so much chat. I play mage and I hate boomies. Ours don't know what mechanics are. Yeah. One of the boomkins in my guild has died, like, almost constantly to mechanics on Soul Render. Like, he dies all the fucking time to pizza slices. It's kind of crazy at this point. Fury Warrior best class, Prot Warrior second best. I mean, I at least appreciate that you gave Prot the second best. You know, I can respect that much. I don't hate Fury, but I wouldn't put it first. To be fair, oh god, it's already past that point. To be fair, if you play a class/spec well enough and have a good understanding with the abilities and timings, then every class/spec is viable. Yeah, absolutely. Oh god. Paul said he's gonna re-roll the Boomkin just to beat these guys. 120 item level, no cap, he'll 1v1 anybody. Oh man. Well, I guess if you want a free 5 mil gold, then go beat Paul in a duel. But, like, I mean, he's kind of drunk right now, so I think that kind of counts as exploitation. So maybe don't do that. But, I mean, he did put out the offer. If you move to EU or gear a character on EU, I'll willingly duel you. Goodness. Paul, come fight me in front of Orgrimmar on Terralia. Oh, man. Paul. God. You're too much, man. You just hit 60 on your 5th character? Grats, Quinn. That's awesome. Which character did you level? I would sub again just to make easy 5 mil. Ooh. They're calling you out, Paul. I don't think they believe in you. Free 5 mil versus what is basically toddlers. Damn. Boomkin is a meta dual spec. Woo. I wish I was on US just to take him up on this duel right now. Yeah. You can't one-shot a Boomkin who isn't dog shit. You leveled Unholy, DK? Nice, Quinn. Yeah, Unholy's pretty good at the moment. I've heard a lot of people really enjoy it. Personally, I haven't messed around with Unholy too much. Maybe I'll try it. But last time I played it was, like, back in WoD. And Paul can confirm that the last time I played Unholy DK, I was not very good at it, so... You also can't easy beat a Feral who knows what to do in a 1v1. God, this thing won't die. Fuck this. Paul says, Boomkin v Feral is basically now versus a level 20 player. It'd be like if I'm an MTI player fighting Donald Trump Jr. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, don't make it political. Last time I got political on my stream, it didn't end well. So... I've been trying to get better at that. I mean, fuck. Last time I really went into, like, politics was back in Shadowlands beta. I went on, like, a little bit of a political rant. And then I got raided by 4chan, so, yeah, don't really want to repeat that. Stop the cat. I'll 1v1 you with a gallon of milk in the closet on a hot summer day. Oh, Jesus Christ. Did I make my Death and Decay macro? I did not. Good call. As soon as I get to Venari's Refuge, I'll try to remember to do that. Oh shit, I'm stuck in comment again. Vote for Dick Cheney? Yes. Paul, I'll fight you on my level 1 gnome bank character. Goodness. This chat makes me feel violated in several ways. Yes, me too, Quinn, me too. This chat is very interesting today. It's amusing, though. Definitely nice to get a good chuckle out of chat. Do I think I'll be Mythic ready by next week? Maybe. Depends on how much time I spend on this character, because the other thing is, like, basically the moment that I stop the stream, one, I have homework I need to do for class, so I gotta do that at some point tonight. And then two, I want to upload part 2 of the Survival Hunter, like, challenge thing tomorrow, and I still want to get a bit more footage for the next video, so after stopping the stream, I'm probably going to do some stuff on my Survival Hunter, and then I have to, like, edit however much it'll be, like, probably around 4 hours of footage, and I'm going to try to edit it down to, like, about an hour, hour and a half, what it was, like, with the first one, so it's going to be a lot of work, like, today at least, which means I won't be able to do too much more on my DK after I stop. But then, next week, I should have a lot more free time. I mean, I'm not going to be streaming again until Saturday because I have classes, so hopefully I won't have too much homework and I'll be able to spend a decent amount of time, like, gearing this character on the side. So I would love to get this Mythic raid ready by next week, but I don't know if I'll be able to. But I'll try. Consumables. A chicken versus a cat? I mean, I can kind of see what the outcome will be. I can tell you it won't be the chicken. Ooh! Yeah. You hear that, Paul?
Do you feel the maw staring at you? Rule 4. Maintain.
Let me,
those who might
I always, like, keep Leatrix Plus on, and then I get these, like, stupid Venari quests.
Your presence on this list is among the least of the Morsworn's functionaries.
10 million gold rolls, add my B-tag with proof you ain't broke, 20% of proceeds go to Haraldin. Oh, Jesus Christ. No. I don't want to have anything to do with that. I do not endorse 10 million gold gambling. That's a bit too much. A chicken beats a cat? Do you hear about cat fights often? Oh, gee. Fucking hell. I mean, there are cat fights out there. Not like the cat, like, what you're referring to, but, like, one of the videos that popped up on my recommended a while back is I saw an auto-tuned cat fight, and I was like, okay, this is apparently just in my recommended now. And I watched the entire thing. It was an interesting video, but apparently there are videos of cats fighting on YouTube, so there you go. I got a Maw lore item in the mail. Nakasaru said, BRB gonna get some food? Ah, damn, that was a while ago, so I probably already missed him by now. Dick Cheney, vote for me and I'll fix WoW. Paul, me playing a newborn child, Lycan says you being the newborn child. Ooh, shit. I mean, it's true, Paul. I did watch a video of an auto-tuned cat fight. It had like a few million views, so I'm guessing a lot of other people have seen it too. It was an interesting video. I should probably hand in the stuff at Korthia first. Paul, what do you mean every boomkin would die to a frost mage? Politics and religion, two cornerstones of any troubled stream. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, when I talked about politics, it was like right around the time of the US election. And like, I'll admit, you know, I don't like to talk about it a lot, but I do care a lot about politics. So it was something that was like on my mind. And I think a bunch of people in chat were talking about it at the time. So I just kind of commented. And then the unfortunate thing is whenever politics comes up, like you inevitably have like one side putting a lot of really racist shit in chat. And that meant that I had to ban a bunch of people in chat at the time because of some not so savory things that were being said. And as a result, it just went downhill from there. I banned somebody who then posted my stream link on 4chan, and the next thing I knew, my Discord was getting raided by 4chan, and it was a whole thing. Definitely don't want to repeat that. But, I mean, when stuff like that's going on, right? Like, when you're, like, really involved in politics and you follow it closely and, like, shit's going down in your country, right? Like, you know, I do admittedly have strong opinions on a lot of that stuff. That's just kind of how it is. Oh. I got a lot of good conduits from that stuff. I didn't get a weapon, unfortunately, but I got two 207 item level things and a lot of different conduits, so that's cool. Oh yeah, I was about to hand in my cataloged research, but I haven't finished the quest to unlock the guy yet. So I've got to wait to do that. I'll fight all of you in the Darkmoon Arena with my main hand fished weapon. Oh, Lub loves that fish weapon. Lub is Dick Cheney here. On his Demon Hunter, he has fish weapon transmogged onto both of his slots. Lub and Paul both agree shit talk boomkins, and you'll be met by this tree who throw hands with thee. Jesus. You're speaking in rhymes now, Paul? Interesting. Listen, I'm just saying, me and Lub could 2v30 you all with no effort. What's my major? Computer science and game design. Boomkins are fat, ugly chickens? Oh, wow. Is there any boomkin that actually stays as chicken? No. So that's the thing. I know for a fact that even Paul uses a Glyph of the Stars. So Paul doesn't even stay as a chicken. Wait. There's an endurance conduit that increases the duration of Dancing Rune Weapon? Oh, that's fucking nuts. It's endurance, but it buffs my main DPS ability? Sure.
I cannot use that item yet. It is not ready yet.
Glyph of Stars over Boomkin form? Yeah, absolutely.
I cannot use that item yet. That item is still recharging.
Oh, God. Politics stream plus 1,000 viewers stonks. I mean, admittedly, I did have a lot more viewers during that stream when I was talking about politics, but that was just because that was right after all my big, like, leveling guide stuff. So I don't necessarily think that talking about politics would help my stream. In fact, I think it would do quite the opposite. Obviously, like, I mean, right now, I don't like care enough to like really talk about it. Like, there's still important things going on, but it's not like super pressing to the point where I feel the need to comment on it. But like, if in the future something very serious happens and I feel the need to talk about it, well, I'm not going to like censor myself just because I feel that it might hurt my stream. I do like to be honest and speak my mind at the end of the day. But I mean, All I'll say is I'm currently content with, like, the general situation of how things are. It's not perfect, but, you know, this country's never perfect. So. But it's a lot better than it used to be. Boomkins are beautiful, magnificent creatures, and any doubts made towards them shall be met with these hands. Hashtag all boomkins die. Paul says he uses Glyph of Stars because he's a star. And the only cool boomkin form is Zandalari Druid. That's the one where they have, like, the weird, like... It's like the Arakoa type of thing. It uses the Arakoa model with, like, the weird wings, right? Maybe High Mountain Tauren because the antlers? Yeah, blah. Butchered that. Yeah, boomkins with, like, moose horns are pretty cool. Best druid form is Guardian Might of the Grizzlemaw. Yeah, true. I actually don't like using Might of the Grizzlemaw on my Guardian. I have it, but I'm just not a huge fan of it. It looks really cool, but I prefer to just be a regular bear. I don't like being, you know, the big buff bear. It just, like, it looks so derpy sometimes. It's cool, but it's kind of derpy. Especially when they walk. Like, their gigantic arms are just, like, kind of swinging from side to side. I just prefer regular bear form. Most of my friends graduated from computer science and game design. Nice. I mean, it's a good major. Talk about Azerothian politics. Ah. Yes. I'm sure there would be a lot to discuss there. Unfortunately, I have not been reading the news when it comes to Azerothian politics. I am uninformed. Nope said, I enjoy the live streams. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm glad you like them. Hashtag more bear forms / colors? Yeah. I mean, honestly, any more customization would be appreciated. Paul says, Lub the real G, free my brother Lub, Azerothian politics, make Garrosh great again. I mean, Paul, I don't know if you heard, but Garrosh is, like, dead now. Like, he's gone for good. He goes out with a blaze, or Blaze of Glory, I guess, in, Sanctum of Domination. But you haven't tried the new raid. Also, are you ready to do dungeons, Paul? Otherwise, I'm just gonna start pugging them. Or did you not buy your gear yet? Nonetheless, I do need to get off for bed as it's 4 a.m. This chat has been a riot. No problem, Lycan. I appreciate you being here. And yes, this chat has been something else today. It's been very, very interesting. Thanks to Paul and Lub. And of course, all of you guys, but Paul and Lub are very, they're very strange characters sometimes. Okay, you want me to pug dungeons because you're too drunk. Okay, Paul. I appreciate the honesty. I'll start with Spires. Spires of Ascension, Mythic 0. Is there a Lore Master speedrun category? You could make one. As it stands, there is not. I'm just trying to imagine in my head how long that would take. And, well, I'm pretty sure I don't even have Lore Master. So, yeah. If I haven't managed to get Lore Master in my entire WoW career, I'm gonna go ahead and say that it's probably not something you'd want to do within a speedrun. But if you want to try it and get the undisputed world record for it, then by all means go ahead. I would love to see that. Paul, isn't it Monday in North America? Yes, it is Monday in North America. It's Labor Day, though, so, you know, most people have off work. I don't have class because of Labor Day, so. Teldrassil deserved it? Oh, fuck. Well, this person's pretty honest about their name. Sure, I'll take Not Arcane. I'm generally trying to get plate classes in, because obviously, I'm trying to build a group that I can, like, you know, gear share with, so. Yay, Labor Day, yeah. It does feel like a Sunday, yeah. It's been a long weekend. For me, especially. Am I done with time walking stuff? No, I'm eventually going to do time walking Ulduar. So, I will do that later on. God damn it, Paul. He's not dead, he's hiding in Iraq with Michael Jackson? What the fuck? Am I gonna do all plus zeros? I'll do plus zeros until the point where I feel I have enough gear. Like, if I've done 6 out of 8 mythic zeros, and I feel like I have, like, a decent amount of gear, like everything that I realistically need, then I'll probably stop. Not the stream, but I'll stop doing dungeons and I'll do something else. Maybe like LFR or something. I will try to do Tazavesh at some point. I need to finish the unlock questline for that. But Tazavesh should be pretty good, because that'll give 226 gear. Teldrassil's hiding weapons of mass destruction. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Don't say that. Dick Cheney's gonna get too excited. Oh, dear Lord. It's gonna take a little while to find a healer. Ooh, a shaman. They're not plate, but they have solid item level. Man, no plate wearers, but I'll take the rogue. Now I just need a healer. I mean, if anybody in chat can heal, I am up in LFG, but I am on North American servers, but... Be warned, I literally am not Arcane Mage. I mean, yeah. Well, what is he? He's Frost. I mean, there's nothing wrong with not being Arcane. Frost is good right now, so... This guy is 100% an Arcane Mage. Oh no, Paul. Paul, stop the vodka, man. Oh. Teldrassil was an inside job. I mean, I know a lot of people, like, joked about that when they kind of speculated that Elune was the one who, like, helped Teldrassil or something. Obviously, I think people just misinterpreted the Elune cinematic, but I heard a lot of people saying after the whole Elune reveal that, Elune did it all along, Teldrassil was an inside job, so... Yes. Is Arcane bad in Raid or Mythic Plus? God, no. Arcane's very strong. Right now, I would say for pure single target, I think Arcane is best, and I think Frost is slightly better for AoE. But Arcane is very, very, very good right now. Paul equals Brewmaster? Yes. Paul is an IRL Brewmaster. The one time you wish you were a Horde? Well, if I ever play Alliance, that's your time to shine. I'm lazy, I hate walking out and resetting. I appreciate you reminding me either way. Night Fae Arcane? Night Fae Arcane? I mean, I know that Kyrian isn't great for M+, but, like, is Night Fae really worth running? I would say right now, if you're playing Arcane without, like, Covenant swapping, you should just be Kyrian. Kyrian is so much better for single target. And I feel like, no. I feel like Kyrian would still be the best for Mythic Plus, right? Because with the way that Touch of the Magi works, if you're funneling all of your damage, and you're funneling, like, a massive amount of damage into single target, your Touch of the Magi would, like, wreck on AoE. I feel like. I could be wrong in that, but I'm pretty sure that every single Arcane Mage guide I saw said that, Kyrian was the best for both. I do know for sure Kyrian is the best for Arcane for single target, but, like, I think it's still best for AoE. I would imagine. You know, you funnel all that damage in, right? Because, like, also, one of the other things with Kyrian is you run, what is it? Mage down here. You're running this thing. So you're increasing the damage of your Arcane Barrage. So you're funneling all this damage into your Touch the Magi. It explodes, it deals damage, but you're also getting these massive Arcane Barrages off. And because of that, you're hitting multiple targets with your Arcane Barrage and doing massive AoE damage. So, I mean, I guess maybe you could argue that, like, on pure sustained AoE, maybe something else would be better, but for, like, a realistic Mythic Plus scenario, I think on AoE, Kyrian would just be barely behind, and then on single target, it would pull ahead way more, so. You're going Touch Barrage, Orb Barrage, Shifting Power, Orb Barrage. With Arcane Bombardment, yeah. But I mean, the playstyle for Kyrian is a lot different, right? Because you basically, like, build up Radiant Spark and then get, like, that massive Arcane Barrage off as, like, the last charge of Radiant Spark. So, it definitely plays a bit different for Kyrian compared to, like, Night Fae or something. Oh, this guy's in Spike Flail? Huh. They're one of the top guilds in Mal'Ganis. Oh. Interesting. We got everybody here, though. That's good. Frost Faction Dungeons? Oh, wait, not yet. Yeah. Fire is OP if the tank coordinates everything with the mage. Yeah, Fire is still really good. So, I know that I said that, like, Frost is really good for AoE and Arcane's really good for single target, but Fire is still absolutely a strong option for both single target and AoE. I've seen it work. I've said it before, but one of the mages in my guild is Fire, and he plays it well. He's usually one of our top DPS, so, yeah. I forgot to buy consumables, though, but, should be fine. Alright, I'll just do a ready check. Alright, well this is the first actual dungeon I've had to tank his blood. Should be interesting.
We are vastly outnumbered mortals.
I'm gonna play it a bit conservatively. I'm not 100% sure what I'm capable of yet, so don't want to go too balls to the wall in this dungeon. But seems like we've got a solid group of players, so it should be fine.
It is not ready yet.
I keep forgetting to make the Death and Decay macro. Do I have it saved somewhere? It's better than nothing. I should make it target at cursor, but I have a target at player macro for Death and Decay. And like 90% of the time, you're going to want to target Death and Decay at your feet, so... I would say this is just better. Well, it's better than manually hitting it. Crap, this guy has his raid talents on. Should be fine.
Too far away.
I mean, honestly, my damage doesn't feel too bad. It feels decent.
I am out of range.
Like, I mean, 2k isn't amazing, but I kind of expected I'd be doing even less than this. But I mean, I'm keeping up with these DPS on AoE at least.
And yet all this time
I'd say Blood's probably slightly better at AoE than it is at single target though, so yeah. Hard to say for sure. And unfortunately, I'm not going to have Mass Grip for this next pull.
I must get closer.
Alright, that felt pretty good.
I need to target something first.
I wish Dancing Rune Weapon lasted a little bit longer, though. As it stands, it feels like it's over way too fast for a 2-minute cooldown.
That item is still recharging.
I don't know if this is just me, but I really fucking hate this room because of the camera angles. Like, I have to keep my camera all the way up like this, because if it's like this, then these fucking, like, trees and stuff always block my sight. Maybe I'm just, like, way too zoomed out. I don't know if other people have that problem, but it's something that constantly frustrates me. Oh, shit. Is it faster to do questline or threads in Shadowlands? I would say, for the most part, questline. But the fastest method is a mix of both. So the fastest method would be do campaign. I'd probably say like up to Ardenweald, and then when you get to the slow parts of Ardenweald, you can swap to threads and do that. It's really hard to say for sure now. There's a lot of different theories. Alright, my dad brought me a Brazilian chocolate, so that was nice of him. He went to Brazil a few weeks ago because my cousin got married, actually. And unfortunately, because of COVID and stuff, like, I didn't really feel comfortable going because, I mean, the COVID situation in Brazil isn't great at the moment. Like, obviously, it's not amazing in the US either, but... Like, I don't want to take any unnecessary risks, so... It's unfortunate, because, like, actually 2 of my cousins were getting married, and one of them, because of COVID, decided to reschedule. But the other one was, like, dead set on having her marriage right now, so... Wish I could have gone, but unfortunately I wasn't able to. But my dad did bring me back Brazilian chocolates, so that was cool.
I require a target.
That should put you around 58-ish, yeah. I would say if you get up to Ardenweald, you'll be around like 58, 58 and a half. From that point, Threads of Fate. That's the way to go. And right now, don't forget Darkmoon buff. That's really, really crucial. If you're leveling a character right now, Darkmoon buff. Absolutely. Closest healer you have to 60 is 27 on Horde side. No worries. Although it would be cool, I know that there are a lot of people in my chat who are either on European servers or play Alliance, so... If you can't group with me, don't worry about it. I mean, hey, I managed to find people. It only took me like 5 minutes. For their next cast... I'm gonna save AMS, actually.
I require a target.
This should be pretty fun. I haven't played Kyrian in a long time. Because the only character I have that's still Kyrian would be my Brewmaster. And I just haven't really messed around with it lately.
I must get
You hate gearing so much? Me too, man. Gearing is never fun. It's always a bit of a slog.
I need to target something first.
Ah, shit. He jumped out at the last second. Oh, God. Oh, wait. If I grip him in, it counts. Huh. Cool.
I do not have a target.
Infinite, you're back. Good to have you back, man. Wait, Austin, you're the shaman healer? Really? Oh, shit. That's awesome. Well, I appreciate you for helping me out. You never know how to do it efficiently. I mean, honestly, this is probably the most efficient way, right? Like, I got some gear off the auction house, I started with Korthia, and now I'm just doing Mythic Zeros. And it's hard to get into Mythic Zero groups, but I would say if you form your own group, you know, it's not very hard. Obviously, you know, I have some people helping me out here. Some of them are still pugs, but, I mean, Austin is apparently the shaman healer. So, I mean, that's nice, and that obviously does skew it because not everybody, you know, can stream and get people to help them, right? But, I mean, that's literally what I'm doing on my Survival Hunter. The entire point of my Survival Hunter challenge is that I have to do the entire thing on my own. So. Oh, they're immune to grip. Ah, shit. Well, Austin, after the dungeon, you'll have to let me know what it was like to heal me. If I feel, like, really squishy or something on my Death Knight. I'm trying my best, but, you know, I'm still figuring it out. Noel almost logged in to heal. I appreciate it.
Too far away.
Is this a challenge, or am I just chilling? I'm just chilling. I mean, I already have my Survival Hunter. That's still ongoing, so I'm doing that for a challenge, but... as far as, like, you know, the Death Knight's concerned, I just want to have a Death Knight. So, yeah. Nothing special with this one. Just trying to get it geared up. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the second blink. Should be good out here. Oh, it's so much easier to dodge it from this far out. I usually try to play it a bit risky and keep the boss a little bit closer. But when you're that far away, it's like an easy mechanic. Ooh, I caught it! Ha ha ha!
We sacrifice because we must. Mortal burdens would only impede our sacred duty.
Yeah, so little fun fact I learned pretty recently. If you jump and click on this guy as it's flying over, you can actually catch the flight before it reaches the end. So, pretty cool. You can always play Mistweaver instead. True. I mean, Mistweaver is pretty fun. Hello again. Hello, Infinite. Wait, nope. You're the mage? Oh, shit. Well, I like your name. That's awesome. And yeah, I mean, if you have a gear DK, that would be awesome. I'm doing good. I'm not scaring you half to death. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm trying. Haven't played DK since... God, since, I think, like, early Legion is the last time I've, like, actually played this in endgame content. I didn't realize that that many people in the group were actually from the stream. But that's cool, I appreciate you guys helping me out. How do you get into Mythic Zero? You have to form a group for Mythic Zero, so you have to go into the LFG to do that. Oh, the guy's shrouding us. Awesome. Oh! Shit. I think we can LOS the Goliath, right? Or does it just spam cast Rebellious Fist? I think it's just gonna sit there and spam cast it. I'm gonna have to go over there and stop it. Well, it's immune to any of this. I'll get the next cast. Okay. Come on, Goliath. No more of that. Okay, I don't have to kick right now. Whew. I don't know if this is relevant, but every time I go into Spires just before the third boss, my game breaks and I can't log back into my character? Really? Yeah, I have not had that issue. That's strange. That might have scared me. Hey, that wasn't my fault, okay? I'm not the one that broke Shroud. Oh, are they trying to stealth around? Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm used to doing this pull over here. My bad. I probably should have communicated that. Sorry. I should be able to stay alive, though. Hopefully. Apologies. Some interface bug? It might be. Yeah, I'm not really sure what, like, the meta Mythic Plus strat is these days, but... The one that I used to use whenever I run this dungeon, which, admittedly, I have not done a lot. This is probably my least favorite dungeon in Shadowlands, but I usually, like, do this, and then pull them around the corner. Yeah, I haven't looked up, like, a lot of the strats and stuff. You're still doing the Season 1 route? Yeah, it changes a little bit, right? Because now you don't have to worry about Prideful. So that's kind of, like, fucked me up a bit. And obviously you need to include the, like, the Sanctum of Domination elites, whatever they're called, in your route. Yeah. I'm gonna try to use the spear on the final 3 elites, though. So. That should be fun. Welcome back, Nakasaru. Don't know if you got an answer, Cosmo, but creating your own keys works pretty well. Yeah. That was pretty much my suggestion as well. I'm pretty sure that with AMS, I could probably survive all these things. Oh, nice, you're ice blocking it. Okay, you guys got this. I won't worry about it. Yeah, good shit with the ice block. Try to reset UI and then go on the boss? Yeah, that might help.
As I peered into Uther's memories,
I wish I could help you on that one. Unfortunately, that's not a bug I've ever run into myself.
you
You had the same problem back in Kata with your DK, but at the time that was a bug with recount? Yeah, if it's a recount thing, then maybe. Personally, I use details, so in that case, I wouldn't have ever had that problem. Alright, kill evenly.
And I mourn your betrayal.
Too far away.
It still moved, even though it was stunned? Oh, God. Thank you, Blizzard. Let's, get some more damage in on this guy. Otherwise, they're gonna heal. Ah! Unfortunate. Okay, I managed to get Shackle spread. Oh, fuck. I might die here. Ah. God damn, that hits hard. At least I was the only one that died. Details isn't known for bugs. No, man, you're good. That was not your fault at all. Like, that was not a healing issue. It's just one of them died and that pull went on forever, so, you know. Absolutely not a healing problem. That was just, you know, that pull is absolutely brutal if the mobs live for too long. I would say we could probably lust on, like, second phase. I mean, it doesn't really matter for this, right? But I think usually not in pull. Here, I'll drag it into Frozen Wood.
I will strike you down. I am out of range.
Spear shall pierce your heart.
Instantly broke my trinket. I don't know what I expected.
Be gone from this place.
Mortals, take up my spear.
Alright, gonna wait for her to move. Nice.
I will strike you down.
I must get closer.
Oh. Barely phased her before the explosion went off. Probably could have just stayed out and pushed her.
I must get closer.
The winds howl in rage.
Mortals, take up my spear.
Nice.
I will strike you down. No.
Oh, chess piece. That's cool.
The jailer's schemes have torn a schism in the ranks of the Kyrian.
I'll probably do Necrotic Wake next. Because it's just close by.
Long have we believed that our mortal lives
I think I talked to
are
Carestia to leave.
to be shed in the name of
Right,
service.
okay, let me catch up in chat.
And yet, the deeds of
Do you get the Heritage Armor at 45 or 50? You get it at 50. Yeah. Sorry. And yeah, so all the races have been normalized. Everything's at 50 now. I would say it's honestly better. Yeah, if you want to go DK for loot sharing, that would be awesome. And yeah, Nesha, you're welcome to stay, for sure. I really do appreciate the help. Did I? Okay, yeah, I equipped it. For a second, I was like, wait, I don't think I equipped the chest. So, I think I'm going to try to get to... I would like to at least replace these trinkets. Just taking a break from leveling your mage? Yeah, I feel that. Leveling for, like, a really long period of time can definitely take its toll. It's good to just, like, break it up with literally anything else. Not a sirloin? I like the name.
Maldraxxus dares to show their face in our realm again? Show them that we rule the skies.
Yeah, so at this point, trinkets and a weapon are, like, the main thing that I need. I haven't actually checked what drops the stuff that I need, so... I know this drops a weapon. Why am I looking at Monk? So, that weapon isn't bad. I guess, like, having a higher item level spear meat hook would be fine. Yeah. And, okay, my loot spec is blood. Just double checking. I couldn't think of any reason why I would have changed it, but... Can't hurt to double check. You can fly in Shadowlands? Yes. You absolutely can. That was something they added in 9.1. If you do the Korthia campaign, you can fly now. Also, this backdrop is actually really pretty. I've never seen this type of weather happen here with, like, the Maldraxxus background. That looks really nice. That's a cool shade of green. Renown is at 44 for Shadowlands flying. Yeah. Drusslord Great Axe, I assume that's from Mists of Tyrannus Scythe, right? My only 60 on Horde side is a Tauren Prot Warrior. I mean, hey, I respect you for playing Prot Warrior. That's my main. Can't wait until they add the weather for Stormwind and Orgrimmar? Yeah. I saw some screenshots on Wowhead. It looks pretty cool. I've never really noticed it until recently, but yeah, a lot of the old skyboxes look really bad when you actually pay close attention to them. Just very dated. So it'll be nice to have better ones. The art team in WoW is amazing? Yeah, true. Now, say what you will about WoW, but at least their art team, for the most part, has done a pretty good job. Alright, who do we need to summon? Okay, this guy's still in Sinfall. Yeah, so... Theater of Pain... Yeah, it's... I don't want Mastery, so... I guess, like, IQD is a pretty good trinket. So... Could probably go for that. That has Mastery, but it is a two-handed weapon, so... Drustlord's Great Axe. Yeah, that's a good one too. Somebody in chat mentioned that one. I'm sure, like, File Putrefaction, if I remember, is just solid, right? You know, you can't go wrong with that. Deep Home Skybox is nice. It's been a while since I've really went to Deep Home. I kind of forget what the Skybox looks like. That's right, I play Prot Warrior. Yeah, that's what I main. My main is a Panda Prot Warrior. Can I explain to you why people run Devastator even on single target fights? The talent? Like, the one where Devastate is just, like, built into your auto attacks? Because that one, I can tell you, it's very easy. First of all, the damage is just good for Devastator. But... Move your beautiful ass. Is he talking to that guy? I hope he's talking to that guy, because I'm waiting on him. But yeah, Devastator, really, all it comes down to is, like, GCD management, right? So, if you don't have to spend GCDs on Devastate, those are GCDs that you can now put into more Shield Slams, more Revenges, more Thunderclaps, etc. So, it's literally free damage. It just means that your chance to proc Shield Slam is even higher. So, being able to just get, like, an extra ability cast off for free without even having to press a button is just really fucking good. But also, just in terms of the raw damage it does, Devastator is very good. At various points in time, it's been tuned to be just so low that the other option is, like, more viable. But any time when the damage comparison between Devastator and, like, something else is even kind of close, Devastator will win out overall just because of the fact that it's, like, a free GCD every single time it procs. And that's absolutely massive. But yeah, it hasn't always been the best. Like, Prot Warrior back in, back at certain points in BFA did not always run Devastator. I think by and large you still ran it, but I remember there was like one patch where it was like tuned pretty poorly, and then people weren't running it. But it's just a really good talent. You might have a better time finding a group for your +2 key, as well as having the benefit of getting a great vault option. Ah, my bad. So, Mythic plus keys, yeah, obviously I would have a better time finding a group, but honestly, this didn't take long, right? So 2 people here are watching the stream, unless the 2 new people I just recruited are also from the stream. But, I mean, it really didn't take time at all, right? It's pretty fast. How many runs did it take me to get the Tazavesh mount? 3. I got it on my 3rd run.
Yes. My pleasure.
I haven't really done Tazavesh a lot, so the last time I did Tazavesh was when I got the mount. That was on my Survival Hunter, so. I need to run it again on my Prot Warrior at some point. Because right now, I mean, my Prot Warrior has close to this, but I'm basically at rank 2 on a lot of different bosses because I don't have the Postmaster's Trinket. So, like, the Ticking Sack of Terror, that thing, it's really fucking good. And pretty much all of the top parsers are running it, and I'm that one Prot Warrior at the top who's not using it because I haven't gotten it yet. And it's really, really strong. It's technically not your BIS. Like, your BIS would be a File Putrefaction, which I have, and then it would be a Mythic Salvaged Fusion Amplifier. But I only have a Heroic Salvaged Fusion Amplifier, so until I get the Mythic version, I would technically get better results if I got the Tazavesh Trinket. So I'll probably have to do it again at some point. You farmed it a month to get the Soasmi Trinket? Which one is that? Codex of the First Technique? Or is there something else I'm missing? Oh no, that's the only one. I haven't really looked into that one too much. Reflecting 10% of incoming damage up to a maximum of X amount of damage absorbed per blow. It seems like it could be a decent Mythic Plus trinket, but I can't imagine that it's very good in raids, right? Because if that's all you're mitigating for, like, raid boss auto attacks, there are better options. But I guess if you're taking a lot of, like, really small auto attack hits and a key, I could see that being alright. I generally don't run tank trinkets either way, though, so it's like, who knows?
Too far away.
What mount? Oh, the mount that people were referring to was Tazavesh Gear Glider. Not even Hakar Trinket? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like Neshi just said, if you're gonna run a survivability trinket in Mythic Plus, you should just run the Hakar Trinket. That thing's pretty fucking good. Like, personally, I think that unless you're really pushing high keys, you honestly don't need a, like, survivability trinket. Like, if you're not tanking at a world first race level, where, like, you're going into the fights under-geared and stuff, at that point, like, yeah, you might need a survivability trinket. But if you're over-gearing Mythic Raid bosses, you should never need a survivability trinket. And for, like, running plus 15 dungeons, they honestly don't do enough damage to require you to run, oh, fuck.
I must get closer. Too far away.
Yeah, I would say the Cheat Death Trinket, though, I don't consider that to be, like, a survivability trinket. Because you don't want to rely on a Cheat Death Trinket. Like, if that's the thing that's separating you from, like, living or dying, you're probably just not playing correctly. Cheat Death Trinket is good for, like, cheesing mechanics. Like, obviously, you saw Limit and Echo use it on Kel'Thuzad. That's where Cheat Death Trinkets are really powerful. But yeah, I would say Blood Splattered Scale is probably your go-to option if you're, like, really trying to get a good mitigation option. And yeah, in, like, High Mythic Plus, if you're really pushing and you need that survivability, that's definitely very good. Generally, though, I've said it before and I'll say it again, if you're looking for, like, a solid middle grounds between, like, tanking and or DPS and, like, survivability, right? Stat trinkets are just the way to go. Like, stacking, like, haste or something on a prop pally, you're gonna get a lot of good damage, and you're gonna get a lot of good mitigation off that. So, works out well. Now, personally, on my Prot Warrior, I run Phial of Putrefaction. Phial of Putrefaction does not help me at all for survivability, but I am a Parshor, and that is how I enjoy to play Prot Warrior. So, that's what I do. Is Kyrian DK good? Absolutely. I would say that right now, Kyrian is probably the best Covenant for Blood DK. Necrolord and Venthyr are both solid options, but generally speaking, you're going to see most people going with Kyrian for their Blood DKs. You use DPS trinkets too? Yeah. Minuscule Male Elemental in an envelope? Yeah, that one seems pretty good. I wonder if there's any merit to using ranged DPS trinkets on a Guardian Druid anymore. Because I know that was something that a lot of people did back in Legion. But I don't know if it still works like that. Because I don't think Blizzard was super thrilled that trinkets which they designed for, like, balanced druids to use were being taken by Guardian Druids because it was, like, their best in slot. But it would be neat if that was still a thing. That said, back in Legion, Guardian Druid was way more, like, Moonfire-centric. Because you had the, what was it called? I think it was called, like, Nature's Fury or something. Use it for the fat haste? Yeah. True, that's pretty good. I mean, it's good, but for aesthetic, Venthyr Blood DK is awesome. I agree, yeah. So, if I had to pick a Covenant on my Death Knight purely for aesthetic purposes, I would absolutely be going Venthyr. Unfortunately, that's not how they designed this game. And even with the Covenant changes, that is still not how it's gonna work. Like, I guess if I ever want to just, like, show off a cool transmog, I can go Venthyr, but the reality is I can't have the Kyrian ability on a Venthyr Blood DK. I guess, actually, they did say that the Covenant transmogs are going to be usable, like, cross-Covenant, right? So, I guess you could still do that. You're using your spear here? Gotcha. Nice.
Your arrival proved timely, yet the battle rages on. We cannot rest until these invaders
Our
are purged
duty
from
is
our
true.
skies.
Our purpose pure.
Alright, so it's... Which boss drops the stuff I need?
While my disciples bring you to the necropolis.
This one is the meat hook. And then the final boss is the rune blade. Gotcha. Well, I've gotten loot off that boss, so that means I'm probably not going to get loot off these two bosses. We can do a big pull, yeah. I usually like to do this side of the room, and then I pull everything else together with the stuff. But we're just going. Alright. Main thing is I didn't have Bone Shield up, so I was a bit nervous about doing that. And I'm not really going to be able to reliably hold threat, so fair warning on that. We got it, yeah. You guys are fine. I'm just here to sometimes hold aggro with my shitty blood DK DPS.
It is not ready yet. I need to target something first.
Night Fae DK, best aesthetic. Yeah. Oh man. I remember right after I first published the Covenant spreadsheet way back when, there were so many posts on Reddit about like, I don't want to be a Butterfly Death Knight. Why is Blizzard making me go Night Fae? And next thing you know, Blizzard nerfs it. And now nobody plays Night Fae Death Knight. Which is a shame. It actually looked like a bit of an interesting spell, but eh. I mean, I would say Slappy Hands is probably cooler, so yeah. In the end, it worked out.
I do not have a target.
These raw materials are in need of processing.
Every year is Year of the Spear. Oh, you're a Fairy DH on your... Oh, wait, Fairy DK or Fairy DH? Because Demon Hunter absolutely goes Night Fae. And I will admit, the aesthetic on Demon Hunter being Night Fae is a bit strange. I do like the ability, though. I think the Hunt is a pretty cool ability. Yeah, DH, gotcha. Yeah. My Demon Hunter is also Night Fae. I like the idea of the ability behind the Hunt. Like, I mean, it's inspired off Illidan's ultimate in Heroes of the Storm, which is pretty cool. It's just unfortunate that, you know, I really would have loved to use Venthyr Transmog on my Demon Hunter, and I guess I can do that in 9.1.5, but so far I have not been able to. Well, I would say right now, Night Fae is probably best for both Vengeance and Havoc. It's a bit iffy. Like, a lot of Vengeance players still play Kyrian, but at this point, a lot of them have made the jump to Night Fae. Generally speaking, the consensus appears to be Night Fae is better for single target, and Kyrian is better for AoE. So, I don't know exactly. But, I mean, you don't really need to swap to Kyrian if you're looking to play Vengeance. Like, Night Fae is absolutely a strong option for Vengeance DH. The Night Fae DK forum posts were pretty funny, yeah.
Get to work and don't fail me like your predecessor.
There was definitely a lot of people raging. I mean, honestly, I don't know why, after hearing all that feedback, it took Blizzard this long to make the decision. Like, I don't want to sit here and complain and be like, oh, why didn't they do it earlier? Like, I feel like that would be kind of shitty. Like, okay, they made a good change. Thank you, Blizzard, sure. But there was so much shit when people realized they wouldn't be able to play the Covenant they wanted. And I feel like Blizzard should have taken that as a sign, like, yeah, maybe the system isn't going down super well with players. You were a Venthyr before when they were the second best Covenant? Yeah, they were pretty good back in Nathria. To be fair, I didn't care. I just went Venthyr because I wanted a Gothic Werewolf Death Knight. Yeah. That sounds pretty cool. Venthyr Blood DK is not that bad? Absolutely, yeah. Blood DK's Covenants are very, very balanced. I mean, honestly, Night Fae Blood DK isn't even that bad. It's not amazing. It's definitely the weakest of the four. But it is viable. So, you know, can't go wrong with it. Did nobody get loot off that? Interesting. Blizzard is becoming Activision? Oh, there we go.
Too far away.
I tried Venthyr tanking, and it was interesting as a Demon Hunter. Yeah, I mean, Venthyr isn't bad on DH, but it's just, it's not the best. Well, I can't believe I survived that. I got you, hold on. Wait, why can't I res? Raise ally? Okay, I'll get him. That almost ended very badly. Would Wraithwalk have broken that?
I am out of range.
And yeah, Cosmo, honestly, Blizzard has merged with Activision fully for years now. Blizzard isn't becoming Activision. Blizzard is Activision. Everybody that made Blizzard is gone. That's not my opinion. That is just a fact, right? Wraithwalk does break frozen binds. Okay, that's good to know. That's how you infected everybody. Ah, I see. Good to know. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Should I replace this with... I guess I'll replace the crit verse ring. Why not? And... which one next? Let me check dungeons real quick. Let's do Mists next. That one's pretty quick. I just really want a weapon, so that would be kind of nice. Bring us talent trees again? I don't know. I think people love the old talent trees. I think they're overrated, right? Because people love to say that it was, like, better back then. But, like, I played Classic, and I literally just looked up what the best talents are. There was, like, slight diversity in what you could build, but generally speaking, there was, like, a very clear, this is the best option. I think, like, no matter what you do with talents, people are going to figure out what the mathematically best option is, and that's what everybody's going to do. Somebody will post it online, everybody will look for it, and they'll just copy it. That's just kind of how it goes. We can do the other side. Yeah, if you're following meta, there's, like, basically no difference. I love watching tankums. I'm slowly overcoming my tank anxiety. Tankxiety. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Alright. The other side it is. Me want them souls want someday. Yes, that is one of the best parts. There is a bit of wiggle room, thankfully. Yeah, it's fun trying to find your own ways to build it. True. I mean, you could go with like an off-meta build for like any class still. Maybe it's not like quite as fun, but I mean, you still have options. Hello, Joachim, or I'm gonna I'm gonna go with Joachim or something. I probably can't pronounce that correctly. But sorry. Either way, hello. Thank you for tuning in. Played Vanilla WoW when it was relevant? Yeah. I mean, I technically played Vanilla WoW. I was 5 years old when I played Vanilla WoW, but I did play it. Gotta go later, boys? See ya, Toph. I appreciate you tuning in, though. Oh, all I know, Activision makes games dumbly and takes 6 years to listen to the fanbase. That's what WoW is doing, making bad decisions and not listening to the fanbase. I mean, Cosmo, I don't know if you know this, but Activision is Blizzard. Like, not even metaphorically, they are the same company. Their company is called Activision Blizzard. So, I don't know for sure, but based on your response, it sounds like you're saying that Activision is similar to Blizzard. They're literally the same company. So, yeah. And they have been exactly the same company for a long time now. I mean, every single original WoW developer, every single, like, original Blizzard person is gone now. At least all the big names. Everybody that I know of is gone. The latest one that I remember that I was like, oh, I guess they're all gone is Jeff Kaplan. Like, Jeff Kaplan is the one that I always referred to, and I was like, well, at least there's still one good old Blizzard employee there, and now Jeff is gone. So, yeah. Unfortunate. How much money did they get for producing Sekiro, then? I have no idea. Hi, Harlden. Hello, Stridweeb Noises. Welcome to the stream. There's far less choices, and you already do that on Feral? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Cosmo, look into it. The company is literally called Activision Blizzard. They are the same exact company. I'd like to just get a higher item level person to make this easier. I apologize if in the off chance if one of you guys are in queue. I do apologize. I'm just trying to get this done quickly because we are hitting 4 hours, right? So I would like to just, you know, knock these last few Mythic Pluses out, or Mythic Zeros out. I would say my end goal for this probably, I don't know if I'll do LFR on stream. I think LFR is like kind of a chill thing that I can do while editing. So I can have like LFR up on one monitor and I can just do some video editing on the other monitor. So I'll probably do that there. Maybe I'll do Tazavesh as like the last thing on the stream. That's what I'll go with. But I'd like to not let this go on too long. I do, as I mentioned, have a bunch of other things to do. LFR, you may run into cancer, chat. That is true. That is a fair point. I started WoW in my early-ass teens. I was playing EverQuest. They merged, what, 10 years ago now? Yeah, it's been a while. Am I going to stream Endwalker launch? You bet I am. I am definitely going to be there when Endwalker hits. 100%. I'm probably going to stream a bit of Final Fantasy before Endwalker hits. Like, right now, I'm more focused on WoW. But I would say, like, later on, once like I've already done like everything I want to do in WoW, if 9.1.5 still isn't out yet, and I don't really have anything else to do, I'll probably stream a bit of Final Fantasy. You're leveling a High Mountain Druid, awesome. Wish you luck. Good luck, Brett. LFG tools to search M0 is broken. Heard they'll fix that in 9.1.5. Oh, that's good to hear. LFR chat is like Baron's chat. Okay. It's taking a bit to fill, so I'll take the 204 Warrior. Should do a full LFR group with only viewers? Oh boy. Are you even able to queue for LFR with more than 5 people? I've never tried it. Last time I queued for LFR as a group was... Oh, that was a while ago. Back in, back in Emerald Nightmare. Oh, no, actually, wait, I did it in Antorus, too. So, if you, if you're on my Discord, on the general tab on my Discord, if you look at the pins and you scroll like pretty far down, there's a pinned screenshot from Antorus of me wiping on LFR Agrimar, and it says total wipes in this difficulty 7. So I joined LFR Agrimar with a group of 4 friends, and we wiped him 7 times. I mean, it was pretty evil, I guess, but, like, it was also ridiculously fun. Because, like, LFR Agrimar, right? Like, Agrimar had the... what was it called? Like, Flame Rend or something? Where Flame Rend would, like, knock people back, and the less people that were in it, the more it would knock you. So I played a Demon Hunter. So what I would do is I would aim Flame Rend at, like, a group of 5 players, and all of them would get shot off the platform, and then I would just hit Glide and pop right back on. So you could keep doing that and slowly knock every single person off the platform. It was fucking evil, but honestly, it was pretty fucking funny. And the last wipe that we got... oh, shit. Does anybody... do any of our classes have a Soothe? I don't think they do.
Hiding our limbs under our souls once Sunday. Give them to your boss man now, or you're gonna be sorry. Really sorry.
But yeah, the last wipe that we got on LFR Agrimar, it was at 0%. We just barely killed everybody with the final Flame Rend. One of the funny things about LFR Agrimar is in order to make it easier, Determination stacks had a hidden buff on LFR Agrimar where they also reduced the knockback that your character took. So, if you wiped too many times on LFR Agrimar, even if you only hit like 5 people with the Flame Rend, they would barely get bounced back at all. So the harder, like, the more we wiped, the harder it got to actually, like, knock people off the platform. It was absolutely brutal, but it was fun as hell. What is my core rotation been for Blood DK? I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? Like, you keep Marrow Rends, well, you keep using Marrow Rend until Bone Shield's at 5 stacks or more. Neshi, you may or may not have Earthwall. No worries, man. Yeah, so you keep it at above 5 stacks. As long as you have, like, more than 5 stacks of Bone Shield, you're fine. There's no reason to not put it at 10 stacks, but, like, bare minimum, you want that to keep Ossuary active. Then, pretty much, like, Blood Drinker on cooldown. You know, make sure that you don't overcap charges with Blood Boil. Use Heart Strike if you have it. Ideally, try to cleave with Heart Strike by keeping mobs in your Death and Decay. If you don't think that you need Death Strike healing, then just dump your Runic Power on Death Strike. Otherwise, pool up Runic Power to unload Death Strike when you take a bunch of damage. It's not too complicated. We both asphyxiated that. Shaman has Soothe? Ah, I see. That seems relatively straightforward. Yeah, it's not too bad. Wait, what happened to him? Oh, did the ghosts kill him? Oh. Wait, oh, did you spell steal a ghost? I think he spell stole a ghost. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. I've seen many mages make that mistake, and it's always hilarious. Now you know how to troll keys on your mage? Yeah. You can queue for LFR in a party? Yes, with up to 5 players. I think. Maybe it's more than that, but I'm pretty sure you can only queue with 5 at a time. Wiping LFR raids is amusing? Yes, it was fun. One second. I've missed a lot of messages in chat. I do need to do this poll, though. Oh, crap. I'll try to read a few. I just don't want to miss anything. what do I main in Final Fantasy? Gunbreaker or Paladin? That's pretty much exactly correct. Basically every tank. But if you're looking for the exact tank that I mostly play, it's Gunbreaker. Yeah. But technically every tank, but mostly Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker is like my favorite tank in Final Fantasy, but I do enjoy playing all of them. The only one that I haven't spent a ton of time playing is Dark Knight, just because it takes a while to level, but every other tank I've been working on. You were close to pronouncing my name correctly. The I was a bit off. Try pronouncing it like the EA in the West. Joachim. Right? Like that, maybe. I'm not sure if that was correct. Joachim? Like that? Noises, look at his description box. It has all the guides. It would be bad if I was a hunter and dismissed my pet when it had corrupted blood. Yes. Stridweeb, is there a spreadsheet for heirloom enchants I can find for leveling help? Yeah, my doc should have most of what you need. I don't know if it has information on exactly the heirloom enchants you need. I do discuss heirloom enchants a bit in one of my videos, which is a guide to all leveling consumables. So, if you're looking for, like, the exact, like, enchants that you should be using, it does vary, like, class to class, but my speed leveling consumable guide should have most of what you need, but that is a video. It does have timestamps, though, so you can just skip straight to the part that has the information on, like, heirlooms and enchants and stuff. They had knockback reduction and you still got it to 7 wipes? That's impressive? Yes. It was tough. Like I said, that 7th wipe, we got it at 0%. Barely killed it in time. Or barely... But when I say barely killed it in time, we barely killed the group in time before the boss actually died. But we did manage it. After that, it was impossible. Like, we tried. But, you know, didn't manage to do it. And then we all got vote kicked on Argus, so. The only tank I've ever felt truly comfortable with is Prot Pally. Yeah, Prot Pally's awesome. Prot Pally definitely feels like very comfortable to play, yeah. I found that some people struggle getting into it, but once you really get, like, the flow of Prot Pally down, it's a really nice tank. Feels great. Can I AMS this? Or is this physical damage? Oh, it's magic damage? Oh, fuck yeah. Sad that you rarely get to play Shaman? Nah. I mean, hey, if you enjoy Shaman, just main swap. If I'm ever really enjoying something and whatever guild I'm in doesn't let me play it, I just say fuck them. And I swap to it. Find a new guild that needs a shaman, easy peasy. I mean, the guild won't let me? Yeah, exactly, that's the thing. Most people who really enjoy a class that, you know, they can't play, it's because their guild won't let them swap. And that's the thing. Fuck them. I mean, I guess, if they're... So, I know what you mean about saying, like, you don't want to ditch them, right? And I'm not saying just, like, up and say, like, yeah, you know, I'm gone, right? But have that talk with them, right? Like, if you go to them and say, hey, I really want to swap to Shaman, and be like, this is what I want to play, I will continue playing, I will continue playing X until you either manage to find a replacement or let me play Shaman, right? But, like, if that's what you really want to do, you don't need to, like, be a dick about it, right? Like, you don't need to just quit the guilds. But, at the end of the day, like, why force yourself to do something you don't want to do? Like, it's a game, right? You should be having fun. This is coming from somebody who did the exact same thing for years. For years and years and years. I played a class that I didn't enjoy because most guilds forced me to. Like, I loved Vengeance Demon Hunter throughout all of Legion. And I didn't get to play it for most of Legion Because every time I tried to join a guild in my Vengeance Demon Hunter, they would always eventually tell me, we don't want you to play Vengeance. We want you to play Brewmaster. And I was damn good at Vengeance Demon Hunter. So eventually I just said, fuck this. In Taurus, I said, fuck that. I quit the guild I was in, and I joined a guild that let me play Vengeance DH. In BFA, same thing. I got declined from so many Mythic Plus groups, I got declined from so many guilds because I stuck with Vengeance DH for almost the entire thing. And then finally, you know what? I kind of gave up, and I swapped to Havoc Demon Hunter. Some guilds said, you know, we're not really looking for a Vengeance DH, but I guess if you can play Havoc, we are looking for DPS. And I was just kind of tired of getting declined from guilds, and I said, sure, fine, I'll play Havoc Demon Hunter. And you know what? That was like the most miserable tier I've ever played. I fucking hated it. I was good at Havoc, but I hated it. I didn't have fun playing it. And as a result, by trying to force myself to play something I didn't like, I was just not having fun. And then the next tier, Nyalotha, I swapped back to Vengeance DH, and I had a lot of fun that tier. So even if you need to like join like a slightly lower progressed guild, if you're having more fun, I'd say it's worth it. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, AOTC's pretty good. Congrats on that, Neshi. I missed some of the messages. Once my work schedule gets consistent, I hope I can raid with my guild again. Yeah, I feel that.
But I haven't had his mojo long enough to create my masterpiece.
Wait, you made a deal with one zombie?
Yeah, it can be kind of hard to get into Mythic raiding if you're not able to, like, you know, make a schedule consistently. I know a lot of people that, like, are really good at the game and have had to stop Mythic raiding in recent years. I mean, my friend Paul, who was in the stream earlier, is a good example of that. He is one of the best players I've ever seen, and yet he hasn't done Mythic raids in years because his work schedule is just too intense. Like, one of the only reasons he was even able to be here today on the stream is because of the fact that it's Labor Day and he has off. And it's a shame. So I definitely feel that. Last time you seriously progged with your guild was Zul Harak back in, trying to scroll. Only raid on weekends, so I'm good. Ah, nice. And last time you did serious prog with your guild was Zul Harak back in WoD. That was a fun boss, yeah. I do recognize your guild name, though. Not a Sirloin. Spikefoil. Aren't they, like, one of the best guilds in Mal'Ganis? Unless I'm, like, confusing it with a different guild, but I'm pretty sure when I was looking at, like, WoW Progress the other day. Yeah. And they're, like, already cutting edge at this point, I would imagine. You rebuilt from the ground up in WoD? Nice. Yeah, I'd imagine WoD was kind of bad for player retention, right? A lot of guilds that I was in at the time ended up just kind of collapsing due to lack of members. Sylvanas is easy farm, but Fate Scribe, yeah.
True love. Now ain't that sweet? Old one zombie had his share of romance back.
Is that trinket actually good?
More than his share.
I mean, if you don't need that trinket, I could probably use it. I don't know, though. I guess it wouldn't be bad. It's probably better than a fucking 98 item level misfiring sin. Okay. Well, I rolled. There you go. Yeah, apparently the game really wants me to have the trinket, huh? God damn. I'll try it. But I think having 2 unused trinkets is gonna kinda suck. Oh well, I'll give it a shot. You could also do raids with them on your character and have your shaman in a different guild with different raid times / days. See, Nakasaru, I've done that before, but I would imagine the average person probably can't do 2 raid schedules. Like, raiding in 2 teams at once, even with my schedule, the last time that I did that, it was brutal. Like, I had to make like 5 raid days a week, and that was something that I honestly don't know if I'd want to do again. When you want to play another class, you get cock-blocked? Yeah. I would say just have a talk with your guilds. Just, like, sit there, talk to them, and be like, hey, guys, I really want to play Shaman. Or maybe if it isn't Shaman that you really want to play, just be like, this is the class that I enjoy playing. I would really appreciate it if you could let me try this. And hopefully, if they're nice people, because like you said they're really nice, if they're nice people, they should understand that, and they should maybe not say, yeah, you can go on your Shaman right now, but hopefully they would be understanding and, like, help you slowly work on your Shaman until the point where they can find a replacement. And then you could swap to that. I've always defaulted to DK because I did a bunch of theory crafting back in WoD, so I know the class better than anything. Yeah. I mean, back in WoD, DK was my shit. I played Blood all the time. Really fun class. I also did play Unholy and Frost a bit back then. They said they wanted a mage. I offered to play mage. They said no, and somebody else offered, and they said yes. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of fucked up, man. I don't know. Like, that doesn't sound very nice. So you mean Havoc Demon Hunter? Yeah. So, are they trying to force you to stay Havoc because they need, like, the debuff or something? Because if so, there's, like, a million Havoc players out there right now. Like, it cannot be hard for them to find a Havoc player. You have 2 Vengeance tanks? Oh, I mean... Then yeah, why? Yeah, that's definitely strange. If you have 2 Vengeance Demon Hunters, so you already have the Demon Hunter debuff, why would they want to keep you on Havoc? That's odd. I mean, even if he's, like, the top DPS on his raid team, right? Like, if he's able to do competitive DPS on a class that he enjoys more, like, why not? That was kind of the same situation that I faced back in Nashara's Eternal Palace. Your DPS sucks? So why are they forcing you to stay Demon Hunter? If you don't enjoy the class and you're not pulling good numbers with it, then I feel like you just perform a lot better on something you enjoy. I mean, nobody's going to be able to perform well in a class that they're not having fun with. I can't blame you for that. If I didn't have my heart set on something, I wouldn't really be able to motivate myself to, like, play really well in it either. So. I don't know. My recommendation would just be, like, try to talk to them again. I know you said they're nice people, but, like, if they're nice people, they should understand that. Like, if they're really nice and they really care about you being in their guilds, if you go to them and talk and say, like, hey, I'd really rather play something else, I'd have a lot more fun, hopefully they would understand. And if they don't, then, well, I would say they're probably not very nice. And yeah, you don't have to just up and leave. Definitely, like, communicate with them ahead of time. But if you express the fact that you'd rather play something else, and they don't respect that, and they tell you that they want you to stay on something you don't enjoy, then I really don't think there's anything wrong with just finding a guild that actually appreciates you playing something you enjoy. Their excuse was you already have tunes in the guild, and I said I didn't like playing them? What? That makes no sense, man. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like... I don't know why they're trying to keep you on it, but... that sounds like a bad excuse on their part. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, man. I definitely think you shouldn't, like, force yourself to play something just because they want you to. You know, do what you gotta do to be happier, right? I mean, I don't know necessarily if you're unhappy on Demon Hunter, but I would imagine you would be happier playing something that you think is more fun, so... I feel that. I've honestly had pretty shit luck with guilds as well. But, you know, I keep bouncing around, right? I've had not the best luck with guilds, but that's why I keep looking. Like, the one I'm in right now, it's not amazing. I definitely have my problems with it, but I'm gonna keep riding it out, and if eventually things don't go super well, then, you know, I'll let them know ahead of time, and then I'll leave when, you know, they're able to find a good replacement tank. Like, I'm not gonna just drop this guild and leave them high and dry, but once they actually have somebody to fill my spot, if I do feel like I need to move on to a different guild, then, you know, I would be perfectly fine doing that. Sometimes that's just what you need to do. We're meant to have fun. I thought this was level for sad endgame. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Cosmo. You're meant to have fun. At the end of the day, that's what's important. Sometimes that's also how you move up in the raiding world. Absolutely. Yeah, Middens is sleeping in my bed. I'm surprised she hasn't left early. Sorry. The cats are getting their food, and my cat Middens was passed out on my bed, so my stepmom popped in to go get her so that she could get her food. You bounced between every guild on your Sarah back in WoD and found yourself in Spikeflail somehow? So I guess they eventually moved over here to Mal'Ganis? Interesting. If I'm tanking or healing, I would be more happy? Yeah, absolutely, man. See, I've been in that position before. Oh, they've been on Mal'Ganis forever? So you were on Ysera and then you transferred over here to join them? I see. Like, that's the thing. Sometimes, even if you're in a group of people that are really cool, and you're playing DPS, if you're not feeling it, you know, swap. I had the same thing happen in Nyalotha. Back in Nyalotha at the very start, because I mentioned I swapped to Demon Hunter to play for some guild back in Ashar's Eternal Palace. And then I kind of felt like, well, I've already been playing Havoc a lot this expansion. I might as well keep playing Havoc in this tier, right? So, going into Nyalotha, I was like, alright, you know, I'm just gonna, you know, stick with Havoc. I'll join a guild with Havoc and stuff. And the guild I was in was really cool. Really nice people. Really liked raiding with them. But I kind of eventually told them that, yeah, man, I'm not feeling Havoc anymore. I really want to tank. And they didn't have a raid spot, and eventually I left, but I left in good terms with them. Back in Shadowlands launch, a few of them popped into my stream to say hi. Really nice people. So at the end of the day, like, if they're nice people, right, I don't think your guild will have any hard feelings if you feel like you need to leave. Front right. Oh, both of you guys called front left. Okay. Cool, okay, I tested it for science. Apparently I can AMS Master of Death, so that's cool. The thing is, healing and tanking slots are full. Yeah. Oh, I got hit by that. Sorry. God, I wish my scroll wheel wasn't so fucked so I could actually normally scroll up and down through messages. I need to get a new mouse at some point. This broken scroll wheel is, like, so annoying. It doesn't really affect gameplay, because there's honestly not a lot of cases, like, in the middle of a fight or something, where I need to, like, use my mouse wheel. I don't have anything bound to it. But it does kind of suck that I can't really reliably scroll up and down. Most people don't have that much free time, yeah. It's a game. If they don't accept the fact that you want to play something else, then really, really, really fuck them. Yeah. You got my heart set on survival now. I will gear it and make it my main. Glad to hear it, Cosmo. And yeah, that's the thing. Cosmo, if somebody tells you that you can't play Survival Hunter, fuck them, man. Don't let anybody else tell you what to play. That's what I want to do. I want to leave on good terms. I feel that. And here's the thing. If you reach out to them and you try to be nice, and, you know, you do everything in your power to, like, leave on good terms, and despite all of that, they still get nasty, at the end of the day, that's not your fault. If you try to be nice and they're the ones who make it nasty, you're not to blame. They are. So all you can do is your best. And if you do your best and it doesn't end well, don't blame yourself. Blame them. What are the stats on that? Heavy haste. Give it to the warrior. It's technically an item level upgrade for me, but if he needs it, I'd rather he has it. The ring I have is already pretty good. Alright. Doing mists next. If someone doesn't enjoy a class, then they shouldn't play it. End of story. Doesn't matter if you're the top dog or main tank or best healer or whatever. Absolutely. Like, I think it's generally common courtesy to, like, give a guild, like, heads up. Basically tell them, like, hey, I'm not enjoying this. If you can accommodate me and let me swap, that would be great. But if not, I would like to leave and find a new guild. Like, if you give them heads up and you let them replace your spot, that's generally common courtesy, right? But if you bring that up to them and they just give you shit, then they don't deserve it. Used to love playing DH, like Havoc back in the day. Unfortunately, Havoc has changed quite a bit over the years, so I could understand if, like, it's just not the same as you remember it. What's my goal for today? Ideally, I would like to get to, like, around 205, 210 item level. But what I'm going to be doing is just a few more M0s, then I'm going to do Tazavesh, and then once Tazavesh is done, I'll probably call the stream there. Locked for miss, good luck. Thanks for coming. So the main was, I need to replace this weapon. This weapon is really holding me back. Because, like, everything I have is bare minimum 200 item level. I do have a crappy spare meat hook that I would like to replace, but if I can get this thing out of the way, like, that would be huge. So, what? Oh, I accidentally flew into the Night Fae place. I'll love this story. Ooh, interesting. Miss of Tyrannus Scythe. Was stuck from February to literally 2 weeks into 9.1 with a 194? Holy shit. Season 1 Keystone Master with no weapon? Jesus, man. I mean, that's impressive. Impressively bad RNG, but also impressive that you managed to overcome it with a 194 weapon. God damn. Yeah, my cousin had pretty similar luck in Nathria. He was playing Hunter, and I think he was using, like, a 190 bow all the way until he quit. And, like, he got a decent bit into Mythic Prog with us before he stopped raiding. But that was one of the main reasons he just wasn't enjoying Nathria. Like, he was with us all the way, I think, until, like, Hungering Destroyer. But every single week, I would run him through keys to try and get him a bow. And every single week, it would not drop. And eventually, he was just super tilted, because, I mean, he was getting pretty good parses early on, but the longer it went on without a weapon, his parses basically, like, slowly dropped lower and lower. And it was just really frustrating for him, because he just felt like he couldn't keep up, and the game was just not giving him a bow. So, yeah. I'm sure he would relate to that a lot. Did I finish Shaping Fate? Yes, I did. I did not get a weapon, unfortunately. I got a lot of good conduits, so... I forget which ones I got from Shaping Fate, but... I think it was Insatiable Appetite, Condensed Animosphere, and Adaptive Armor Fragment, so... I mean, those are all solid. So, I mean, I got good stuff from it, but I did not get a weapon, unfortunately. Page up, page down can be used to scroll chat. Huh, you're right. Yeah, I probably should have been doing that this whole time. Good call. Thank you, Nakasadu. Once again, if you're in chat and you're in queue, and I don't invite you, I'm sorry, but I really do want to try to get a weapon. So, if somebody could trade me a weapon, that's generally what I'm going to prioritize. Obviously, if it takes way too long, I'll invite somebody, but I'm okay waiting a few minutes to try and get, like, a better armor stack. That should be an achieve in and of itself, Keystone Master without getting a weapon? Yes, absolutely. The most important thing that any guild looks for is desire to learn, analysis, and dedication. See, I agree that that is what most guilds should look for, and I think a lot of good guilds look for that as well. The unfortunate reality is that's not what the vast majority of guilds look for. Speaking from both experience and stories told to me from other people. Like, yeah, the amount of guilds I see that look for dumbass shit, like, first of all, any guild that asks to see your UI and, like, judges you based on your UI is just, like, get the fuck out of here. Your UI does not fucking matter. Like, it matters, but as long as you can see what's going on and you're able to put out good numbers, it doesn't matter. UI is different for everybody. So that has always frustrated me. The guilds that, like... I mean, like, so I generally have had fine parses, so I've never had this problem. But I know some people who are generally, like, really good players, and they have, like, pretty good parses on most bosses, and they have, like, 1 or 2 weak bosses. And usually it's a fight where, like, they do mechanics on it. And guilds will, like, judge them for that. Like, for instance, one of my friends, one of the ones that was moderating in chat earlier, the one named Dick Cheney, he ended Antorus with a gray parse on Iminar the Soul Hunter, because every single time we did Iminar, he would volunteer to suicide the bridge. So, he loved doing that. He literally never got above a gray parse, because every single pull, he was like, I volunteer to do the bridge. And he had, like, orange and purple parses on every single other boss. Now, he never had to reapply for a guild, because he stayed... I was in the same guild with him for all of Antorus, but, like, imagine if he had a gray parse in that boss, because all he ever did was volunteer to do mechanics on every single pull, and for the record, our guild at the time even told him, like, hey man, if you want to get a parse in this boss, like, we'll let somebody else do it. And he was like, nope, he enjoys doing mechanics. I mean, he really liked that mechanic in particular, because I think, what was it? There was, like, that potion you popped that got, like, the arcane orb under your feet, and you would, like, fly across the bridge. So, he loved doing that. And every single pull, he loved just running across it, blowing up all the stuff, and then dying. That's just how he enjoyed playing Iminar. So, somebody had to do it, and he always volunteered to be that somebody. But imagine if guilds, when he applied, judged him just because of that one bad parse. And I know people who, when applying to guilds, have had situations where people are like, well, you know, overall your parses are good, but, you know, you do have this one bad parse. Can you explain? And then, like, basically, they usually say, can you explain these parses? And usually it's just their way of saying, your parses overall aren't perfect, and therefore you're shit, without trying to, like, actually understand it. So, yeah, most guilds are just fucking stupid when it comes to stuff like that. Do we have a Night Fae? Come to think of it, I don't think we do. I mean, actually, well, we have a warrior. Is he Night Fae? Oh, well, technically, he still needs the weapon. Oh, well. Well, either way, the warrior's AFK, so I'm just going to start pulling. When this patrol's a little bit back up here. Wrath UI or nothing. Yeah. A lot of guilds try to find meta specs and players who play that meta spec decently. I mean, yeah, like, obviously, I would say if you're recruiting, right, and you're in a vacuum, and you get somebody that has, like, a 95 parse on a meta spec, like, if you see a 95 parsing Venthyr Boomkin versus a 95 parsing Survival Hunter, then yeah, of course, literally anybody with a brain is going to pick the 95 parsing Venthyr Boomkin. In a vacuum, right? Obviously, one of them might be better at mechanics, but you can't really tell that by looking at Warcraft logs. But the fact of the matter is, I have been recruiting for raids for years now, and I have never been in a situation where I'm like, oh gee, do we pick the really good Venthyr Boomkin or the really good Survival Hunter? 99% of the situations that I've been in that I have a problem with are when I find a really good, like, Survival Hunter or something, like, on the forums. And I bring it up to whatever guild I'm in, and I'm like, hey, this guy looks really good, we should pick him up. And they're like, oh, well, we have a Boomkin trialing next week. And I'm like, okay, let me see the Boomkin's logs. And it's like a Boomkin with straight green parses. And I'm like, okay, I get that he's a Boomkin and Boomkin's good, but his parses are green. I think we'd be much better off with the orange parsing Survival Hunter than the Venthyr Boomkin that has, like, green parses. And a lot of times, those people are like, no, I'd much rather have a Boomkin or something. DPS is the only mechanic? Yes, Hrothgar knows what's up. I can use page up, page down. Are we able to CC this? Ah, screw it, I'll just pull. My thing is you can't teach people to not be idiots, but you can teach people to do better damage. Absolutely, yeah. I agree that mechanics are more important. Like, a player's ability to do mechanics and to understand and learn is absolutely the most important thing. Like, same thing as you said, I can teach people to do good damage on literally any class. If it's a class I don't play, I'll fucking learn it. I'll learn it, and then I'll teach them how to play it. But I can't teach somebody how to be motivated. I can't teach somebody how to do boss mechanics. Or, well, I can explain a boss mechanic, but I can't, like, explain how to ideally min-max your damage while doing boss mechanics. That's something that you just kind of need to get practice with. So that absolutely is more important. But generally speaking, I would say a lot of people like to say that. A lot of people like to say, like, oh, I prefer people that do mechanics compared to people that just do a lot of damage. But I found that a lot of the players who do a lot of damage are, generally speaking, good at doing mechanics as well. Where's Bag of Tricks? I believe, yeah, it should be under your general tab, yeah. Pretty much, like, I've very rarely seen somebody who's really fucking good at doing damage and really fucking bad at doing mechanics. Like, if you're good enough to understand how to min-max your rotation really well, you generally have a good understanding on how to do mechanics. The only thing is, like, whether or not you give a shit. The one instance where that hasn't been the case, and I have met somebody who was really good at doing damage and was shit at doing mechanics, was back in Nyalotha. I raided with a Beast Mastery Hunter. And this Beast Mastery Hunter was really interesting. So I've kind of mentioned him in passing on multiple different streams, but how do I put this? He constantly talked about how he always likes to fuck his stepsister. And he would, like, constantly talk about how hot his stepsister was. This is the kind of person we're dealing with when I talk about how, like, this guy was kind of just an off person in general. So everything about him was just fucking strange. Yeah, he was just not right in the head, very clearly. He also, like, I mean, I don't necessarily 100% know if it's true, but basically everybody in the guild told me that apparently, like, the people that knew him said this at least, apparently, like, his dad is, like, a multi-millionaire. So he had, like, this gigantic trust fund, and he had literally never worked a day in his life, and he was, like, in his late 20s, just sitting there with millions of dollars in a trust fund playing WoW all day. Now, I cannot confirm or deny whether or not this is true. Oh, shit. This is just what I was told. Thank you, not a sirloin. I appreciate it. Yeah. Unfortunately, one of the main reasons I was doing this was to get the axe, because I have a 163 weapon equipped right now. So that is like a colossal upgrade. I appreciate it, man. Thank God I finally got that replaced. But yeah, so obviously I cannot confirm or deny whether or not this was actually true. It may have been. Wait, that guy left? I guess he was probably just here for like a legendary or something. But this is what people told me. So I would like to say I kind of would think that it's true based on some external knowledge that I have. Unfortunately, one of the problems with him is he was also a bit prone to like overshare. So he told us a lot of personal information to the point where like I can kind of believe him. I think it went left. There. Yeah. But yeah, so all this to say, the dude was strange. And one of the other many quirks of this particular BM hunter is that every single night, all he ever talked about was how he was doing big dick damage. He loved that phrase. Like, he was always like, oh man, like, I have such a big dick. I'm doing such big dick damage right now. And he would say that every single raid night, all the fucking time. And if you ever asked him to do a single mechanic, he would freak the fuck out. Like, he would complain and make up 50 million excuses as to why he should not be the one to do a mechanic because X, Y, Z, and all these different things, and it was never something that he should do. He had a big ego and a weird mindset, yes. And, like, it got even, like, really bad to the point where, so, if you guys did, Mythic Nihilotha, and if you got to Vexiona, right? So, on Vexiona, this might have been a heroic mechanic, I forget. But you had, like, these debuffs that would go out on players, and when it expired, you would drop, like, a pool of goo on the ground, right? So, I mean, a lot of fights have that mechanic. But Vexiona, especially, was, like, kind of, like, frustrating because you really needed to min-max your space, because later on in the fight, like, it would get pretty hectic if you were just dropping pools everywhere. And these mechanics were randomly assigned, so, unfortunately for him, he couldn't make excuses as to why he shouldn't do the mechanic. So, when we were doing Vexiona prog, one pull, he got assigned that mechanic, and he wasn't paying attention, probably because he was just, you know, mindlessly pumping out damage. He dropped it right on top of the raid, and then he pretended to disconnect. So he just sat there, AFK, for like 5 minutes. We, of course, wiped. Not necessarily because of him, but like a few minutes later, it was still during prog, we wiped. And he sat there AFK for like 5 minutes. And then at first, he tried to tell us that he disconnected. So he was like, oh, sorry guys, I disconnected. And everybody said, that's bullshit. You did not disconnect. If you disconnected, you would have gone offline. And you've been online, both in-game and on Discord, that entire time. Just admit that you fucked up the mechanic and you were too embarrassed to admit it. But then, over time, the story changed. So then, he started talking about how apparently the pizza guy got to the door. And the reason that he fucked up the mechanic was because the pizza guy got to the door and he had to get up and get his pizza. But then, later on, he was bragging about saying how, like, the person who delivers him pizza is a girl. He was like, oh yeah, like, the pizza girl, she's super hot, and she's told me that she thinks I'm really hot too, and stuff like that. Just really stupid flexes. And then somebody pointed out, and they were like, hey, didn't you mention that the pizza guy was, or the pizza person was a guy earlier? And everybody was like, I think you're just making up this pizza person as you go along. And then he tried to, like, backpedal, because he realized that if we caught him out on that lie, that there was no pizza person in general, that basically it would mean he had to admit that he fucked up the mechanic on Vexiona, and that he, like, just pretended to be AFK to get away with fucking up that mechanic. So he caught himself in this, like, massive string of lies. I'm like, oh yeah, first I disconnected, then it was a pizza guy, then it was a pizza girl. So his final stance was, oh, it was a pizza guy. And then, of course, everybody started calling him gay, because, oh, you really want to fuck the pizza guy, huh? Well, if you really said you wanted to fuck the person who delivered you pizza and it wasn't a girl, then I guess you really must have wanted to fuck the pizza guy, huh? And you could, like, hear the frustration in his voice. Because, first of all, just to be clear, nothing wrong with being gay. Nothing wrong with that. But this guy was also extremely homophobic. If you probably couldn't have guessed, judging by all of the other crazy things about him. So, he was trying to, like, figure out in his head, shit, should I let them think that I'm gay? Or should I let them think that I fucked up a mechanic on a WoW boss? And he was constantly just, like, having this mental battle over Discord, and it was the funniest fucking thing. And this was just one of many, many examples I have. Telemarketing. I love it. Oh, I never picked somebody up. Whoops. Sorry, guys, my leg just broke. Favorite one is, fuck BRB, guys, my cat caught on fire. Baby just died, gotta go. Yeah. He was something else. Oh, man. I actually have, so I don't know if I'll ever share this, because I feel like if I ever shared it, I would probably get banned on YouTube. But I basically made a document where I recorded, like, direct quotes of everything that he said, even the super vile racist shit, like, all of the really vile stuff I recorded in exact quotes on a Google Doc, and I still have that Google Doc to this day. Every once in a while, when I tell this story and people don't believe me, and they're like, yeah, no, it couldn't have been that bad, I link them that document, and I'm like, here's like 8 pages of quotes of this guy. From like, I was only in that guild for like 6 months or something, and I got 8 pages of quotes in 6 months. Even the N-word, oh, the N-word was the least of, like, our concerns with that. He dropped the N-word on the regular. For that guy, it was probably as common as saying the word hi. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, when he would spam the N-word, that was considered tame by our standards for what we expected of him. It was bad, man. It was really fucking bad. That document sounds like a gold mine. Yeah. One of these days, I'll think about it. Maybe I'll share it. It's fucking great, though. Sorry, guys, my fish was drowning. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up on chat, because I rambled about that for a while. People who judge UI watch too much Limit Max. I mean, here's the thing. Limit Max even made fun of one of his Raiders UIs, right? So, it's not like he's saying that you don't need to have a perfect UI to be in Limit, right? Sounds like a healer problem. Yeah, clearly. I can, to an extent, understand judging a UI. If somebody has multiple damage meters and covers their screen in weak auras, how can you see what happens? I would say as long as your UI is clearly, like, readable, if it clearly works for you, then it's fine. Gotta cover the whole screen so you can only make out the top of your character's head? Yeah. It's true, I was there, I was the pizza. Just ask him to send a picture of the pizza with a dated note or something. He actually did do that. Funny that you should mention that, Scott. One of the things he tried to do to prove his story is he, after Raid, so like hours after Raid had ended, he got a pizza box, and he did literally do exactly what you described, wrote a dated note, and he posted it in the guild Discord, and he was like, you guys better apologize for making fun of me. But, like, first of all, this had been hours after Raid, so it's perfectly plausible that he could have just ordered a pizza after Raid and done it then. But even then, it's like, just because he had a pizza in his house doesn't prove that he didn't fuck up the mechanic and then pretend to be AFK. Oh, man. That's funny, though. Like, the fact that you suggested that, and yes, he literally did fucking do that. Holy crap. Only way he got onto your team was the WoW token? Did you know this guy? Holy shit. I don't know if everybody in chat, like, actually fucking knew this guy, or if you're just fucking prophets, because another thing that he did, obviously I mentioned that he had a trust fund, so one of the main reasons that I believe that he had a ton of money is, I don't know if you guys know this, but apparently there's a limit to the amount of WoW tokens that you can buy every week. I think it's either every week or every month. But I learned that there is actually a limit to the amount of WoW tokens you could buy because of this guy. Because he reached that limit, and then he complained to us about that limit. And he was saying that he thinks it's unfair that Blizzard put a cap on WoW token purchasing. Because what he would do, this was back in Nyalotha, of course, so he always bragged about having BIS corruptions, and that's because he had characters on multiple different servers, and he would buy WoW tokens on each of those characters, so if a mythic item level like corruption piece for BOEs and stuff popped up in the auction house that he really wanted, he would buy a ton of WoW tokens in that server, buy the BOE, and then pay to transfer that character back over to Mal'Ganis so he could use that BOE on his hunter. So I don't know if you were just, you know, joking there saying only reason he got into your team was the WoW token, but that man lived and died on WoW tokens. Half of his armor set was purchased with WoW tokens. You want a race change, but then your name would be useless? Yes, and your name is pretty fucking good. You're telling me he ordered a pizza and never ate it? Okay, I might be misremembering, but I feel like at least a few slices of the pizza were still eaten. So, at the very least, it's clear he ate some of it. Oh god, now I'm thinking of so many different stories of this guy, and I'm like, I probably shouldn't tell that. Oh, there's so much good shit. There's so much material for this dude. I could fill an entire fucking stream with just stories of that raid team. I should mention, that raid team, for the record, was the same raid team where the officer cheated on his wife with somebody else. And that wasn't even this guy. So that exact same raid team had this guy, who played a BM hunter, and had the officer, who played a boomkin. Actually, no, the officer played a feral, not a boomkin. But he played a feral, and he cheated on his wife with somebody on the raid team. So we had a lot of interesting people in that guild. He let the hot stepsister pizza guy girl eat some slices. Yes, clearly. Okay, the hunter's finally here. 20 tokens per week? Yeah, it was something like that. In my head, I thought it was 10, but I could believe 20. It's been a while since I've talked to him. Oh, man. You really want to see the doc now? Maybe eventually. I'll think about it. Maybe every once in a while, I'll drop a quote from the doc in there. Just bust out one quote, one of the many quotes from there. Hours after, Jesus, I feel so odd listening to this guy's insecurities. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I would feel really bad talking about how much of an asshole this dude was. I mean, I haven't mentioned his name, of course, so it's not even like I've doxed him. But I would feel bad talking about him if he wasn't an asshole. Because he was an asshole, and he was a really, really massive asshole. So I absolutely do not feel bad talking about all of this dumb shit that he did, because if he was like just kind of a well-meaning, goofy guy, yeah, okay, I probably wouldn't make fun of him, you know? But he wasn't. He was just an asshole. If stepsister was a pizza deliverer. When you say 20 tokens, you mean like $400? Yeah, that is the main reason why I kind of believe that that he had a trust fund. Oh, fuck, I missed patty cake. This is why I should be paying attention. It's the flower. No, the leaf, my bad. But yeah, so the thing about this guy, like, obviously I don't have proof that he had like a multi-million-dollar trust fund, but he was online 24/7. So it's not like he was ever working or doing literally anything else. And he bought 20 WoW tokens every single week. And everybody basically told me that he had a multi-million-dollar trust fund. And apparently those people knew him IRL. So I would, you know, err on the side of believing them. Why would you buy tokens when you can just buy gold? True. I mean, I don't think you should do either at the end of the day, but, you know. Flower. If your UI is readable, it doesn't matter? Yeah. Discrimination against rich people. Yes. I'm horrible. Damn, even Blizzard was rejecting the money. Yeah. I guess, you know, Blizzard even has standards, right? Although I'm pretty sure that the reason there's a cap on 20 for the WoW token isn't necessarily because Blizzard doesn't want more money. I think they probably just didn't expect anybody to buy more than 20 WoW tokens. They underestimated this guy's ability to throw money at the game. Trolling in BRF with Path of Frost? Yeah. Path of Frost is like the ultimate trolling tool. Was joking, but I guess I'm a mystic. Yeah. It's 10 bought with gold and 20 bought with real money. Interesting. Sorry guys, had to go. My stepsister was stuck. Yeah. I don't get why people buy tokens, TBH. It's with how easy it is to make gold using crafting, yeah. I mean, I definitely don't see the appeal, but, you know, some people enjoy it. I think tokens are obviously problematic, right? But I think the problem with tokens right now that I have is that it feels in many cases like Blizzard is almost designing stuff around them. Like, if you look at the cost of legendaries right now, you cannot tell me that legendaries are not intentionally designed to be extremely expensive to encourage people to buy tokens. Like, I mentioned that in my 9.1 video. That, I don't even think that's really a conspiracy theory. I think that's just pretty obviously why it was designed the way it was. Like, there is nothing in this entire game that is, like, mandatory for raiding in the history of this fucking game that is that expensive. Like, 262 legendaries are just so fucking pricey. Wait, what? Oh, did you get knocked off? Oh, God. Ah. Just do alch and make flasks? Yeah. I mean, alchemy, if you have the time, is definitely a good moneymaker, for sure. Oh, you were casting Chain Harvest and it shot you off the side? Big oof. Oh my god, we got our first sex bot of the stream. Cool. I get to ban another sex bot. They weren't very active in last stream. And I think this is the first one we've seen, huh? Interesting. Not a Sirloin has bought WoW tokens, but Neshi's never bought them before. I think I've bought like one WoW token years and years ago. I mean, in terms of like buying it with real money and then getting gold with it. But it was literally just like one WoW token back in WoD when it like first came out. Sex bots are popular on Twitch, yeah. Wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if you were here for the Nightborn leveling stream a few days back, but there were like tons of them. I must have banned like over 10 over the course of the stream. I mean, it was like a 10-hour stream, so obviously there was plenty of time for them to show up, but still, the fact that there were that many definitely surprised me. Spend 3 weeks doing callings, you're gonna be rich? Yeah. Callings are a pretty good source of consistent gold. Cosmo, you've never bought a WoW token. Nakasadu's never bought a WoW token. But it is nice to be able to turn it into Blizzard balance. Yeah, I mean, I think nobody's complaining about being able to, like, buy WoW tokens with gold and then convert it into stuff like that. I think that's fine, but obviously you can't have that without somebody buying WoW tokens for, like, you know, in-game gold, right? So it's tricky. I don't think there's, like, a perfect solution that everybody would be happy with. Obviously, the solution that I think most people would be happy with is just if a WoW token didn't exist, then everything would be fair, but with the fact that they've already opened Pandora's box by adding the WoW token to the game, I don't really think they can, like, just go back on that, so yeah. 262s are like 40k in your realm? Wow, that's pretty cheap. They definitely have gone down a bit on my realm, but... I mean, when the patch came out, obviously, that's when everybody really needed them, and that's when they were super expensive, so... That's when the price being high really matters. Take my credit card, yeah, that's Blizzard's logic. Wormshell Greaves, if you need, I do need that. Actually, wait, do I? No, I have pants. Yeah, actually, I probably don't need that. But thank you, Hrothgar, I appreciate it. Let's see. Okay, so what else do I need? The weapon was huge. That was really important. Now, I need a trinket. Neshi, I have 3 out of 3 of them. I appreciate it, but I couldn't even use it. But I do appreciate it. I think Plague Fall would probably be best to do next. I would like to try to get a trinket before I actually go to Tazavesh, but... I guess, are there any memories that I need? That's probably something I should check. So, Crimson Rune Weapon is good. But there's no trinkets from here that are good, because this thing's trash. Plaguefall has Death Certainty, but this one isn't super great, so maybe not. And then I haven't done Theater. But yeah, I wouldn't use that one. Yeah, I'd say probably Plaguefall next. What are the trading favors? Sanguine Depths. I'd like to get a File. File would be a big upgrade over Spare Meat Hook, so. Let's go with that. Mythic 0, Plaguefall. Twitch may as well be a porn site. I don't know about that, but there are a lot of, like, very risque streams on Twitch. WoW tokens did help my broke high school ass pay for WoW time back in WoD at the very least, yeah. I mean, honestly, that helped me too back in the day. My uncle would buy a 1 week for Mythic Plus carries. Nice. Seems like the pizza guy's sending them. I'd be fine with WoW tokens being removed entirely, yeah. I should do a hot tub stream? Oh god, no. Nobody wants me to do a hot tub stream. No. Just go to Moonguard for that? Yeah. I'm pretty sure YouTube wouldn't even allow that, man. Not that I would want to do one, but... I think YouTube is a lot more strict on things like that, generally speaking, than Twitch is, so... I would imagine you couldn't really do hot tub streams over on YouTube. I hate how there are so many gold sync mounts. It makes me want to buy WoW tokens for them, but that feels like a ripoff. Yeah, definitely don't buy WoW tokens for those mounts. I mean, some people view them as like an achievement. Personally, I haven't really bought any of the gold sync mounts. Like, I have the really old gold sync mounts, like Grand Expedition Yak, which at this point, like, isn't too expensive, but... Like, the Mad Merchant mounts, the, like, obviously, you know, the Brutosaur, right? Lots of shit like that. And a lot of people really like it. A lot of people really value it. Personally, it's like, if I really wanted to farm that much gold, I absolutely could. It's just, why would I care? I don't. It's not something that matters to me, and I'm sure as shit not going to buy WoW tokens to get it. That's why you go to Twitch, Fivehead. There's some weird crap on YouTube. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't know, sometimes it slips through the cracks, but I feel like, I mean, generally, recently, in terms of, like, demonetization stuff, YouTube's been pretty bad about, like, just cracking down on a lot of those things. Oh, damn, the prices have dropped? 149k is the most expensive on Doomhammer? Yeah. I would imagine the prices have probably dropped quite a bit now. I mean, it's pretty... I wouldn't say it's late into the tier, but we're getting towards, like, the middle of the tier, right? So, it makes sense that, like, most people don't need their legendaries at this point. There's less demand, prices fall, etc. YouTube used to be edgy back in 2010. Yeah, not so much anymore. These days, I kind of have to watch what I say. Like, trust me, if I felt that I could show the Google Doc of, like, all the shit that my friends... Or, I say friend because I was, like, kind of tentatively friends with him at the time until he went really off the deep end, and now I kind of hate him. But I guess my acquaintance back in Nyalotha, that hunter, if I could show the Google Doc on stream without feeling like YouTube would just, like, demonetize my entire channel, then I would, but that is definitely a concern, so I don't really want to risk it. $235 is more expensive than $262 now? What are we, British? God. How bad are they in my realm? I'll have to check later on. I mean, I will buy a legendary eventually, right? So maybe not in stream, though.
Stradama's plague will soon be mine.
Oh, shit. He offered to skip right as I pulled. Hot tub stream and WoW, play with your panda and AFK at a moonwell? Oh my god. That actually is kind of a funny idea. I feel like if I ever just, like, get bored and want to do, like, a stream for fun, like a just chatting stream or something. Oh, fuck, that breaks me out of Shroud. Fuck. How am I supposed to keep up with that road? I guess I should have mounted, but I didn't have time. Okay. I fucked up. My bad. I thought I could do, Wraith Walk and still stay in Shroud. How do I make golds? Usually just kind of passively. I do callings every day. I make gold that way. It gives a decent amount. Like, I don't buy lots of big things. You've been doing better than you thought you would? Yeah, Neshi, you've been doing great. I mean, honestly, healing has never been an issue. So, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I don't make, like, a ton of golds. I don't try to go out of my way to buy, like, really expensive stuff. Basically, the only thing I need gold for is raiding. If I can afford, like, any of the legendaries that I need and, like, consumables and whatnot, then I'm happy. Click the rock? I don't know what this warrior means. Alright, big pull. I can't guarantee I'm gonna hold aggro, but I'll fucking try.
Too far away.
My dad was kind enough to bring me some coffee. Slappy hands, yeah. Wait, the warrior can't zone in? Oh. Maybe that works? You're still rocking a 225 because it's just too expensive? Yeah. Moonguard is your main realm, Alex? I've heard lots of interesting things about it. If you label anything as a documentary, YouTube doesn't care. Interesting. Maybe I'll test that theory at some point. Hey, I'm not even using a legendary. I just hit max level. Over on Draenor, the most expensive is 75k for 262. 50k is average. The least is 24k. Oh, is he not able to get in? You need the Venthyr memory? Yeah. That's 48 renown, right? If I remember correctly from my survival hunter. 249 was going for 200k yesterday, with 262 being 35. I have noticed that for some reason 249 is going for more than the 262, which is kind of odd. I don't know why. Use alchemy to create crafter's marks. They're like 200 to 300 gold per craft. Yeah. They might already have an M0 lockout. I mean, even if they were locked to Plaguefall, they should still be able to enter. I suppose it's possible. I mean, I messaged him and asked if he was able to get in, and he didn't respond, so I guess I'll just keep looking. Oh, I'm gonna set my loot spec to Frost, because I do not want to get this tank trinket. This thing is very bad. I mean, I don't... Nothing good drops off Globkrog, right? So nobody would actually need this. Yeah. I can't see anybody actually needing something off this boss in particular. It's like Dr. Ickis and Stradama that drop things that most people want. Death Knight. Here, I'll put up a ready check. If you guys think we can do it. Shouldn't be too hard. I mean, Globkrog isn't hard. Enhance is generally really good as like a one-of, just to buff your warriors and stuff. I mean, Enhance isn't bad, but having a single enhancement shaman is very, very, very strong. Obviously, I'm slightly biased, seeing as how I main a warrior, but I do think that having at least one enhancement is very, very good. Unfortunately, my guild actually does have an enhancement shaman, and they don't let me benefit from it. Every single time, they're like, okay, let's put all the warriors in the Wind Fury Totem group. And I'm like, all the warriors? And they're like, oh, all the DPS warriors. And I'm like, oh, that's discrimination. I have yet to get a single parse this tier with a Wind Fury Totem. They give it to the fucking, like, monks and stuff. Like, what the hell is a Windwalker monk gonna do with Wind Fury Totem? Wait, Death's Advance doesn't let you get knocked back? Oh, that's sick. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, good call, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm definitely going to use that in the future. Most of the nasty stuff goes down in Goldshire, or occasionally some town inns. Lots of in-city RP, like people who RP as Stormwind Guards. All in all, it has really kick-ass people. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, even though Moonguard has a pretty bad reputation, the reality is that a lot of other RP servers are just as bad. Like, I mentioned that I played on, well, I played on Emerald Dream, but Emerald Dream has, like, no RP community. I actually was very surprised because for the entire time that I played on ED, I found, like, almost no RPers. There was, like, a very active anti-RP community, though. Like, if anybody ever tried to RP on Emerald Dream, there were, like, tons of people that would go out of their way to, like, crash their RP and shit-talk them and stuff. It was just strange. I never understood that, because it's like, I mean, if somebody enjoys RP, just let them do their thing, right? Like, it wasn't even necessarily my thing, but, you know. I don't know why people went out of their way to try and, like, fuck with RPers on Emerald Dream, but that seemed pretty self-contained to that server. Most other RP realms were, like, pretty open and accepting and whatnot. But I did play in Wormrest Accord, and on Wormrest Accord, it was kind of the same. Like, overall, lots of really cool people. But, okay, almost got blown up there. And then last second I remembered, oh wait, Wraithwalk breaks me out of that. Icebound Fortitude can drop you off the meat hooks in Theater of Pain if you get caught. That's good to know, but hopefully, if I'm not shit, I'll never have to use that. I have yet to get hit by a meat hook in Theater of Pain this expansion. And I don't plan on starting now. Why? I'm so... For some reason I used Gorfine's Grasp and I forgot to target myself, so I just didn't do anything. Oh well. But yeah, Wormrest Accord. So a lot of times when I was on there, like, I met a lot of great people, but I always heard, like, rumblings that apparently, like, Stormwind, or not Stormwind, Silvermoon City was, like, the hotbed of lots of ERP that was going on. And everybody was like, oh yeah, you know, you think that Wormrest Accord is, like, way more pure than Moonguard, but you've never been to, like, the dark recesses of Silvermoon City. I was like, oh boy. Luckily, I never ran into that in my time on the server, but I was told many stories. Hi, I'm CosmoWolf. Google just deleted my... Google account just got deleted. Oh shit. Hold on. Sorry, Cosmo. I accidentally pulled... AMS immunes you from the sludge debuff if you pop it before crossing the slime. Ah, gotcha. Your Google account just got deleted. You don't know why. You're on your backup account till it gets fixed. Yeah, that sucks to hear, man. I mean, I would say, generally speaking, Google support is usually able to fix that. I mean, YouTube support hasn't been super helpful with me, but if it's, like, a problem with your Google account, I'm sure they'll be right on top of that, so... Hopefully you can get that fixed. But I'm sorry to hear that. Emerald Dream used to be so big, seems they all left to Wormrest Accord or Moonguard. So, I played on Emerald Dream when it was really big back in Legion. A lot of people left, and that's one of the main things that people disliked about Emerald Dream, is it was an RP server, but it was very anti-RP. And because of that, there was kind of a bit of like a pushback in the community. Like a lot of people that didn't want the RPers in the realm, and a lot of people that did. If you want to know why Emerald Dream died, one very simple answer. War mode. War mode killed Emerald Dream. So the thing that made Emerald Dream a super big popular server is Emerald Dream had a very active world PvP scene. In fact, I talked about this on a previous stream, but if you want to find my really cringy old Emerald Dream Twitter, just search my Death Knight's name on Google, and you can find the Twitter account. And fair warning, it is pretty cringy, but a lot of it was intentionally cringy because basically a lot of people on Emerald Dream had like their Twitter accounts, and they had like this massive reputation built up on Twitter, and they cared so much about their Twitter rep and whatnot. And what I would do is every single time I ran into one of those people that had like an active Twitter while doing stuff out in the world, I would gank them, plant a flag in their body, take a screenshot of their dead body, and then post it on Twitter and at their profile. And like, these are the type of people that would sit there in world PvP for hours every single day and make like kill compilations of their world PvP kills. And by like world PvP kills, I mean they would gank AFK players at flight points and then brag about it on Twitter. So, like, my old Twitter is kind of cringy, but it was very intentionally cringy. The cringy shit was the people who genuinely got into this. I was kind of basically being like satirical about it. So I was making these intentionally really cringy Twitter posts to make fun of the people that actually gave a shit about their Emerald Dream, like, Twitter accounts and stuff. It was great. There's some gold on that. Now, like I will give fair warning, once again, it's funny as fuck, but it is very cringy. But if you like kind of, like, cringy humor, if you like to see people rage, like, oh man, me and some of my guildies back in the day, we made so many people rage on Twitter on Emerald Dream. So, because that was such a massive part of that community, the moment they introduced War Mode, and World PvP was, like, completely opt-in, the server died. BFA killed ED. All of the big World PvP communities were no longer able to, like, actively coordinate events, because when somebody can just press a button and opt out of, like, PvP, you can't actually really build a community upon it. That is what killed Emerald Dream, 100%. And it's kind of a shame, because it was actually pretty unique. Like, there's really no other server in this game, at least up at that point. Like, I'm sure there were servers back in the day that were really big on World PvP, but during Legion, Emerald Dream was, like, the last of the major World PvP servers. Like, that is what their entire server was built upon. And I had never seen anything like it. At least not in North America. I can't speak for, Europe. Maybe they had something like that. But I always thought it was really cool, and unfortunately War Mode killed it. Alright, I'm gonna take the slime out here. You guys can kill Dr. Ickis before that bomb goes off, hopefully. Okay. Darn. No file of putrefaction. Oh well.
So you emerge victorious. But at what cost? What vile mixtures now course through your veins?
Oh, let me make sure I set loot to unholy. Oh, I can still get two-handed weapons. There are people in Wormrest and Moonguard that pay IRL money for ERP? Really? There was someone in my guild that sold ERP to pay for college textbooks? Holy shit. Very weird, but whatever keeps you afloat. Yeah, I mean, if that's how they were able to afford their college textbooks, then I guess. God damn. That's crazy. Even Moonguard has seen a dip in RP, to no surprise. Yeah, unfortunately. Ban the ERPers for real money trading. Yeah. You'll get it back, Cosmo? Yeah. I'm hopeful.
You reached out and seized the plague. The House of Eyes would still stand.
Goldshire got purged a while back? Really? The community killed RP? That's unfortunate. Wait, did we aggro a tentacle? Wait, where's the tentacle? Oh, shit. Oh, my bad. I didn't notice. I'm gonna try to stay alive, but I think that this is probably a wipe. maybe, just maybe, can recover this, though. Holy shit. Yeah, for some reason, I'm not in combat. That's weird. I figured that if one person pulled the tentacle, then everybody would get put in combat, but it didn't do that for me. War mode is so much fun. If you don't like PvP, though, then you just keep it off. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, one of the unfortunate parts about Emerald Dream was, like, yeah, it did kind of rely on PvP, and it kind of relied on a lot of people who didn't want to be involved in PvP. Like I said, a lot of those people that were really big on World PvP would spend all of their time camping flight points. So, like, something that one of me and my friends did is, one of the most popular flight points that these guys would camp is they camped, what's the name of the town? Valdestal in Stormheim. And they would always sit there and camp the Valdestal flight point. So one day, the guild that like always did it, like the one that was super notorious, was Division 7. I think they're still around. I don't know if they're still on ED. But D7 was the guild that spent all of their fucking time just sitting at that flight point and ganking players that were AFK and would land there. And it was like the most infamous flight point to gank because it was the farthest one away from Dalaran. So there was like an increased chance that people would just like throw themselves like on a flight point and then AFK, right? Compared to like if they were just going to Suramar, they might wait it out. So a lot of times they would get people to kill there. So what we did is we just sat at the Valdestal flight points and we would only kill Division 7 members. So we camped the flight point, but if somebody landed and they were Alliance and they weren't D7, they were free to go. They would walk away. But if a Division 7 member landed at that flight point, they would get killed. And then eventually they put together a raid group, and they had like 20 people or something, and they tried to go in there and like take care of us. Me and my 4 other friends, like our Mythic Plus group that we normally ran with, managed to take out their entire 20-man raid team. Those people were so fucking terrible. And those were the kind of players that you're dealing with, like, on those servers, right? Like, it's the people that can't actually get into a good, like, Mythic raid group, or even, like, Heroic raid group, or, like, Mythic Plus group. So they spend their time ganking people in World PvP and posting it on Twitter to inflate their ego. That's what they were all about. Oh shit, if you don't need that ring, that would be huge. Not a Sorlearn if you don't need that one. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Bro, somehow Bing keeps on installing. Damn. Bing is relentless. I keep on deleting it, but it returns. Interesting. Path of Frost doesn't work to troll anymore? That's unfortunate. Someone got on your Google account and deleted it. It's gone. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Did you have anything, like, really important attached to your Google account? Like, if all you had was, like, an email or something unimportant attached to it, then obviously it still sucks, but at least it wouldn't suck as much, because then it... I guess I can see you, like, already recreated it. But, I mean, if you had, like, important stuff on there, then I would definitely try to contact support and try to get that restored. I'm sure they could help you out. You're gonna have to use your ult for a while? Yeah. If your account is hacked, Google will usually help you? Yeah, for sure. I really haven't heard a story of, like, Google not helping people who get their accounts hacked. They're generally pretty good at that. If it comes to helping you with an issue on your YouTube channel, you can go fuck yourself, is Google's usual response. But in terms of, like, just your general Google account, they're usually pretty good about that. When do I want you to lust? Probably just phase 3. Or you could just lust, like, if you're ever, like, struggling with, like, the rain, infectious rain, I think it's called. But I think we should be fine, right? Shouldn't be a big deal. Good to have you back, Cosmo, indeed. The rogue's calling the warlock out. I'm swapping from Firefox to Google just to stop Bing. Most of the RPers in Final Fantasy XIV are now playing on Balmung and Mateus. Yeah, Mateus is a cool server. So, the friends that I initially had get me into Final Fantasy played on Mateus, because they're like really big RPers. So, the first server in Final Fantasy that I ever played on was Mateus. And it was actually pretty cool. I thought it was a pretty chill server. It was really nice, like, going into... Ooh, a cape. Cool. But yeah, it was really cool, basically, walking into... what's the name of that inn in Ul'dah? Whatever that, like, you know, one that you start off in is. It was always cool going in there. There's, like, tons of people sitting at the tables and talking and whatnot. It just made the world feel more alive. I haven't played on Balmung before, but I've heard good things about it. Alright. But yeah, Mateus was pretty cool. The Quicksand. Yes. But yeah, I played on Mateus for quite a while. Cool server. Now I'm on Midgard Sommer, though. But yeah, definitely, I've always, like, considered swapping back to a Final Fantasy RP server. It's always nice to play on one. And the nice thing about Final Fantasy is because, you know, usually when I'm raiding in Final Fantasy, it's like a team mostly composed of my friends, because it's, you know, only 8 people. You don't really need to worry about having to recruit as much, so I just like having a better server environment. Figured it's better than the 134 you have. Yeah, that wouldn't be good, Neshi, don't fall. Yeah, I'll try it. I've definitely done that a few times before, though. Alright. I guess I'm using an agility trinket. I'm curious to see if this actually does, like, any remotely decent damage. Okay, let me quickly catch up on chat, because I've fallen behind a little bit. Your mom fixed your Google account? Hell yeah. Yahoo's on your Google. Interesting. You're an alcoholic? I feel that. There should be an achievement for buying WoW tokens with money. 100 WoW tokens with money. Oh, man. Don't give Blizzard ideas. They would totally do that. And then they would make it so if you got that achievement, you get, like, a rare mount that nobody else has, with, like, a brand new skin. That's how Blizzard would do it. So, Neshi and Sirloin, would you guys want to do Tazavesh? I don't know if you're already locked to that. But at this point, honestly, I kind of have everything that I need from regular dungeons. Like, in theory, I could, oh god, a golden chariot mount, yeah. Like, I could probably try to get a better trinket and some other items, but I think, like, this is probably good enough. I'll be real with you, I've never done Tazavesh other than the last boss, but I have common sense. Oh, man, it's not hard at all. I can clearly tell you know what you're doing, so you'll be fine, don't worry. But fuck yeah, alright. I need to finish the quest line real quick, but I'm almost done. I'm actually gonna get consumables for this. I don't want to be a complete shitter for this, so. Chori said if you list it, I can help you. I'll list it in a bit. Or, if you want to just whisper me, Chori, I can invite you. Okay, so... Spectral... Power... I'll just get 10. Crap, what's the... I always forget the name of the crit food. Does anybody know the name of the crit food? I'm gonna get other stuff. Because I don't feel like having to look it up again. I keep forgetting it. Oh yeah, Spinefin Souffle. Ah, I remembered. Did I sell my old weapon? It's soulbound, unfortunately. I still have it somewhere. But yeah, it's this one. Unfortunately, it's soulbound. What else? I guess, Phantom Fire? Should get like 40 of these. Yeah, I'll get Heavy Desolate Armor Kits. That's a good one. I'll get 20. What else? Well, I mean, I think that's it for consumables, but I should get enchants too. So... Soul Treads. Reduce fall damage would be nice. What else? There's the gloves. Strength, and then... that one. Then Sinful. Fortified, Avoidance. I guess I could get Shaded Hearthing. Can't hurt. Eternal Skirmish. And then I do have 2 gems sitting in my bags. I can do this. Do I have any other gem slots? Can't remember if I rolled that on any piece of gear. I did not. Okay. Well, I have an extra one in the off chance that I need it. I think that covers everything. Oh, there's a mailbox here. Cool.
All goods and services for sale.
I don't know why it doesn't count Heavy Desolate Armor Kit as a consumable. It basically is. Oh well. Oh, what am I doing? Why not use rune forging on my weapon? Yeah, I'm an idiot. Okay, I forgot I'm a Death Knight. Okay. Good point. Thank you for reminding me that I'm not playing a warrior. God, I'm a fucking idiot. You just started the Shadowlands intro? Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that now. I can't believe I almost forgot to put Fallen Crusader on my weapon. What am I doing? Up to 208 already? Not bad. Yeah. Pretty solid. Been making good progress today. I haven't even done LFR or Tazavesh yet. About to do Tazavesh, though. Fallen Crusader. I'd normally be an alcoholic, but Shadowlands leveling is super boring. 1/10 to 50 is pretty fun. Yeah, I love 1/10 to 50, but like the 50 to 60 process right now is just so boring. So I really hope that like Torghast is actually a viable option, because Torghast leveling would be really fun. You should start taking over the leather AH market. So the mount drop in Tazavesh is... there's 2 of them. There's Cartel Gear Glider. Or here, let me open up the mount panel as I explain. Why won't this go away? There we go. Tazavesh, there's 2. Tazavesh Gear Glider is from Tazavesh Hard Mode. So if you guys want, we can do Tazavesh Hard Mode. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Should we do that? I don't know if I could tank Tazavesh Hard Mode. Actually, let's just do normal Tazavesh. Let's play it safe. Tazavesh Gear Glider is from hard mode, and Cartel Master's Gear Glider is a random drop off the final boss. Whoa. Okay, I don't know if that picked up on my mic, but a lot of things just must have fallen down upstairs because my entire room just shook. Holy shit. I hope that didn't pick up on the mic because it was really loud on my end. Like, literally could feel the walls shaking. Fucking hell. 2.0 tank doing hard mode would be rough? Yeah. The difference between the two is just the color scheme. The model is the same, but one is like bronze, the other silver. You heard that? Okay. That was hearable. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what caused that. Use the left runeforge and not the right one? What is this madness? Yes, heresy. I heard it, but it was just a thumping sound. It scared me not as loud as you probably heard it. Yeah, that honestly kind of shook me a bit. Like, I was not expecting the entire thing to shake. I can tank it if you want. Nah, you're good, Chori. I'll tank it. I think, honestly, so, I mean, if you guys really want to do hard mode, we can try. But I think, like, it might just be safer to do normal Tazavesh. We would also have to, of course, like, kill the first boss, go and get it, because, I mean, I don't have it yet, and that would just take a lot of extra time. So, you're fine with whatever. Chori, Sirloin, do you guys have, like, any major preference either way? You're fine with normal? Okay, cool. What is the next thing? Seeking smugglers. Okay, so I have to go to Revendreth. Crap, my wormhole generator's on cooldown. I guess I'll just take a flight path to Revendreth. Yeah, this should only take like another minute or two. Well, more like 5 minutes, right? But I need to do the unlock shit for Tazavesh. Hard mode Taz is fairly solid. Yeah. No, oh, I appreciate it, but I actually can't enter Tazavesh, I think, at least, until I do the campaign. Or, not the campaign, but, like, the quest line, right? So, I'm just gonna go do these quests real quick. I'm already, like, most of the way done. Yeah, I've done hard mode Tazavesh twice now. It's definitely, like, a little bit of a challenge. It's not the hardest thing in the world, though. But when I did it, I was 226 item level, so if you've already done it once, you don't need to do it again? Really? So it's, like, permanently unlocked for me on my account? Huh. Oh. Okay, yeah, sure, I guess toss a summon again and I'll put us in Group Finder. Well, that's good to know. The mailbox boss is annoying? Yeah. The way I handled it is we just bloodlusted and burned through it. That seemed to work. Let's call it regular mythic Tazavesh. Gonna grab some chips while we find a fifth. No worries. Do I play any TBC? Not at the moment, but within a few weeks, I will be leveling on TBC Classic. I played Classic, so I have a level 60 Prot Warrior, but I haven't leveled it yet. So I'll be leveling that on stream in a few weeks, and then when I do that, I'll probably check out some of the endgame content for TBC. But it definitely is something I'm interested in doing. I'm gonna try to get like a decently high item level DPS, just because with not being super geared on my tank, I'd want to make sure that our DPS is like really strong, just so we can like burn through this stuff really fast. Sounds awesome. Looking forward to it. Cool. Yeah, I'll put out an announcement whenever I nail down the date. It's not going to be next weekend. Next weekend, there's still a few other things that I plan on doing. But I would say 2 weekends from now, probably. So obviously, well, today's Monday, but like The weekend after next weekend. So. That's like my tentative date for it. If I need to push it back for some reason, I'll put out an announcement about that or something. But yeah, it should be fun. I mean, I really loved playing Prot Warrior back in Classic. I didn't play for super long. I quit before Blackwing Lair. A lot of my friends got burnt out, and I just didn't really feel like finding a new guild, so I just kind of stopped playing, but always sounded like something that I would be interested in trying BC, that is. Set your loot spec back to blood. Generally speaking, I think I'm better off with my loot spec as Unholy. Unless there's a very specific tank trinket that I want, but generally I don't really want any tank trinkets. So looking at Tazavesh, right, like, this, with Unholy, this is the only option, so that's good. With all specs, can Blood get Ticking Sack of Terror? No, so I really want this trinket. This trinket's pretty good. Find a Shami or Hunter? I'll try to find one that's like 220 or so. So yeah, if you're willing to wait a bit, I can look for a Shami or Hunter for you, Neshi. Yeah, the only thing special, I guess, about Blood Loot Spec versus Unholy would be the Soazmi Trinket. But, honestly, I'm not a huge fan of the Soazmi Trinket. I know that somebody in chat earlier was saying that they like it. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but that's just not how I like to play tank, personally. This weapon would be cool, though. Crit Verse, and I mean, it has a neat little model. And then Solia's Secret Technique drops for everybody, right? That one could be cool. Does this hat make you look stupid? It's interesting. The only silly thing about it is just, it's like very low, like, polygons, I guess, compared to the rest of your Mog. Yeah, I have the X-Mog mount. Hold on. It was quiet, but that might be my settings. Gotcha. The room is shaking. Should I check? Nah, DK is my priority. Yeah, Filippo gets me. Ooh. Ooh. There's some solid mages in queue. Now, I'm willing to wait for a male user if you want, but that is a juicy mage, and that is a good fucking warrior. Oh, shit. Oh, he canceled. Okay. Take those. Alright. I mean, hey, they'll be able to give you an intellect buff, so there's that. And maybe if there's, like, a good caster trinket from here. I'm not really super sure. I hate that hat? Okay, somebody in chat hates your hat. Hey, take it up with them. Oh, the mage declined. Okay, yeah, I'll just, at this point, I'll wait a little bit. Can't hurt. Okay, Cosmic Wolf likes your hat. There you go. 226 Rogue. I'll try to get plate or mail. Yeah, what? So I think it mostly... What else can I use? This would be decent. I hate the high mastery on that. Brett just doesn't like Volpera. What about this hat? Oh god. Well, there are many more problems than just the hat. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna take the 249 warrior. 249 warrior is like easy mode, right? Where is he? We can invite him here. Or summon him here. Did not expect to get somebody that high at level queuing up. Oh, fuck. So the person who said goblin racial doesn't affect vendors who aren't assigned a faction. Interesting. Which most mount sellers aren't. Huh. Let me check the dungeon journal again. I mean, the conduits would be nice. Like, I really want to get reinforced shell. This is really good for raid. What else can I get? Hardened bones is good. I would be happy with that. I guess, was that only showing blood conduits? No, okay, that was showing conduits for everything. This is a cool hat. Honestly, yeah, that goes decently well. It looks a little silly, but the color scheme matches parts of the Volpera transmog. Question. What's up? Are inflatable mount shoes a use it each time you mount? Oh, if you mean the mount equipment, no. One-time use. Slot it in there and you're good to go. Don't have to replace it. Yeah, I really want this trinket. This trinket would be amazing if I could get it. Whew. He's ready. Oh, he got the summon. Perfect.
Do not allow the beauty of Tazavesh to distract you from our shared purpose.
Entry is restricted. Surrender your weapons and follow me.
Surely we can come to an alternate agreement?
There will be no agreement. Lethal force authorized.
Alright, so... Sirloin, you said that you haven't done this before, right? So, I'll try to explain the mechanics. Honestly, nothing is too hard except the final boss, but didn't you say that you actually do know the final boss? So. Okay, you did the final boss. Gotcha. Yeah, that's honestly the hardest one. So Osmi is kind of tricky. So that's the only one that I'll probably need to like spend a little bit of time explaining. But it's not too bad. It's times like this when I wish I had challenging shout. Oh god, there's no way I'm gonna hold aggro against this warrior. Holy shit.
I'm out of range.
Alright, so this isn't the actual boss, this is just the trash. It's like a little mini boss. On hard mode, you have to fight this guy with the boss. But here, he's just a mini boss, no worries. Yeah, a lot of people get confused their first time. Because, like, it looks like he's a boss, right? Like, he's standing there menacingly, all alone. And he has, like, a unique name. But he's just a glorified mini-boss. And now the boss spawns. This one's pretty straightforward. Basically, the only mechanic is he'll pick a player and he'll, like, trap them. And then he'll slowly walk towards that player and you need to break them out of the trap. And then... No, this guy really wants the sword, Mog. So. Let you buff... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll start being a responsible tank. I'll do, ready checks and stuff. Oh yeah, and then obviously he puts up the rotary body armor. You just gotta, you know, attack where the little shield isn't. And then sometimes he'll confiscate your weapon. Okay, so now we just need to free him from the cell. Now, fun fact, if you're on a Brewmaster and you taunt the boss while he's chasing a player, he runs towards them faster, and I have done that and killed people with it. It's pretty fun. Yes. So, if you don't run out with it, that's what happens. Don't flame you, but you're dungeon leveling? Hey man, there's nothing wrong with that. I did a lot of that on my Death Knight. Absolutely nothing wrong with dungeon leveling. Just, not really my thing, personally.
Unfortunately, we have now drawn the ire of Cartel Zo.
Lesson has been learned, indeed. It's all good, though. That boss went pretty well. You're level 25? I see. Yeah, I actually enjoy doing low-level dungeons for leveling. It's just, it's not really efficient. This dungeon's a good way to grind Valor? Yeah, for sure. Oh, fuck me, that hit hard. Yeah, I'll refresh buffs after this. I think I forgot to flask before the dungeon. Whoops. Alright, here. Let's buff? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Nothing escapes the moss, says all the moss sworn, but I escaped. Yep. Pretty much sums up the expansion. If you want to get the neck by it here, yeah. I won't do hard mode this time around, but it's definitely good to at least get the thing ready for next week.
My time is valuable, you know. Consider our business.
Oh, just be careful, Neshi. Oh no. I was like, oh no, he's gonna walk into the stealth mobs. But we're good. Alright. You do that sometimes while leveling? Yeah. Yeah, dungeon leveling's fun. It's fun, like, when, you know, you're the tank, right? And you can control the pulls. It can be a bit iffy, at least in my experience, if you're DPSing, because then you're at the mercy of, like, bad tanks and stuff. Skip? What's the skip? If there's one, I don't know about it. You're a druid tank? Nice. Yeah, those are pretty fun to do dungeons with. Ah, I see. So just running along here. And then we could just wait for the patrol. Gotcha. Cool.
Miser's Oasis.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Most intoxicating establishment in Tazavesh. Gaining the owner's favor will secure Cartel Au's signature.
Invitation. You are bad for business.
Zogra, surely our friendship has ascended such necessity.
Are Windwalker monks one of the faster classes to level? I would say right now, Windwalker is probably like tied with Guardian Druid as the fastest class to level as. Currently, I have the world record for Horde, and I used Guardian Druid, and the guy who has the world record for Alliance used Windwalker Monk. Now, the main reason for that is because he used Dark Iron Dwarf, and Dark Iron Dwarf is the fastest for Alliance, and it can't be Druid. So I would say that in a vacuum, I think Guardian Druid is still the fastest, but because Dark Iron Dwarf saves a lot of time, for him it was like kind of necessary that he picked something that wasn't Guardian Druid. And in that case, I would say Windwalker was the best option. So he made the right call there. So I would say, yeah, it's kind of like a very close tie. There's a lot of variables that go into it. But for Horde, I would say Guardian is the fastest and Windwalker is the second. What are the drop chances of the Gear Glider? Probably pretty low. Stale Bread would be... Nothing escapes the maw except plot armor. Just noticed that one. Think I might start questing at 30, but where would I go? Just start from the beginning of the route. So if you're Horde, Silverpine Forest. Honestly, that would work out really well. If you, like, do chilled dungeon leveling all the way to 30, you have pretty smooth sailing, like Silverpine and Hillsbrad. That might even take you all the way to 50 if you started at 30. Definitely Silverpine and Hillsbrad, though. It's really, really nice. Fossils is on the other side, I believe.
I am out of range.
For you, I offer only the fight.
Too far away. I must get closer.
Shit, I should probably clear out my bags.
I have many ways.
Yeah, they're actually clearer than I thought.
May your feet find good trails.
Yeah, this is where you get the upgraded credentials. Follow me, Sirloin. I'll show you. Yeah, so like they said, you equip the neck, and then there's a guy... Okay, somebody dropped a marker. Nice.
It would be my pleasure to help you.
Passively forged credentials. Awesome. Slam Funk Tortoise donated $3 Canadian. Thank you very much. I appreciate the donation. Good to have you here, man. Nakasadu said back. Welcome back. I'm level 36. I started from the start of the route. Would it be fast since I'm higher level, or would it be slower? If you started... So, regardless on what level you're starting at, it is always faster to go straight to the beginning of the route. So, even if you're already, like, level 36 or something, Silver Pine is the fastest. It's actually kind of nice that way. Now, it's different for Alliance, so... For Alliance, I would say most people route in Loch Modan later on. But for Alliance, I would say if you need, like, a single zone to do, then do Loch Modan first. And then do, I would say, Loch Modan, start of Red Ridge, parts of Elwyn Forest, maybe, and then Duskwood. So, for Alliance, it's a bit weird, but Horde, it's really simple. The most efficient zones are in the exact same order that the guide presents them in. So, you'd start in Silver Pine, then go to Hillsbrad. Can I bind this? So if I think there's a keybind for, like, extra action button or something, but I don't have it on this character. I'll have to set up a macro for that. Once they add this Dungeon of Mythic Plus, I should really look into that. Would make this a lot easier. Just remember, this is your alt. You've never subbed to anybody before, so you had to hit the red button. Awesome. I appreciate you, Cosmo. I appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, now that you reminded me, Cosmo, I suppose I should be, like, you know, a good YouTuber and say, like, hey, if you enjoy the content, remember to hit that big red subscribe button and blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, honestly, it does really help a lot, right? I don't like to go out of my way to do that, but it does make a difference, right? It's actually, like, it's crazy, right? Because the first time, like, I kind of resisted doing that as much. First time in a video where I actually, like, said, hey, you know, if you like the video, make sure to subscribe, that kind of thing, I got 30 subscribers off that video, which was, like, way more than I had ever gotten off a single video, at least in months, right? So, it does work. It's one of those things where I always feel bad about doing it, but I guess, you know, it can't hurt, right? Like, I guess it is free, so, yeah. You float on the seat? Interesting. Woo! That hit me pretty hard. Oh god, Death's Advance is so nice for that. Holy shit. Your movement stuff was down? I feel that. It happens to everybody. Oh, belt was pretty nice. No conduit? Aw. Oh, that neck would have been nice. I just did that entire fight without a neck equipped. So when I did the turn-in thing for that Tazavesh hard mode neck, I forgot that it didn't re-equip my regular neck, so... Okay. That makes sense. So I was missing 88 stamina. That explains a lot. I was wondering why I was taking a bit more damage than usual. You can balance it by saying like if you like, dislike if you dislike, helps remove some of the cringe. Yeah, that's a fair point. I have seen a lot of YouTubers do that. I feel like, yeah, that's almost like counterintuitive, right? Because if somebody dislikes the video, they're far more likely to hit the dislike button than somebody who likes the video will, like, hit the like button, you know? But that is a fair point. Yeah. The speedrun website is awful trying to find videos of these fast runs. The filters need some work. Yeah, I agree with that. What do I want to do with this? I'd say let's just pop Lust and burn through it. Once the bombs spawn, just Lust and nuke him. That's what I think we should do. With good positioning, you can soul shape / Store of Shadows that. No, you can stay healer. I think we should be fine. We should probably have enough DPS. This isn't like a super tight DPS check. And our damage seems pretty good. The lowest DPS in the group is me, obviously. But, I mean, I think we'll be fine. If you're level 49.9, I guess just do, like, the first few quests of the WoD intro. But I know that's, like, a joke question. Hit the red button for entertainment. Yes, thank you, Cosmo. I hadn't realized that I wasn't subbed till you mentioned it in a video at one point. Yeah, I guess it's doing its job, right? Well, that's good to know. How have I been finding DK? It's alright. I'm gonna be completely real. I dislike the heavy emphasis on, like, reactionary gameplay. I really wish Rune Tap did not cost a rune. Rune Tap should just be free, man. Like, I don't know why it's, like... It's kind of tricky to, get it to work. Ooh, good point. Ah, I didn't pull him fast enough, man. But yeah, run out of this. Obviously, tornado mechanics, they do damage. I can just tank through it. Okay, yeah, so we're just gonna try to burn through this, ignore the bombs. We should have time. Gonna be close. Maybe. Pop a defensive. Yay! Blood DK things! Woo! AMZ did fuck all. I should have dropped AMZ! Oh my god, I fucking forgot I had AMZ. God, if we had wiped and I had forgotten that AMZ was a thing that existed, I would have been so embarrassed. At least it worked. Come here, portals? Yeah.
Too far away. I must get closer.
Am I not running Bone Storm for the dungeon? I got Vamp CD instead? Yeah. I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of Bone Storm. They are buffing it slightly within the new patch, so... I mean, that's nice. But, yeah, I just like Red Thirst better. I think overall Red Thirst is just a safer pick. Yep. Oh, Sirloin, if you do not need that, that would be pretty nice. My dad said click, like, subscribe. I don't know what the click is for. Thank you, Sirloin, I appreciate it. But yes, I guess if you like the video, then like and subscribe. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad, and thank you, Cosmo, for reminding people. But yeah, I don't like reactionary tanks, right? I very much prefer to be, like, in control of my survivability. And I hate when I have to take damage and then, you know, heal it back after the fact. There's a nice balance that goes into it. But overall, I mean, I don't hate Blood DK. I feel like I was maybe a bit too hard on it. But I will say that it's probably still my least favorite tank to play, even after I've been playing it now. But it's not unbearable. I could see myself playing this and not being, like, super miserable, right? I'll pull this back. Oh, shit. I was trying to do a Gorfine's Grasp. I got knocked. Shit.
I am out of range.
Oh, apparently you cannot grip something that is imprisoned. No one is dying today. Yes, very nice. Mailroom boss is a fun fight in theory. Execution is dreadful, though, yeah. It's interesting, but, like, considering right now the meta strat is just burn, it's not very fun. I'd imagine that when you actually have to do the fight on, like, higher keys... Fuck. God damn it. I forgot. So, in my defense, I'm used to playing a Prot Warrior, and whenever that happens, I can just press charge. Oh my god. I'm not doing too great right now. Fucking hell. This is bad. Yeah, so I'm used to being able to just charge straight back. God damn.
I require a target.
Okay. Cosmo, you're gonna go grab a quick snack? No problem. I mean, if you need to leave the stream for a bit, it's all good. Don't worry about it, man. What item level am I? I am 211. So I did actually hit my stated goal of 210, so that's cool.
Too far away.
Gonna wait for the patrol and then pull these guys. Your Shami's 216? Nice. Oh, I missed, Freak said, finally caught a stream. Welcome, Freaks. Glad you can make it. Sorry, I'm like in the middle of a dungeon, still trying to catch up on chat. I'm trying to get around to every single message, but it can be a bit difficult. Ooh, sex bot. Nice. Got the sex bot. Oh, quick, before the patrol. Cool. Death's Advance is busted. I love it. You can just AMS Death's Advance on Eye of the Jailer and walk through the beam. Really? That sounds awesome.
Demon-cursed edge of oblivion. We'll start the bidding at 5,000. Do I hear 5,000? I hear 6,000. Yes, 6.
I like the utility Blood DK, Grips, AMZ, etc., and CD for magic damage, 1 physical, and 1 good last stand plus rune tap. It's a good set of abilities. Yeah, so I used to love that stuff on a Blood DK, but I don't know. I just, overall, I prefer the playstyle of other tanks more. I like having some self-healing, right? But I don't like my entire mitigation set to be based on self-healing. Obviously, Blood DK has some passive stuff, like, you know, it has Bone Shield, it does have Rune Tap, and whatnot. It's not like it doesn't have anything else. But, I mean, overall, the main way that you're gonna mitigate damage as a Blood DK is you're gonna take that damage, and then you're gonna Death Strike it back. So, that being the primary way of surviving is just something I'm not a huge fan of. And, like, you look at Vengeance Demon Hunter, in many ways, Vengeance Demon Hunter has, like, a kind of similar mitigation style, but Demon Spikes costs nothing on Vengeance DH. So you don't have to worry on Vengeance DH about, like, oh no, I'm not going to have enough, like, runes to use this other thing. Vengeance DH, if you need Demon Spikes, you just press Demon Spikes. It's that simple. Let me focus for this. I am taking quite a bit of damage. Want to make sure I don't die. Don't want to make things too hard on Neshi here. Just gonna pop IBF to make things easier. It's just like Zymox. Oh, that's not good. Oh shit. Nice. Whew. Got a bit messy there. Whew.
A simple matter. In return, we ask only for Kater Zai's signature.
Our signature is a fair trade, especially if it results in your departure.
Not even close. Yeah. Oh man. That was pretty intense though. Fun.
We have all the signatures we need.
Awesome. Oops. Whew. Alright, yeah, that is true. Blood DKs are pretty fucking tanky. I'm really low item level, and I don't know, I held on for quite a bit there. Okay, let me catch up. Hey mate, really enjoying the stream. I don't even play WoW anymore, but somehow I enjoy watching you doing some dungeon runs. Glad to hear it, Niels. I'm glad you like the stream. Crazy nice progress. Thank you. Yeah. We're getting there. What's the sex bot's parse, though? I do not know.
Is there no sanctuary from your filth?
Well, I was looking at some mats for leveling a character. See Bear Tartar at 200G each? Well, speak it and it shall be summoned. Alright. I spoke the sex bots into existence. Yeah, Bear Tartar being at 200G, that's free money right there. I'm gonna refresh food buff real quick. So, real quick, for Soazmi, Basically, so Osmi's gonna split the room in half, and you need to take these portals that, like, the portals correspond to, like, they each have, like, a partner, right? So there's, like, a triangle portal, and a square portal, and a circle portal, I think. And each of those portals, like, you know, has its partner, which has the corresponding symbol. And so Osmi will, like, divide the room into, like, quarters, and you need to take the portals to their, like, partner. And the main reason to do that is to navigate across the room, but also, so Osmi does this thing where he summons, like, an expanding circle, and if you get hit by that circle, it one-shots you. So you need to basically take a portal through the circle so that you don't actually get hit by it. You can teleport through it, so if you have, like, the Venthyr or Night Fae ability, you can just, like, blink right through it, but the portals are an easy way to do that. Oh, and you also need to do kicks. So I'll get the first kick, and then you guys can get the second kick. On hard mode, there's 3 kicks. I see a few messages in chat. I will respond to you guys after the poll. This one I do need to focus for. Okay, so that expanding circle's coming up. The moment it passes square, I jump into square, and I'm safe. Okay. AMS immunes it? Oh, that's sick. Apparently DKs are just fucking nuts at this fight, then. Who needs a brain when you're a Death Knight? Yeah, same thing could be said about Hunters. Alright, so we could take triangle here, and then we're safe. If you take... Oh, you might have made it. I can't tell. If you made that, that would be sick. Because that was really close. Okay, so I'm going to take... square over to circle. Nice. This is honestly the coolest boss in the dungeon. I think this mechanic is really, really cool. I can't wait until this is, like, on Mythic Plus, and you have to, like, really try to figure this shit out. Nice. Alright, so I think it's the next boss that I would really like the weapon from. Yeah, that weapon would be, oh, super nice. Codex of the First Technique? Huh. Honestly, Chori, if you don't need that, I'm... Yeah, it's not a... Okay, it's like an okay trinket, but right now I'm using an agility trinket, so I would say anything is better than a trinket that literally does nothing for me. Does that even do damage? Okay, so apparently the Frothing Pustule did like 1.5% of my damage. Oh, if that guy needs it, then yeah, give it to him. This is Legion, man. We're in Stormheim. Nah, give it to the warrior, give it to the warrior. Or can... Like, I don't want the trinket that much. If he wants it, you know, definitely let him have it. Cosmic got Nutter Butters and Goldfish? Nice. He's the monster in the depths of Haraldin's chat, yes. The sex bots never stop. You quit at the end of WoD, came back in February? Ah, nice. Yeah, this was the best zone in Legion. Actually, I would say it's the second best. Stormheim was really, really good, but Suramar is hard to beat. Suramar was an awesome zone. But I loved Stormheim. It's a shame that neither of the Stormheim dungeons is actually making it into Legion Time Walking. Ah, shit. Yeah, Suramar's awesome. Fish Stick heals them? Yeah. Running time walking in Shadowlands intro. Nice.
Not too far away. I do not have a target.
Oh yeah, we could just like Path of Frost and walk around all this stuff, right? That is something that we can do, considering we have 2 Death Knights. Oh shit. Apparently, if we do that, a shark will eat us. I think if we just keep hugging the wall. Maybe? Okay. That actually works out pretty well. When I did this on survival, the tank pulled, like, straight through the center, and it was really fucking bad. Oh yeah, I forgot Shaman has water walking. Shaman has the original water walking. Oh, we're definitely getting that patrol.
I must get closer.
Stormheim was my favorite zone aesthetically. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's a really close call between Stormheim and Suramar. The bot really wants to sell his real-life Goldshire Moonguard crap. You've been using raid talents for the dungeon runs? I mean, it's clearly working. Where to start gearing when Fresh 60 in Shadowlands came back after quitting in BFA? Is it just dungeon runs? Dungeon runs are the fastest, but they can be a bit difficult if you don't actually have people to run with. So, like somebody said, I would say Korthia. Yeah, Korthia and like Farm Stygia, Korthian armaments, that kind of stuff. Korthia is good for like really early catch-up, but then once you have like 200 item level gear, which you can also get off the auction house, then you can start to step into dungeons, and I would say that's the best. Okay, I'll handle the code.
You are unworthy to lay claim to these relics.
So, for instance, yeah. Starting top left. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Alright. If everybody gets it, I'll do a ready check. Oh, and just to explain to us, Sirloin, basically what we're talking about is there's orbs that spawn, and you need to take them to the correct terminal. And I get to click the terminal up in the front, it displays the correct code, and I have to relay it to you guys. So I'll be typing that code in the chat. Starting top left, going clockwise, like I explained. You're good, don't worry about it. Oh, shit. I got you. It is not showing me the code. Why is the code not working? I think it bugged out for some reason. Can I try it again? There we go. Okay. Yellow, blue, purple, red. I think it's a bit too late, unfortunately. Okay, we could just, wipe it and try it again.
The curse of flesh has burned away.
Cosmic. Same could be said about a Havoc. They don't have a brain, dying to everything and still being okay. I don't know what that was in reference to. Two hours of a White Fest on Painsmith. That was a fun day. Oh boy. Oh. Yeah, apparently this water is really, really, like, iffy. How far can we go? So if I go out here, it's the shark. So I'd have to hug it like this. Here, let me go over here for the warrior. You're like teleporting all over the place, Troy. Alright, I'll wait here for Neshi. Want to make sure you get Path of Frost. While I sit here, I'll go get food bath. Clear the Murlocs? Yeah, we could probably do that. I'll just get food buff, and then we can clear them out. Okay, I still have the armor kit. I'll bump the flask up. Nice. Re the console, if you click it and you stop the channel, you'll have a cooldown until you click it again. Also happens if somebody else clicks it first. Yeah, I don't think I intentionally stopped the channel, but maybe, like, I accidentally, like, hit a movement key or something and I canceled it. Not sure. Yeah, I'm lucky. Oh, shit. God, I can't wait until Shackle the Unworthy has a 100% spread chance. That's gonna make things so much better on Blood DK. Right now, it's kind of awful. Legion Aquaculture? Catch 100 fish. That's great. What is this toy? Miniature shade? Huh. This is neat. I've never seen that before. Ma Ocular Viewfinder. Huh. Well, apparently I have that. I guess I've never used it before. That's neat. God, the Stormheim music is so good. I miss this zone. Legion Classic when?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I should probably use a potion. That'd be a good idea. Perfect. Yeah, some people like to do this boss by setting markers down the world. I feel like if you create some kind of code like that, as long as everybody understands what it means, it's just a much simpler way of doing it. You can just type 4 letters and boom, you've communicated it. You wish there was a shaman bell? Yeah, that would be awesome. Need a oh. Cool. Well, no weapon, but I mean, those shoulders are pretty good, so. Nice. 214 now. This is the pirate dragon, yes. Yeah, this is the easiest boss in the dungeon. It's kind of a joke. It's a shame because it's like such a cool boss, but the mechanics are just so basic. Basically, if you get an ad fixated on you, just run over to me. The boss will do a frontal cone breath targeted at the tank, and it one-shots any ads that it hits. So, if you drag the ads to me, and then I aim the breath at them, they just get one shot. Oh yes, and don't get hit by the tail. Yeah, that too.
Intriguing artifacts. This was found among the ruins of the Black Empire, yes?
Ye have an eye for treasure, but not enough smarts to stay away from it.
Apologies, Captain. Please direct
Nixia flashbacks.
towards my associate.
If you get hit by tail, you get a nasty bleed. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Would not recommend. Accidentally did that on my survival hunter, and it trucked me. Our captain's a dragon. Oh shit. I don't have mass grip because I used it on the boss. I'm sorry, Neshi. Oh my goodness, that hits hard. What dungeon is this? Yeah, it's Tazavesh. I'm not sure if I pulled that middle pack or if somebody else pulled it, but... Unfortunately, I did not have mass grip, so I wasn't able to grab aggro in time. My bad on that. Yeah, the unfortunate part about the Pirate Dragon is I feel like Blizzard designed this boss before they actually thought of mechanics for it. So, I'm sure that somebody put together, like, an Infinite Dragon model, and they were like, wow, or Infinite Pirate Dragon model. They're like, that looks amazing. Let's make that into a boss. And then they just weren't really sure what interesting mechanics to do for it. So they're like, hey, like, every single pirate boss in this game has, like, a ship that shoots, like, cannons at you and drops fire patches. We should do that. And, every dragon in this game has a frontal cone breath and a tail attack, right? We should add that. And then they just kind of stopped there. And didn't really add any unique mechanics. It's a bit of a shame. Like, isn't that literally all it does? Yeah, tail swipe, breath attack. Oh, she increases the movement speed of the ads slowly over time. Yes. Enjoying blood? I don't hate blood, right? Like, I'll say that I'm enjoying blood more than I thought I would. I think blood's okay, but unfortunately I do have to say it's probably still my least favorite tank. Like, I was probably a bit too critical on it. I've said that I'm kind of biased against blood because I loved pre-Legion Blood DK before all the Bone Shield shit. And I stand by that. You know, I haven't changed my opinion, but it's not bad. It's like okay. I still prefer pretty much every other tank compared to Blood. Pre-Legion Blood DK was the best, yeah. Holy shit, that really hurt. Those brackish bolts hit hard. God damn. It has the buff to ads, yeah. I mean, this boss isn't terrible, but it's just not very creative for... Like, how cool the model is, I wish the mechanics were a bit more special. That's the only disappointing part about it. Yeah, Blood's not bad. I mean, Blood is good, right? Blood is a strong tank. Spent all the money on the art? Yeah. The only issue, I don't love the playstyle. It just feels way too slow for me. I enjoy the fast-paced playstyle of, like, Prot Warrior, Prot Paladin. I mean, even Guardian Druid. If you're cat weaving, Guardian Druid's, like, really hectic. It's really fun. Brewmaster Monk is constantly, like, you know, especially with, like, Charred Passions, you Breath of Fire, and then you constantly have this other shit. Oh. Ah, I only got one of them? I felt like the others were in that. How did that... That Corsair Brute should have been hit.
Too far away.
Hook swipe? Okay, I'm gonna move her a bit. Oh, Jesus. That Corsair Brute just does not want to be in. Okay, you cannot tell me that that should not have hit that Corsair Brute. That's insane. I mean, either way, easy boss, but... Come on. Cool.
You know not the power you chase.
Oh, you also got the helmet. Nice.
Before the Colterans ask questions we lack time to answer.
Technically you can wipe to this boss. People never kite towards the breath. Yeah. I've seen it happen, for sure. But it's not the hardest boss on the planet. What's my item level? 216. So, yeah, honestly, made good progress today. Honestly, like, I've made so much progress on this Death Knight. I'm kind of tempted to just kind of not get a lot of sleep tonight and just power through and get a bit more progress before before weekly reset. I will probably end the stream after Tazvesh because, you know, it's almost 7 hours. God, I said I was going to do a bit of a shorter stream today, and then I did another 7-hour stream. I mean, it's fun. This has been a lot of fun, so... I feel like we've done a lot of stuff today, so it's been interesting. Do I use Mogget? Yes. Mogget's buried in that pile somewhere, but... yeah. I mean, I don't actively use Mogget, like, a ton. It's something that I do sometimes, but I have, at this point, like, a set of transmogs for every armor type that I pretty consistently use, so... 5 M0s in this dungeon is pretty good for the time. Yeah, for sure. Pretty good progress. And I really appreciate all three of you guys helping. Sirloin, Neshi, and Chori. You guys have been, honestly, a huge help. Can't thank you enough. Seven hours is a short stream. I mean, by my standards, yeah. But it's still a pretty long stream, right? Obviously, you know, this is compared to my previous, like, you know, 24-hour or 10-hour streams and stuff. I know that I tend to stream for a very long time, usually, but... if I'm gonna be doing streaming as, like, a regular thing... then yeah. By Twitch girl standards, 7 hours is nothing. Fair enough. I like that we need to kite in Shadowlands. It's against the tank word in theory, but it's way more enjoyable. To an extent, I think kiting is fine as long as they don't overdo it. Like, I've never been against kiting, but like... oh shit. At the start of Shadowlands, I think kiting was like a little bit too much. They have since tuned that back a little bit. What's my favorite Dragonflight? Bronze. I just really like time stuff. So, definitely Bronze Dragonflight. I have everything I need. Alright. I think everybody knows the fight, so pretty straightforward. Can just do musical chairs. Well, musical chairs for the orbs shouldn't be too bad. And then I'll do first soak. Then we can do sirloin, second soak, and after that we'll see. Honestly, I don't think this should be too bad. Bronze and Blue Dragonflight? Yeah, Blue Dragonflight is cool. Honestly, I mean, dragons in general are just pretty awesome, right? Can't go wrong with any Dragonflight. But my personal favorite would definitely be Bronze. Oh, Slappy Hands is fucking awesome. Love it. Okay. Here, I'll go in again. I'll get the last one. Ooh, okay, we're good. Okay, next time I'll wait a bit longer. I probably should have held off a little bit. Hey, you're good, man. We're alive. Thumbs up.
Oppose me and be extinguished.
Nice. I was like, alright, we gonna get it first try, and we fucking did. Good shit. I've seen a lot of groups fuck up that mechanic.
Beware.
I'll soak after this. Ooh, that I think might have been a little bit too fast. Okay, let's catch up for a little bit on healing. Okay, soak it now. We're gonna have to get the extra one. Okay, nice. Do you have battle res up? Oh wait, you battle resed him. Okay, so your battle res went through. Hold on. I'll get him up. Okay, I'll get the first one. Let's do this. Oh no, that might kill Neshi.
Beware.
I don't know if I can do this, but I'm gonna fucking try. Oh, definitely. How did that not hit? Oh no. Okay, he might be able to survive this. If he gets, like, a big execute off... Come on. Come on. I believe? Oh, wow! Alright, that was close. I fucked that up. I don't know where the beam was coming from. I thought I had that one. Fuck. Really glad that we didn't wipe because I fucked that last one up. But either way, this warrior had it.
Until our fortunes meet again.
I guess honestly any loot off this boss would be kind of nice. Not even close, clutch, yeah. Oh, wow. That's a cool glaive. Shit. Ooh, grats, Neshi. Yeah, Valor. Woo! Yay, Valor and Renown. Easy peasy. Yeah, alright. Well, I mean, I do have an Agi trinket still, but overall, I mean, I think I replaced, like, pretty much every single slot. Pretty fucking good today. Let's see. Just gonna clean out my bags real quick. No, just Demon Hunters. Oh, and a sex bot right at the very end. Alright, yeah, so with that, I guess the ending item level is 216. That's 6 above my stated goal for this stream, so let me just make sure that I got everything in chat. Let's see. If people love Sylvanas here, they're bad. I should try to pug Heroic before weekly reset. That might be a bit tricky. It's been fun watching. Thank you, Scott. What item level did I start? Like 130 item level. It was a fresh level 60, so very, very, very low. Like fresh 60 to 216. Sunflower leveling speedrun next. That could be interesting. The Harlden stream experience. I think Legion time walking wouldn't be worth it. Only way it would be more fun and worth it is if they rotate the list to come on, you gotta have Maw of Souls in it. I agree. I mean, I'm still gonna play Legion time walking a lot, but I mean, I don't know. I do wish that Maw of Souls was in it. That would be a lot more fun. Who invented dragons? I'm not sure. Oh, what's my favorite dragon fight? I don't know. I mean, I could say Spine of Deathwing and piss everybody off, right? That would always be fun. I mean, there's a lot of really good dragon fights in this game. I mean, in recent memory, like, Rathian was a really good dragon fight. Dragons of Nightmare was good. What else? I'm blanking on some of the rest. But yeah, I mean, I did like Rathian. I thought, like, I guess the most recent dragon fight that I can think of that was really good was Rathian. It's daytime for you, and the gal... Thank you, Sirloin. Sirloin, Neshi, Chori, I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for helping me out. Yeah, this was awesome. I honestly could not have done this without your guys' help. The Chinese centuries ago? Fair enough. They're older than Tolkien. Pretty sure they were in ancient Mesopotamian art. Anyone else save themselves by using disengage before hitting the ground? Yeah, that's one of the most fun parts about being a hunter. Mists and Halls are my least favorite Shadowlands dungeons. I actually really like Mists. I think it's a good dungeon. It's back again, yeah. Waiting for the vid, leveling through Legion Time Walking Part 1. I actually genuinely might do that. I might level a character entirely through Legion Time Walking. I could see that. Vexiona was fun. Vexiona wasn't my favorite fight, but it was a good fight. Spine of Deathwing is one of the most time-consuming solo raid fights. Yeah. Just came from work and stream's on. I'm sorry, Alex. I'm ending this stream right now. I'm so sorry. I mean, hey, at least you have the entire, you know, almost 7-hour VOD to watch after the fact. But, yes, you came in right at the very end of the stream. I apologize. But, you know, the goal was to get at least 210 item level, and I got 216. So... yeah, I achieved it. It's been about 7 hours. I need to take a break. You know, I still got other stuff to do. But yeah, with that said, I'll stop the stream here. Thank you everybody for watching, and the next time I will be streaming will be next Saturday, same time as usual, 11 a.m. EST. Haven't really decided what I'm going to be doing then yet, but all I know is I'm going to be streaming then. Fun stream, nice to listen to in the background. Cheers, thank you. I appreciate you all for being here. Thanks, everybody, and I will catch you all on Saturday.